is entrusted with the responsibility of exercising oversight over the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development and its public entity. The participation in the proceedings of the legislature as guided by Section 118 of the Constitution and the resolutions of the House. The committee was able to discharge its duties under extremely difficult conditions. Whilst we were all excited that we had passed the devastating effects of COVID-19, our province experienced the worst floods exactly a year ago, which left a trail of destruction in the agricultural value chain and rural communities. Honorable Chairperson, KwaZulu-Natal is a major agricultural province with significant production of various products such as sugarcane, fruit, dairy, and poultry, to mention a few. These industries were not spared from damage by recent floods. Chairperson, during our oversight activities, we noted the efforts of the department to mitigate against the effects of the flood, especially to cushion some of the most vulnerable communities in our province. In addition to these activities, the committee scrutinized the annual performance plan and budget of the department using the tools of the public sector oversight model. The first draft of the APP and budget was presented to the committee and stakeholders at Amajuba district in December 2022. The final draft of the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development activities, we noted the efforts of on the 28th of March 2023. The effects of the floods on rural communities and small-scale farmers were echoed by some of community members who attended our stakeholder engagements in Amajuba. For example, Induna Ubaba Umlungisi Mbowane was Ward 9, told us how the heavy rains destroyed their 2 dams and also damaged a major district road, D495 Bakhlomuk. Throughout the engagements, people were crying out for assistance, especially with things like deep tanks, irrigation equipment, animal handling facilities, boreholes, grazing camps, and dams. Honorable Chairperson, the report that I'm presenting here today provides an account of the Portfolio Committee's engagement with the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development, as well as its entity ADA. Honorable Chairperson, the report provides an account of the Portfolio Committee's engagements with the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development and its public entity in considering the department's budget and APP. However, for the purposes of time, we are not going to read the entire report because it's too long. It's about 32 pages. It can be accessed, this report can be accessed from the institutional website as well as other relevant offices of the legislature. The APPs of both the department and ADA are aligned to all national and provincial priorities of the 6th administration. The department has 3 programs as outlined by the MEC, which it plans to implement over the MTEF. They have a program 1, which is called administration. This program provides corporate services and financial management to ensure effective and efficient support and governance of the organization. Program 2 of the department is meant to engage, empower, and transform farmers at all levels to participate in sustainable agricultural and environmental practices to realize economic development and food security in the province. The aim is to ensure food security, agrarian transformation, develop and promote the agricultural potential for improved economic growth, job creation, and sustainable natural resource conservation for improved agricultural production. Program 3 focuses on rural development. This program is meant to ensure the continuous improvement of sustainable rural livelihood through the coordination of integrated rural development services and facilitation of rural enterprise and industry development. The Rural Development Coordination Subcommittee aims to ensure that effective rural development coordination, monitoring and evaluation structures are established across all three spheres of government. The program will spearhead several new initiatives, such as recruiting unemployed agricultural graduates in KwaZulu-Natal, establishment of agri-parks, nurseries and seed banks, to mention a few. Honorable Chairperson, all political parties supported the budget allocation of 2.5 billion as presented by the MEC, except for the Democratic Alliance, which reserved its right to vote. I hope in the near future, the processes of the Democratic Alliance will be done before we conclude the report so that we can get their views, unlike what they are going to do here today to surprise us with matters that we never discussed in the committee. In conclusion, Honorable Chairperson, I wish to take this opportunity to thank the Honorable MEC, the former MEC, as well as all departmental officials led by the HOD for putting systems in place to deal with chronic management challenges in the department. We all know that in previous years, this department was not performing according to what is expected by the taxpayers as well as the legislature. But that is history now. Over the past 2 years, we have seen improvement in this department, and we applaud the role played by all those involved to change things around in the department. We hope that they will continue in this pattern. Benze kangcono ukudlula lokho abakwenzayo njengamanje. Lastly, Honorable Chairperson, I wish to thank the entire KZN legislature support team for the work that they continue to do in providing support to honorable members and the communities and stakeholders that we work with. And I also want to thank my fellow colleagues in the committee, ngokubambisana okukhulu esinakho ukusebenza, including members in the opposition. We are a family in the Committee of Agriculture. We really do not experience this bickering that you see when we are here. When we deal with matters that affect our communities, we all become sober and focus on the issue at hand. We really appreciate that, and I hope that we will continue doing that until we meet again after 2024 elections. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Sipinda. Next is Honorable S.W. Mshengu of the ANC for 15 minutes.
Is umtoini? Hey, Panam Simang. Honorable Chair, Honorable MEC Zuma Sbalwam, members of the executive led by the leader of government and senior department officials present, Chair of ADA, Comrade Willis Mkuno, our former premier, the entire farming community present, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning. The challenges of unemployment, poverty, and underdevelopment must challenge all of us to tirelessly find solutions to these challenges. Any efforts that exclude women, youth, and people with disabilities will never enjoy any support, especially from the African National Congress. Chair, when we dig dams, give out seeds, and other essential agricultural tools to our people, others will choose to unveil statues for the living. Indeed, our priorities will never be the same. The agricultural sector in KwaZulu-Natal, South Africa's second largest province by population, is growing at around 12% per annum, compared to single-digit growth in other provinces. It contributes around 3.8% of KwaZulu-Natal's gross domestic product. We confirm the centrality of this department in the fight against poverty and hunger, as guided by the Freedom Charter that correctly states, and I quote, "The state shall help the peasants with implements, seed, tractors, and dams to save the soil and assist the tillers." The African National Congress has long held the view as reflected in this document, Ready to Govern, that says, and I quote, "Apartheid has shaped and distorted the economies of South Africa's rural areas in ways that seriously disadvantage Black communities through unemployment and landlessness. It is therefore vital that a democratic state establish a rural development policy to redress these distortions and create opportunities that rural people through balanced and sustainable development." Close quote. Since 1992, Chairperson, when this document was published, the ANC-led government has sought to ensure rural development as an apex priority of government, and agriculture is positioned to drive socio-economic transformation of rural landscape by ensuring that these decent jobs and sustainable economic activities are realized. As we debate this budget vote, Honorable Chairperson, it is merited that we reflect on the journey that the sixth administration has traveled. In particular, looking at the performance of this department from 2019 to date, in order to have fuller appreciation of the achievements that have been recorded in the sector. Honorable members, the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development has a twin mandate: economic growth and social protection in terms of the food security. In 2019, the ANC manifesto prioritizes, or other priorities included transform the economy to serve the people and advance social transformation. The national planning frameworks, especially National Development Plan, Vision 2030, the medium-term strategic framework 2019-2024, and the Agriculture Policy Action Plan have all similarly identified the agricultural sector as one of the key economic sectors to drive economic growth and be the key job driver in the country and in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. That is why the department has to ensure comprehensive farmer support, agricultural infrastructure development, mechanization, one home, one garden, extensive and advisory services, all to empower the farmer to support their development in the sector. It has to advance sector growth and development and ensure our people have sufficient food to feed themselves. Nowhere was the resilience of our food system, Chairperson, and food security demonstrated so sharply by during the COVID-19 period and when this province experienced social unrest as well as devastating floods. In all these instances, the food production and supply were not majorly disturbed. The major outlets continued to provide food to the market and people were able to buy food and still grow food. Government responded with food production vouchers to ensure that smallholder and subsistence farmers continued with food production. We need to enhance the capabilities that were tested and sharpened during these difficult periods to sustain food production. Today, Honorable MEC has outlined the continued measures and support the department is implementing to support food security, which includes the revival of the One Home, One Garden program, the mechanization program, multi-planting season program, and the other forms of agricultural support initiatives. This demonstrates consistency of the government programs, irrespective of who is the MEC at a particular time. The budget vote by MEC Ungabalala Usbalwami shows affinity to the National Development Plan's injunction that we know that those to whom we have given the privilege to govern our land do so on our behalf and for the benefit of all the people. The ANC-led government has its hands on the pulse and has clear appreciation that it is on the behalf of the masses of this country that this administration is able to exercise its mandate to govern and ensure service delivery. In this department, improved service delivery is what we have seen, and we can all attest to it. The achievements of this department, Honorable Chairperson, since the start of this current sixth administration term of office is worth reflection. In 2019, this department was in a shambolic state where issues of governance and maladministration were frequently reported. The department responded by setting out its priorities and developing clear outcomes, which included the following: effective and efficient corporate and financial support services, improved household food security in the province, improved farmer development for increased agricultural production, sector growth and inclusive rural economy, reduced outbreak cases of controlled and notifiable animal diseases, and increased research knowledge production, agricultural education and training. It is pleasing to see the progress that this department has made, Chairperson, honorable members. I believe it is evident for all to see that the huge turnaround that has taken place in the Department of Agriculture from 2016 to 2018. This department was receiving qualified auditor general audit outcomes. However, as part of this turnaround, since 2019, honorable members, honorable Msimanga, this department has achieved unqualified audit outcomes from the AG. Last year, the department went even higher by achieving its first clean audit in its history. This here is another example of a government at work. Again, we have received further positive news from this budget vote that the department has been able to spend all its budget for the financial year 22-23, including the conditional grants, which were a major area of under expenditure in the past. The department spending on this budget has improved significantly over the last few financial years, with under expenditure reducing from 98.648 million in 2019-20 to 17.151 million in 2021 and 1.16 million in 2021-22. The department's service delivery performance has followed similar trends to budget performance. Since 2019-20, the department has moved overall 60% performance to 73% performance in 2020-2021 and 80% in 2021-2022 financial year. We hope this figure will even be higher when the department tables its annual report later this year. We can see the efforts of the department to unlock potential of underutilized agricultural land for food production and increase food production through the provision of mechanization support to indigent, vulnerable households and underprivileged communities. This contributes to reduction of food insecurity and poverty. Umsimanga ke ubuye athakathe la. Into zabantu chair kujahwe. Honorable Chairperson, at the start of this term, this department undertook to develop its own necessary capacity in partnership with relevant institutions in order to fulfill the Executive Council resolution that the state must have capacity to produce its own seeds in order to expand opportunities within the agricultural value chain and save on procurement costs. Today, the MEC is reporting that the department has fulfilled this responsibility. Indeed, the department has established a fully functional NESAR, which is a positive development. Thank you very much to the leadership of this department. In the process, the program has created 105 jobs, as the MEC has alluded, especially the training of seed inspectors. Honorable Chairperson, is one highly welcomed intervention. This is an indication that government is serious about implementing priority 1 from the MTSF priorities of developing a capable ethical developmental state. Honorable Chairperson, we support the Agriculture and Agro-Processing Master Plan, in particular its commodity approach towards agricultural development. Focusing on commodities allow producers to gain better understanding of their production and growth within a specific value chain. We welcome the programs promoting red and white meat, horticulture, grain value chains, and the MEC has announced in this current budget. We further note and welcome the financial allocation of 376.659 million made on agricultural development programs. The department has demonstrated extensive foresight by increasing its focus on agricultural infrastructure with the communal investment programs. We believe this kind of interventions will allow for higher levels of agricultural productivity and profitability. Everywhere we have gone as a portfolio committee chairperson, farmers have been raising requests for deep tanks, boreholes, grazing camps, livestock dams, and fencing for their lands to protect animals and crops, to mention a few. We therefore welcome the initiative by the MSC and the support of the implementation in terms of the yellow plant. In its budget vote last year, the department had declared that it was the year of livestock because KwaZulu-Natal is one of the main livestock farming areas in South Africa, with extensive herds of beef and dairy cattle, flocks of wool and mutton sheep, and numbers of large piggeries. Livestock contributes immensely on the lives of rural people in different ways, such as use of traditional ceremonies, milk, meat, and as a source of income. In light of this, we are therefore excited with the livestock initiatives announced by the MSC, firstly to improve the genetics in communal breeding herd. We support the cattle breeding plan and merino sheep breeding initiatives. The department must unleash its veterinary machinery and expertise to ensure the success of these programs and mitigate against animal diseases, which have also become a serious threat to the country's livestock sector. Honorable Chair, as we conclude, our nation and the province have been through a wave of turbulence. Climate change remains the biggest threat in agricultural industry. Consistent supply of electricity will further enhance the growth of the sector, Chair. We believe there is a lot we can accomplish working together. Our resilience has been tested. We must offer maximum support to our communities to ensure they thrive. Honorable Chair, for better or worse, we are in this together. We shall forever be on the side of the poor and the marginalized. The ANC support this budget vote. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Mshengu. Ngiyacabanga ukuthi Honorable Shlomuku uzokulekelela ngale yenkomeni yempondo. Angazi inkomo le. The next speaker on our list is Honorable Msimang of the IFP for 15 minutes. I'm sure he will behave.
Sihlalo ngithokoza kakhulu ucosha leli thuba lokuthi ngidibhethe namhlanje. Ngibingelele ke bonke abakhona nezimenyu. Angiqale ngokuthi siyakuthokozela ukuthi lo mnyango uthole umbiko ongenagcobho okokuqala empilweni yawo. Ngaphambi kokuthi ke ngiqale ngithule inkulumo yami emhlonishwa, angisho ukuthi unyaka weshumi lo ngiseva kuleli komiti mhlonishwa Nqamalala. Ngakho kuningi okwenzeke ngikhona ngikubuka kwenzeka kulomnyango osuphathiswa kona. Odinga ke isibindi sokuthi ukwazi ukusiza impilo zabantu ngoba mongenaso isibindi amasoniyo angeke kulunge kulomnyango ngoba la kunzima. Akambonge ke uMasithole Mloyi bekade uphethe uzamile Shem umntana abantu kulesi simo engikhuluma ngaso. Mhlonishwa Nqamalala, kwaba nemibiko yenkohlakalo ethinta izimbewu ezenzeka kulomnyango ngikhona kusaphethe omphathisa udokotela uMeshek Hadebe, may his soul rest in peace ngo-2012. Umbiko wawo owaphothulwa ngo-2014 kanye nomunye umbiko wokudliwa kwemali yosomiso okufanele size kubalimi. Angazi noma umhlonishwa lo mbiko usawubona yani ngamehlo ngoba thina singawazi nje. Ngiyathokoza ke mhlonishwa ukuzwa nje uyihudula ukhulume nge-load shedding ngoba ukuthula ningakhulumi ngawo abalimi belimala le-load shedding kuyasilimaza. Angazi ukuthi ngingabala ngithini ngoba kunobufakazi nje ukuthi i-load shedding ba-affecta kangakanani abalimi lapha KwaZulu-Natal. Kunomnumzane Alan Stanford ochitha ubisi olubalela ku-12,000 liters. Abanye bafelwa zinkungu zabo ngendaba ye-load shedding. Ngakho nje ukuthi ukhulume ngayo noma singakuzwi ukuthi uthini kodwa nje ukuthi ukhulume ngayo kuyalinika ithemba ukuthi kukhona mhlawumbe engagcina nikwenzile ngayo. According to the data compiled by South African pen growers revealed that sugar industry is set to lose more than 700 million due to the load shedding as it affects 1,135 irrigated growers who employed more than 10,000 workers. The IFP call upon the MEC, Mhlonishwa, ukuthi ningalishayazeli impela lolu daba lokuthi lulungiswe. Sikusho lokhu noma undunankulu ememezele kwisopha ukusungula kwe-KZN Energy War Room kodwa alukho uhlelo olucacile oluqondene nabalimi. Ngivumelana nawe mhlonishwa ukuthi ziningi ikhala umuntu aseyizwile zenziwa abalimi ngoba nami ngifakaza ukuthi we had calls from different farmers union calling for farmers to be exempted from load shedding, which the IFP support. We expect the KZN MEC of Agriculture and Development and the PRIM to ensure farmers that they are dealing with load shedding issues. Although load shedding has nothing to do with the Department of Agriculture or the Office of the PRIM, but the silence is a grave concern, really. Because agriculture is a backbone of economy and essential food security. Therefore, it is government duty to ensure that farmers receive the necessary assistance. Failure to act as a recipe for disaster if many farmers will be forced to cease their operations, which will in turn result to a hunger as well as retrenchment of workers. So we cannot afford to see more people being retrenched as the country already faces unreasonable high employment rate. So the IFP supported it budget of 2.5 billion budgeted allocated for the 2023 and 2024 financial year. The agriculture is an important part of KwaZulu-Natal economy. Productivity is an important measure of agriculture and industrial performance because in the long run, it measures the efficiency of production. Productivity growth is an important mechanism for boosting profitability and maintain industrial competitiveness. Because abantu abaningi ngoba amathuba emisebenzi engekho nje bethembele kuzo ezolimo. Iqembu lekatha lindele kubona isabelo zimali sisiza abalimi kanye nabantu abanothando lokulima. Akusona isabelo zimali sokuthi selekelele iqembu elibusayo ukutheni linqenqa amavoti ngezinhloso zabo zokukhankasa ukukhakanisela ukhetho. Asilindele ukubona umlando uyiphinda kwabanye ongqongqoshe bake baba ngaphambi kwakhe bekwenza lokho. Abalimi abathole izimbewu zempela hayi nje icagogwana inkomishi kuthiwa izimbewu. Ngakho ke siyathemba mhlonishwa lokho ukuthi lokho sizokwenza. Lokho engikhulumayo is a truth engifisa ukuthi kubonakale kwenzeka bakithi ngoba kuyangehlula mina uzenza impigogo mangimi lapha sikhuluma ngezinto ezithinta impilo zabantu. The CASPA grant is aimed to enhance the capacity of the agriculture sector by providing support to the beneficiaries of land and agrarian reform program. We welcome the allocation of 230.6 million, but the IFP is concerned about the culture of underspending of CASPA grant, as a department occurred under expenditure of 49.663 million. In 2017 and 2018, 68.34 million, and in 2018 and 2019, due to slow progress in the implementation of infrastructure project and delivered by agriculture input, further contributed to the lower expenditure. Kuyicala ungayisebenzisa imali eyabelwe umnyango ukuthi isiza abantu. Asilindele ukuthi imali ingasetshenziswe ekubeni abantu bedinga ukusizwa ukuze baxoshe ikati eziko. Mhlonishwa, the former MSc of Agriculture, now Deputy Speaker, Honorable Actim Mthembu, during budget speech in 2018, stated that during the 2017-2018 budget speech, there will be elevate the directorate for youth, women, and persons with disability into the directorate. Bangaki abantu abasha asebehlomlile kulolo hlelo. Abantu abasha nabesifazane kanye nabantu abaphila ngokukhubazeka. Kubalekile ukuthi bangene umkhono nesiphanga ukwakhweni kwezolimo. Mhlonishwa Ngamalala, iqembu lenkatha belimagange ukuzwa ukuthi bangaki abantu abaphila ngokukhubazeka kanye nentsha abaphethe amaplazi lapha KwaZulu-Natal. Intsha igqugquzelwe ukuba ingene kule mkhakha. The Department of Agriculture put target. The Department of Agriculture is good in putting target, then failed to meet them. During 2022-23 under livestock program, 305 producers were supposed to be supported in the red mean value chain. Again, the annually target of 328. Further, during 2022-2023, the department stated that 3,609 grain producers assisted to cultivate 19,000 hectares of grain value chain by the end of the third quarter against the annual target of 22,310. 11 agricultural infrastructure projects were implemented against the annual target of 46, and 21 kilometers of fencing was erected against the annual target of 152.6 kilometers. Nakulo nyaka umnyango ukhuluma ngokuthi kuzosizwa abakhiqizi bokusanhlamvu abangu-5,162, abakhiqizi benyama ebomvu abangu-278 kanye nokumbiwa okusamasimu. Kuba kuhle mhlonishwa lokho makuthi kuzokwenzeka. Ngoba kuyishwa ukuthi kuyashaqisa ukuthi namhlanje kusenabantu ababolwa indlala ekubeni kuhlale njalo kumenyezelwa izigidi zezimali. Ishonaphi kanti leyo mali uma ingezukusiza labo bantu? Ngakho ke Nqamalala, imali zabantu lezi mfowethu sizobe sikubheke ngesolo khosi ukuthi zisebenza lokho kufaneleyo and ziya ebantwini ngendlela efaneleyo. Siyazi ukuthi siyokhethweni. Ngakho-ke akungasetshenziswa le mali ukukhankasa, ayisetshenziswe le mali ukuthi isize abantu ngendlela efaneleyo. Mhlonishwa, iqembu lenkathalo likhathazekile ngokuntshontsho kwemfuyo, and okubonakala kuqhubeka kwenzeka ikakhulukazi uma kuyikhathi zamaholidi okhisimusi. Akugcini nje ngokulimaza abalimi kuphela, kodwa emakhaya igcina futhi iphehla nezimpi eziba khona, ngoba akayikho nje indoda engavuma ukuthathelwa iy'nkomo zayo enye indoda. Ngakho-ke lokho kufanele sikuzama ngazo zonke indlela ukuthi yiluphi uhlelo olungakwenza esingasenza ukuthi sikuvimbe lokhu. The IFP will support noma yini umnyango okwenzayo ukusiza ukuthi abantu bakithi uma kwenzeka ngendlela efaneleyo ukuthi ukwazi ukusizwa abantu bakithi. Engeke sikuvume ukuthi lo mnyango usetshenziselwe inkohlakalo. And uma ngeze ukukhohlisa uyowubamba lo mnyango uyoyi-edit ithemu yakho uma ube nesibindi sokuthi ukwazi ukudila nezigilamkhuba. Abantu bantshontshayo kumnyango bakhishwe ngegede, ngoba kade ngicoma nakulo khona ngufakazi ukuthi lo mnyango ubuphethe ziqhwaga lo, yizo bokuzingqungqulesha amaphiko. Ngiyakhumbula nje kwenye indawo, mhlonishwa, one of the officials yakulo mnyango yathi ayikho into esoyitshela thina uhlala ngaloso sikhathi wakunomagugu Simelane Zulu, eyathi hayi angizukuzwa ngani nina abantu baka 5 years. Kusho the head of department ukhombisa ukuthi inkohlakalo isebenze baze bamile umgogodla wakwebe imali zabantu. Uma batshela amaqiniso basitshela ukuthi sabantu kulungile ke singabantu baka 5 years, kodwa siyothi sisekhona umuntu obephuma ngekade sokwenza sho, ngoba asikwazi ukuvumela. Ngakho ke uma mhlonishwa ungeze ukuba nomgogodla kulokho, uma engqo kwinkohlakalo uzoba neproblem. Ngakho ke ngaloma zamafeshane IFP yayisupporta lelokhungana, but at the same time will monitor ukuthi yenzeke ngendlela efaneleyo na, ngoba abantu bakithi bafuna impilo engcono. Ngalo mazwe ke siyathokoza mhlonishwa, siyakubongela nawe ukuthi bakunike. Siyabonga mama Mloyi, uzamile ntombazane, kunzima, singofakazi balokho.
Thank you, Honorable Msimang. Next is Honorable H.S. Gumbi of DA on 12 minutes.
Honorable Speaker, members, and fellow citizens, agriculture in our province should be lifting many people out of poverty, increasing food security for our province and country, looking out for the interests of subsistence and commercial farmers, and being a gateway for growth and prosperity for many rural communities. Sadly, however, this is not the reality for most of our farming communities. So whilst I congratulate you, Honorable MEC, on your ascendancy to the cabinet, and I genuinely wish you the best because it's in the interests of the people of our province, unfortunately, as we all know, everything the ANC touches today is destined to fail. More likely because even before it has even kicked off, because the government already has the wrong ideological outlook. This ANC government has pursued the National Democratic Revolution to catastrophic effects in this department. This is evidenced when the government wrongly believes that it should own and operate farms instead of focusing on growing and protecting farmers and the agricultural industry to feed our citizens and ultimately create jobs. Over the past few years, the government has wasted millions trying to disprove what we all already know, that it is not the government's job to be running farms like Ntingwe Tea Farm. This ideology is so badly ingrained in government that has infested it at every single level. Even eThekwini municipality was buying chicken farms and running chicken farms. In this budget, Ntingwe will receive a further 20 million rand transfer in this continued wastage, which does not improve the agricultural economy in KZN. Instead of running tea and chicken farms, the ANC government should be focused on dealing with the effects of load shedding to farmers. And I'm glad that there was mention of it within the speech, because little is spoken about how badly load shedding affects farming communities and contributing to increasing food prices. In the first quarter of this year, there was a 14% increase in food prices. This massive increase in food cost is placed on ordinary citizens who are already battling to stay afloat. A few weeks ago, I met one of the largest chicken farmers in the province who spoke about the heavy costs of diesel to run generators on the chicken farm. He had this to say: load shedding is destroying the business. Chicken prices have gone up because of the amount of diesel we have to burn to run our generators. We have done our best to keep prices low and not to lose any staff. We are worried, though, that we won't be able to survive much longer without something drastic happening. Can government not find ways to reduce the load shedding levels on our farms? Is there any way they can help? We are willing to do our bit. That coming from a farmer. If this department is serious about agriculture, what interventions have they made to assist these farmers to survive the ANC's power cuts? The truth is, they are nowhere to be seen. In fact, that 20 million rand which is being transferred to farms should be going to assisting farmers like those to be able to continue to produce food for this province. Madam Speaker, instead of partnering with commercial farmers to grow farming in rural communities, the ANC has focused on creating scapegoats out of them. For instance, this department and government do not take the issue of farm murder seriously. For the entirety of the previous term of the former MEC of Agriculture, who I'm glad is here, ignored every possible move from the DA and my colleague Alma Rabe to assist in developing a plan to address farm murders in the province and look after the department's most prized assets, which is the farmer. This at a time in 2022, where our province even had 333 farm attacks, and 50 of them were brutal and inhumane murders. The total dissemination of commercial farmers has resulted in many relocating abroad. There is ultimately nothing good when the people who feed the nation leave to go to other countries in sub-Saharan Africa or New Zealand or the United States to grow those economies and not to grow ours. This is an indictment on the ANC government. Shame on you. Perhaps, and most importantly, we must hold the ANC accountable for the proliferation of infectious diseases in KZN. The lack of state vets and the resultant prevalence of diseases such as rabies, African horse sickness, bovine TB, and foot and mouth disease are threatening our agricultural sector and public health. In 2021, there were over 200 reported cases of rabies in KZN alone, with the number of unreported cases naturally expected to be even higher. Regarding foot and mouth disease, KZN remains the highest contributor in South Africa, with nearly a third of all cases coming from our province. And I'm glad the leader of the Taliban has arrived in the house, because he is a farmer himself and he has an interest in these matters. African horse disease is killing horses like flies in rural communities. They simply are dropping dead. A total of 204 black-owned horses are dead thus far in the province since the beginning of this year, 135 of which are in Amajuba alone. Now, if those horses are there and you have the Dundee July, how do you host events like that when horses are dropping dead? How do you create jobs under that kind of an environment? This crisis cannot be ignored any further, and this government has no ability to deal with them because it does not fit in its ideological framework. And even the talk of two vehicles, which are mobile vets, which are for mobile veterinary labs, is way insufficient for the kind of province that we have. Our province is massive. There's no way that those vehicles can go from the one side of the province to the other side of the province to deal with the many crises which are being faced with. So it's clear for everyone in South Africa and this province to see that the ANC is the outgoing government. Never before has public trust and shame in the ANC government been so low that even the ANC deputy speaker in this house, when interviewed on podcast Affirmation, spoke about how this department is a paradise for tenderpreneurs because it has long been rotten to its core. The deputy speaker of this house says that. So it falls to us, the incoming coalition governments on this side of the house, to dismantle years of ANC corruption and mismanagement on this side of the house. First and foremost, we will prioritize the interests of our farmers and our agricultural sector. We will work with subsistence and commercial farmers to create a competitive and sustainable farming industry that benefits everyone. We will invest in infrastructure to ensure that our farmers have access to reliable water and electricity. And we will work to do everything we can to stop the attacks on farmers. This commitment is evidenced in our fight to protect beneficiaries of government reform programs, black farmers who are beneficiaries of state reform programs in the Kokstad area. Their farms were under a clearly coordinated attack by land invasion with dodgy ANC and state officials seeking to grab land and threaten the livelihoods and progress of their farms. The DA not only exposed the invasion for what it is, but has held multiple public meetings in the area and pressurized the municipality to enforce a court order to stop the invasion. We are pleased that working together with the farming community, we have restored law and order in the area, and the farmers can get on with doing their jobs safely and securely, and that is to farm and produce food for our province. Mr. Speaker, Statistics South Africa published that the agricultural sector shrank by its largest contraction of 3.3% in the last quarter of 2022. This decline was due to the ongoing load shedding crisis, which forced farmers to operate at reduced capacity, lower yields, and higher costs. The incoming government in the province, including every municipality the DA controls and can influence, will move towards energy independence and break the stranglehold that Eskom has on our economy. Our municipalities are fast moving in this direction, and we will not stop until we have a secure and stable energy supply for our economy. Finally, the incoming government will make significant investments in state vets and increase cooperation with NGOs, non-profits, and pharmaceuticals to address the spread of infectious disease in our agricultural sector. It is criminal of the government to have numerous reported cases without any urgent response to the rabies crisis, knowing very well that it kills. Shame on you. In conclusion, the Democratic Alliance believes that it is time for a new approach in agriculture, which prioritizes the interests of our farmers and our agricultural sector. We must work to create a more competitive, sustainable, and resilient farming industry. And in 2024, our coalition government intends to do exactly that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Gumbi. We have received an apology from Honorable H.P. Kiliza of the AFF. We have also received an apology on Honorable C.M. Shinga of the NFP. We have also received an apology of Honorable S. Thakur Rashbansi of the MF. And we have also received an apology of Honorable M.E. Pagati of the ATM. Therefore, we will move to Honorable S.G.S. Mavimbela of the ANC for 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson of the session. Greetings to the entire leadership of the African National Congress on the right-hand side in this chamber. Greetings to honorable members. Greetings to all those that are viewing us on visual platforms and those that are in the gallery and also the department on my right. Honorable Chairperson, we rise bearing the black, green and gold flag of the most progressive liberation movement in Africa, the African National Congress, to support this very progressive budget of the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development. Ngiyafisa ke sihlalo walomhlangano ukuthi ngingakaqali ukuqhubeka kakhulu nenkulumo yami ngicacise izinto ezimbili ezintathu ikakhulukazi kumbimbi lwalaba abazikhohlisayo ngoba ukuba amahashi ayezifiso ngabe sonke siyagibela ukuthi ngo-2024 bazobe behleli kwa-right walendlu abahluleka nokuthi bakufihle. Honorable Msimango akakhaleli abantu bakithi abasafarishayo ngenxa ye-load shedding, kodwa ukhalela uNgqiwa uze wakhotha u-Alan Stratford waseMoy River. Kunabantu bakithi abaqhukuluzayo abasazamayo ekuthenini balime ngenxa yalolu mbimbi abaluzamayo. Angimangali-ke njengoba kade emilela umhlonishwa uGumbi. Angimangali-ke njengoba kade emilela umhlonishwa uGumbi naye eyikhohlisa ngokuthi umbimbi lwabo luzokwenza ukuthi basebenze ndawonye.
Polo, Honorable Mavimbela. Ngizocela abakwi-gallery. You're not allowed to participate. Thank you.
I believe ukuthi abantu bakithi bayezwa futhi balalele ukuthi uma bengase baluvumele lolu mbimbi lube khona la esifundazweni sakithi KwaZulu-Natal, kuyoqhubeka kulekelelwe labo abantshontsha umhlaba wethu njengoba singenamhlaba nje ukuze siqhubeke thina sihlupheke silime emangelengeleni ey'ntaba nasematsheni. Ngiyafisa ke ukucacisa one thing, Honorable Gumbi, because some of the things you do not understand. When you talk about the safety in our province, there is a rural safety strategy that is coordinated at the cabinet level. So if you do not understand that, please ask your farmers association, which are part of that farmer safety strategy, that are working together with the province of KwaZulu-Natal in making sure that the farmers in our province are saved. Ngoba nanoma ubani thina sifuna ahlale la endaweni yakithi ephephile futhi evikelekile. Akukho namunye esifisa ukuthi engavikeleki. Ngiyafisa ke ukuqhubeka ngithi kulomnyango yila khona kuthwelwe ithemba kanye nokulangazelela kwabantu balesi sifundazwe sakithi uqinisekisa ukuthi akekho umuntu olala engadlile. Sonke siyaqonda ukuthi akekho umuntu ongakwazi ukuphila ngaphandle kokudla. Yingakho ke kusijabulisa kusithobisa kakhulu ngamalala ukuzwa izinhlelo zomnyango ezinhle kangaka oza nazo uqinisekisa ukuthi ezinye zezinto ezikhona lapha kumqulu yamalungelo abantu kunye nomthethosisekelo ziyafezekiswa okuyikhona okuyisisekelo sethu as we provide ama-services kubantu bakithi. Provision of food, water and shelter is one of the fundamental elements in our Bill of Rights of South Africa and Constitution. We are pleased that the department has provided a budget that outlines comprehensive support to farmers in KwaZulu-Natal to support food production, ensure food and nutrition security for all. We are encouraged that this budget is not only focused on crop and horticulture production, but it also pays attention to the great needs of livestock industry development and ensuring effective control of animal diseases through veterinary support. KwaZulu-Natal is one of the main livestock farming areas in South Africa, with extensive herd of beef and dairy cattle, flocks of wool and mutton sheep, and numbers of large piggeries. Goats are largely confined to communal farming areas and do not form a major part of formal commercial livestock production in this province. Livestock contributes immensely on the lives of rural people in different ways, such as use in traditional ceremonies, meat, milk, and source of income. Abanye bethu bafundiswa yiyo. The province has a total of 6.5 million hectares of land of farming purposes, of which 82% is suitable for extensive livestock production and 18% is arable land. The estimated number of cattle in the communal areas of KwaZulu-Natal is 2,900,000. However, we have learned that most of these animals are not in a good condition to realize good prices in most markets. There are many reasons for the apparently poor performance of livestock farmer under the communal areas of the province. The challenges that are facing livestock farmers in communal areas include livestock losses through stock theft and predation, high mortality rates, and due to animal diseases and parasites that are externally and those that are internally, and the distorted distribution of veterinary services as well as uneven access to animal health care. It is clear that the department has to develop appropriate programs to ensure that communal farmers, rural abattoir owners, and township entrepreneurs assess the full spectrum of veterinary diagnostic and veterinary public health service. There must be full compliance to the Meat Safety Act. It is appreciating this challenging and reality that we, therefore, warmly welcome the announcement by the Honorable MEC Ungamalala Mapumepete that they are unveiling a program to improve the genetic of the communal breeding herd. This program, we have been assured, will allow selected breeding cows, including small stock, which is sheep and goats, to be distributed to communal farmers to enable their herd to benefit from improved genetics. In turn, this will ensure that quality of the communal herd becomes attractive in the commercial trade, allowing most of our rural farmers to earn high revenues in auction sales and supplying industry markets. Ngoba ukhalela abahambayo nje abawelela ngaphesheya somkhandi babuya lapha baqhamuka khona. Thina ngoba sinalo elinye ikhaya ingakho kufanele qinisekise ukuthi imfuyo yethu isezingeni lokuthi ibe attractive. This is another clear example of the ANC government commitment to improving rural economy and creating expanded opportunities for sustainable livestock, allowing the people in deep rural areas njengathi thina esiqhamuka le komahashahasheni komkhanyakude to also participate in meaningful and agricultural development. Through agriculture, we will develop rural areas. Honorable Chairperson and members, we have also heard the MEC announce that the department will be establishing animal feed manufacturing facilities to support livestock farmers. We heard in this budget speech that the department invested 76 million in the financial year to fund the 28 livestock value chain project. This is an important commodity within agriculture. The program is supported by scientists and experts that are within the department, showing capability of the state, and it will be done at the department research stations ngoba phela sizukuthatha abantu abangawazi umsebenzi sibanikeze umsebenzi. It is particularly pleasing that the department is also looking at mobile veterinary clinics ukuthi mabili kuyaqalwa bese kuyaqhutshekwa. Ngakho asizukusho ukuthi Nxamalala ungaqali ngokuncane bese uyaqhubeka ngoba thina siyakubona ukuthi kuzosilekelela kanjani ngoba lokho kwenzayo Nxamalala uqinisekisa ukuthi imigomo ka-African National Congress eqinisekiseni ukuthi you implement the livestock strategy which is outlined by yourself when we are presenting your budget speech here to create viable livestock production system and also commercialize livestock production in rural communities. ANC
Siyabonga.
fully support this budget.
Siyabonga
Thank you.
Honorable Vimbela. Olandelayo will be Honorable MPP Zungu, ANC, 9 minutes, was Nyamagaish.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Ngithathele lithuba ngihloniphe ngibingelele indlu yonke zihambeli zethu ezisijoyine khona la kanjalo nalabo abasijoyina ey'nkundleni zokuxhumana. It's my humble greetings to the House Chair and thank you for the opportunity given to me to represent the Liberation Movement, ANC, in today's debate, as I will focus on the impact of conditional grant in improving food security and eradicating poverty. But Chair, allow me first to undisa lapha kancane ku-Honorable Ugumbi. Ngizoqondisa kancane ngoba ngiyibonile ukuthi while the MEC was presenting the report, the budget report, ubenganakile neze. Ngaphandle nje kokuthi-ke akanasikhathi esingakanani engicabanga ukuthi okuningi akhuluma ngakho into ezwa bethi. Ngibone ngoba ekhotha into eyashiwo u-Deputy Speaker kudala esawu-MEC. So-ke Chair, ngifisa ukubeka kucacela ukuthi kwinto yentingwe ayilona iqiniso into eshiwo umhlonishwa uGumbi ukhotha 20 million for this year. The correct amount is 4.7 million. Ngokwe-budget split ethulo MEC. Bese ngiphinde futhi ngiyicacisa lena yokuthi siyahluleka njengohulumeni ukusiza abamahashi. What is the fact is that the government is already working with the equine, that's horse industry, to solve the vaccine shortage through building appropriate structures, infrastructure. So bengifisa nje ukuthi ngiqale lapho before ngingene kweyami inkulumo. Honorable Chair, allow me to welcome and support the budget presented before the House. One is wondering who in the right minds would not appreciate something that talks exactly to what our people need, especially in rural areas. Sikhuluma-ke ngoba siyazi ukuthi abantu bethu abasemakhaya kade bacindezelwa. Ngisho naney'nhlelo ezakuqala zahulumeni ubandlululo bengabafaki. Ingakho kwaze kwaba nokuhlaliswa kwabantu ngokwehlukana. This is evident in numerous projects that have assisted people across the district. There is a creation of jobs and ultimately eradication of poverty. In Amajuba, Impilwenye Beef Project was supported in 2019 to 2023 with a budget of 4.2 million for a supply of livestock and farming equipment, while in 2021 to 23 financial years, as a cattle products, CC Beef Project benefited 14.8 million for both livestock and infrastructure. Izinto ke lezi nje oyibonayo ukuthi uma ukhuluma ama-million ukhuluma ngegidi awubala ama-cent. In King Cetshwayo, the Isigawuli Layers project received assistance of 3.1 million. It's a budget for infrastructure development. And in the year 2019 to 2021, Ifakazi Kantanzi Layers Youth Project received nayo imali ebalelwa ku-2.8 million for infrastructure developments, input and equipment. Honorable Chair, Ikopsek Farm Project in Herigwala also in financial years 2019 to 23 was associated with a budget of 2.8 million for infrastructure development, while KPP Pty Ltd, which is a piggery that is owned by female, was supported in the years 2021 and 23 with 9.5 million for the expansion of the project and development of infrastructure. How can I forget the Zululand District Profound Channels project, which in 2021 to 23 financial years was also supported with a budget of 3.1 million for construction of infrastructure development, production inputs, and equipment. While we appreciate this, Honorable Chair, we hope and we know ukuthi umnyango kaMhlonishwa uNcamalala uzosiza ukuthi lwanabele endaweni zonke noma kuma-district wonke lolu hlelo olusiza abalimi. Ngikusho lokhu ngoba uma ngabe ungaya kwamanye ama-district like kuyilembe, uzoba nabo abantu abathanda kakhulu ukuthi balime. Ubabona ngani? If it's a youngster efundayo e-university, ithatha leyo madlana encane ethola ngoba NSFAS, uyibona iyandisa leyo mali ngokuthi ibuyisele emhlabathini, itshale eqeshini ehlukene. Lo ngikhuluma ngaye umfana nje omncane kakhulu wakamhlongo olaphayana emandeni kuwa 12 phansi kwakhansela uMkhaliphi uNhlanhla wakamhlongo. Kanti mawuyendwedwe bakhona odadewethu lapho uMazondi oMalindi, naye wenza into efanayo. Akaxhaswe nathi azaxhaswa, ubona uthando lwakho. So-ke iy'nhlelo zalolu hlobo siyayimukela futhi siyazi ukuthi zizosabalala zize zifike yonke indawo. Kuthiwa-ke neRoma kaze yakhiwe ngelanga elilodwa. The KwaZulu-Natal Department of Agriculture and Rural Development implements farmer support programs through utilization of conditional grant from National Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development. These grants are categorized like njengalana engizowabalula. It's a comprehensive agricultural support program ebizwa CASP, iLima, Litsima conditional grant, land care program conditional grant, and EPWP incentive grant. The conditional grants that I have mentioned are aimed at providing effective agricultural support service in the province, promote and facilitate agricultural development by targeting beneficiaries in communal land reform, restitution, and restitution beneficiaries, as well as other black producers who have acquired land through private means and are engaged in value-adding enterprise, whether locally or involved in export. Honorable Chair, the conditional grant also contributes immensely towards the achievement of the provincial agricultural priorities, which have been aligned to the national priorities and contributing towards the implementation of the development objectives, mainly achieving the increased food production, which in turn contributes to improve food security, in a way responding to the issue of unemployment and poverty eradication in rural communities, subsequently expanding the agricultural economy. House Chair, I wish to draw to the attention of this House on how the conditional grant expenditure has been improved over the past 3 years. In the last financial year, that's 2022 and 23, the department made a history by achieving 100% expenditure on conditional grants for the first time, which I think deserves a round of applause. Through the CAS program, the department has contributed to widen access to agricultural support for smallholder and commercial farmers. Moreover, the department has immensely invested in rural infrastructure to stimulate and sustain agricultural production and rural economic activities. Chair, umbuzo okhona omile, ngingebala ziningi kakhulu izinto i-department ezenzile. Even on food nutrition security program, where 91.5 million was spent uku-establish ama-gardens, njengoba sikhuluma futhi sisayimele iprogram esayiqala ka-one home one garden endaweni ey'cishe zamalokishi no-one home 1 hectare ey'ndaweni ezisemakhaya. Izinto la ngikubala amamiliyoni, ngibala izigidi that the government has invested ukuthuthukisa impilo zabantu bethu basemzansi. Umbuzo kumile uthi ubani ongathi esezingqondweni zakhe ezikahle aphikisane nentuthuko eyenziwa uhulumeni we-ANC. U-ANC uyaphila, u-ANC uyahola. Amandla.
Thank you, Honorable Zungu. Next will be ACDP, Honorable S.E. Mangele, for 3 minutes. Engathi umfundisi ubeselibele.
Hello, I greet here and all ministers and all colleagues as well. We wish to commend the work done in some areas where we have seen subsistence farmers for food security purposes being assisted with implements, vegetable seed, fertilizer, and silent crops. The issue of one-on-one gardening is very good, but we have to measure the practicality of it in places where there is no water. We are glad that the minister hinted the issue of small dams, and we are happy about that. Elokuqala ngongoshe lo fanele bese nkodibe lapha ngakimi eMtubatu. And again, we wish to see the number of people assisted in this regard. The issue of horticultural and livestock program should be promoted, as we have said, and assisted. This will also lead them to bring small entrepreneurs in future. Again, MEC, this should be spread across the board. More people should be assisted with fencing on their garden for protection against loose animals. Lapha emakhaya noma ngabe siyathanda ukwenza umsebenzi kodwa ilwane zingena iphume emasimini ethu amandla okubiyeka sinawo. We also wish to commend the department for fighting food and mouth diseases, especially in our area, Mukhanyakude area. In future, we need to have a standing program for this in order to prevent rather than always defending. Siyajabula ukuthi nalokho mhlonishwa ukuthintile enkulumeni yakho. Lastly, the issue of the disaster to the farmers, we need to have a clear picture, a clear plan about that. Ngoba abalimi bafaka bili bafike bebulawe ikhukhula phele konke ngokwabo uthola ukuthi futhi at the same time abanayo iprogram ecacile yokuthi ibalekelele. Uma singase siyinake leyo mhlonishwa kuyosiza kakhulu. God bless you. Ukhule njalo ngiyayibusisa department yakho egameni lika Jesu.
Amen, mfundisi. Next will be Honorable J.S. Ngumalo, our Chief Whip of the ANC, for 8 minutes. Mkhathi.
Awusihlalo noma ngangipha nje ukhatha ngoba baningi abaxolisile namhlanje isikhathi sabo bakwethu awuningiphe sona ukuze ngimele ukhongolose. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson Babashe. Greetings to our Honorable Premier in absentia, Unzwakele. And let me also extend my greetings to Honorable MEC, leader of government business, Ntombeni, MEC Shlomoga, MEC Dr. Mahlaba, and MEC Ngamalala. Let me also greet our former Premier, Ubaba Umacingwana Ndabezitha. Greetings to all members and members of the Portfolio Committee, our distinguished guest, amakhosi asendlunkulu, izinduna, nazo zonke iy'menywa ekhona namhlanje zika-MEC uNcamalala. Protocol is observed. Good afternoon. Ngibingelele kodwa eShodi Sibalikhulu nethimba lakho. Honorable Chairperson, April indeed is a month of great significance for our country as we celebrate our freedom and democracy ushered in by the first non-racial democratic elections held on the 27th of April, 1994. It marked the dawn of a new era where the rights and dignity of all our people is paramount, including the right to food and water, as it is enshrined in our Constitution. Chairperson, the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic alone denied many South Africans their right to adequate food, as it is enshrined in our Constitution, and undermined the efforts that have been made to meet the NDP and the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, of zero hunger by 2030. According to the Human Rights Organization research report, the Black Sash, I quote, 2030, according to the Human Rights research report, Black Sash, Northern Cape and KwaZulu-Natal had the highest proportion of households that experience hunger. According to the report, more than half of the households with are young children that experience hunger in urban and rural areas. Ngifuna-ke ukuvumelana nabahlonishwa abakhulumile la ukuthi Honorable MEC Ncamalala, siyawubonga kakhulu umsebenzi wakho owenzayo ngoba lo mnyango wezolimo ungumgogodla wabantu bakwaZulu-Natal ukuthi bakwazi ukuthola ukudla. Kanjalo futhi sikwazi ukuthi sikhiqize nokudla okwanele ukuze sandise sikhulise futhi nomnotho wabantu bakithi. Kodwa-ke kukhona engifisa ukuba ngikusho kancane ngisaqhubeka nenkulumo yami lapha kuhlonishwa uMsimanga ukuthi cha mhlonishwa Thabizolo, akusilona iqiniso ukuthi akaze kwenzeke lutho mayelana nenkohlakalo ethinta lo mnyango. Mawulandela kahle ama-report azokutshela ukuthi yebo inkohlakalo yenzekile eminyakeni edlule, kodwa bakhona abasebenzi abathathelwe inyathelo. Abanye basuspendwa, abanye baxoshwa, abanye babekwa amacala. And ngibona ukuthi-ke mina-ke akusilona iqiniso ukuthi sizosho into engelona iqiniso. Ngaba ukuthi nje mhlawumbe-ke bakhona baba nenhlanhla bona abangakwazanga ukuthi batholakale ngezathu-ke mhlawumbe-ke ey'thize noma zokushoda kobufakazi. Kodwa-ke zikhona inyathelo ezathathwa ngoba thina njenge-African National Congress asihambisani nenkohlakalo, siyalwisana futhi nenkohlakalo. Very clear. And sizokusupporta-ke MEC Ncamalala emsebenzini wakho. Njengoba eshilo umhlonishwa umshengu ukuthi siyakujabulela ukuthi kulo mnyango ukwazile ukuba uthole i-clean audit. Lokho okuyindaba ezinhle kakhulu. Kodwa futhi besifisa ukuthi sibalule kumakhosi akithi asendlunkulu ukuthi siyacela bondaba ezithu ukuba nisilekelele. Ngoba abantu bakithi endaweni zasemakhaya bathembele kumhlaba ongaphansi kwamakhosi. Ukuthi ingapheli indawo yokulima noma amasimu noma ingadi la abantu bakithi abakwazi khona ukuthi balime bathole ukudla ukuze bakwazi ukuxosha indlala. Siyazi njengamanje ukuthi baningi abantu abakhe emakhaya ngenxa ukuthi indawo ayisekho. Kodwa lokho kungasho ukuthi kuqede indawo yokuthi abantu balime nanokuthi abantu babe nendawo zokukhaphela imfuyo yabo, inkomo nezimbuzi. Ngoba siyazi ukuthi kulaba bakandlebe zikhanyilanga abangaphesheya lapho baba umhlonishwa Rogers kuze kube namhlanje after 29 years sathola inkululeko abafuni nomhlaba. Honorable Chairperson, this department has sought to ensure its program that makes a meaningful contribution towards achievement on our 7 key priorities, which include structured agricultural education and training, research and technology development, veterinary services, that all contribute and align to priority 3 of education, skills, and health. And research in agriculture is inextricably linked with agricultural and food security growth, and as well as the department influence in this sector is important. The development focus areas for this research include the following: conservation of indigenous livestock to ensure availability of suitable breeds that can withstand climate change and global warming. Promote feedlot of beef, cattle within our communities. Conduct training and awareness on mitigation against climate change. Develop biosource plans to promote efficient use of agricultural resources to ensure sustainability, and conduct research on latest technologies of producing mushrooms economically, and so on. Having said that, Program Director, njengabantu bakwaZulu-Natal, Hlonishwa Nxamalala Ngqongqoshe, sizoqhubeka sikusupporte ukwenza isiqiniseko sokuthi abantu bakithi balala bedlile bakwazi futhi kuba bathole ukudla okwanele. Mningi umsebenzi owenzile ufikile nje siyawubona. Sibonge futhi nomhlonishwa kade ekhona uMEC, bonge Sithole Mloyi njengoba uqhubeka nomsebenzi wakhe. Therefore as ANC we support i-budget. Siyabonga.
Thank you, Kajwa. Our next speaker will be our MEC, Honorable Nxamalala, for 20 minutes. Nxamalala, amandla njengamanje akimi, ngikunika u-20 minutes. Kuba Nxamalala.
Yawonga, thank you very much, Chairperson. Let's welcome a debate by honorable members. Maybe let me start with appreciating a debate, but a debate mangibuka ngathi hlukene kabili. Kunalabo abayifundile nabayilalelile ngikhuluma. Kodwa kunalabo azange ngabayifundi abangalalelanga futhi ngikhuluma. So ngizozama ukuhlukanisa ke lapho mangiphendula. Okokuqala ngizoqala ngama members engibona ukuthi ayilalelile inkulumo, that's why ekwazi ukufaka nama suggestions of which siwawelcomeayo. Siwabonga kakhulu. Asikho isidingo ukuthi ngiphendule kubona ngoba bebekhuluma lento ebengiyikhuluma and bafaka ama suggestions esiwathathile as a department. Lawo members engibongayo kakhulu umhlonishwa uMshengu, umhlonishwa uMavimbela, umhlonishwa uZungu, nomhlonishwa uNombala, uChief Whip wale legislature. Then let me try and respond my members, but also I must appreciate umhlonishwa uManqele. Kuya committee ulalelile ngenkathi ngikhuluma, and my suggestions are lethayo Manqele. Let me start with you, Honorable Manqele. Yeah, siwathakasela kakhulu nakwesi-encourage kakhulu one woman garden program esithi izosiza ekuthenini nokuphofu obukhona ezweni. Itargethe nje ukuthi angabikho umuntu ozothi unendawo kodwa akatshali. Sizofika even yazi uBishop ukuthi unebandla socela nje uthe bandleni lakho usibekele eceleni nje umhlaba sokwazi ukuthi sifike siutshale ngoba siyazi imfundiso ukuthi abanye babazalwane bake baphuma emakhaya beshiye ingane zabo zingadlile kwabona bengadlile kodwa beze esontweni bafike bakhiphe okuncane kumfundisi sifuna ukuthi ke lowo mama ophuma engadlile ekhaya athi mefika esontweni athole izwi esontweni kodwa bese ephuma athi imfundisi ingane zamadlile awungithi nginqampula imfino lapho iloko esifuna ukuthi sikwenzekeke siyabonga kakhulu kuleyo prophet sizwile nale yamadamu sizowagubha kakhulu abantu bakithi banenkinga imfuyo yabazi izophuza kuphi kade silapha kaNongoma siyogubha idamu khona okwamangalisa sathi sibhizi ligujwa idamu zazingene inkomo sezibona amanzi ziphuze emanzini okukhombisa ukuthi beziwasole kangakanani amanzi uthi omunye ubaba ngamalala uyazi ngendlela osisize ngayo ngoba bakhelene nesiqinga uthi inkomo zethu ziphelile ezinye zidliwe sizibhekile inkomo zethu ngoba zithi ziyophuza amanzi zifike zibanjwa amabhubesi idla inkomo ibhekile kodwa akekho ade ecabanga ukuthi fina laba abantu basekwaNongoma bakhele amadamu sifike salakha idamu within 3 weeks bese siliqedile ngenxa yale plant esinayo ngaphakathi sizofisa ukuthi mhlonishwa usitshele ukuthi kuphi nomuntu batuba khona sizoza sizogubha lelo damu sayizwa loyo kufensa kwendawo zasemakhaya enye izinto engiyikhulumile la ukuthi uma senze kahle le system yokufensa indawo zasemakhaya izosisiza entweni ezimbili okokuqala ukuthi sizoba nama camps emfuyo but esibili siwutene asizophinda siloku sifunwa ucingo suhulumeni kanti ngoba yikho inkomo ezobe siyodla emasimini ofuna ukutshala uzobeya enkosini afika athola indawo yokutshala bese kwazi ukutshala so izosilekelela lapho ke lento sizozama noma ama resources mhlambe engeke asifike senze ukuthi sifike enyeleni nobe kuphi kodwa sizozama kakhulu ukuthi sikhuphule i-plan yokuthi singaloku senza izidagogada ze-fencing sazi masifika endaweni yenkosi siyifensa endaweni yenkosi senza ama-camps sishiye inkosi inama-camps abantu abafuyi banendawo yokuthi bafuyele khona kukhuphule nendlela inkomo ezikhuluphala ngayo ngani ngoba inkomo emazidla yonke indawo zidla no plastic azikhuluphali lezo nkomo ingasithi sifuna ukushintsha isimo seendawo zasemakhaya so that bakwazi ukuthi mabefuya bafuye as if bafuye eplazini lomuntu umntwana nalo mhlambe kangiqale ngomhlonishwa ngifuna ukugcina ngomhlonishwa uGumbi ngoba akekho ngifuna ukuthi ngikhulume naye sifikile kodwa mengafikanga ngizokhuluma nabantu bakwaZulu-Natal abamisleader mhlonishwa umsimang asibonge manje inkinga yakho uyanqoma ubuye uphike mhlambe before ngiye kwena mhlonishwa umnqango there is a point umhlonishwa umshengo aliraisile of fish asilibonge silithatha njengoba linjalo loku improve i-department i-APP performance department sizoyisebenza ngaphakathi sikwazi ukuthi si responde kule as usho mhlonishwa umshengo I think leyo point afuna siyishiye nje singa for the record singayiphendulanga kuyo mhlonishwa umsimang inkinga yami enginayo ngezinye zezinto zireza yokuqala issue oyirezayo issue ye report okhuluma ngayo yama allegations ngifika ku department nginikezwe wonke ama reports ngiwazi wonke ukuthi akusiphi stage kodwa esingakusho ukuthi amaningi alama reports asafinalize adluliselwa kuma state agencies amaningi ama case asephelile because kwaba nende ama outcomes abanawo amanye akemaphoyiseni amanye alindele ukuthi ku prosecute abangaprosecute amanye abanye baboshwe. So manje ke socela nje bahlonishwa ukuthi singajajwa ngekade kwenzeka ngesikhathi esedlule. Ake sijajwe ukuthi senzani manje. I-department silithenile ikhona sonke siyavuma lokho. I-department ibikade i-underspend kodwa i-report yakhombisa ukuthi sishaya 100% spending both expenditure as well as grants. Akekho engisezwe ukuthi uya-appreciate kahle ngalapho kodwa mhlawumbe ngelanga sokwazi uku-appreciate uma kwenziwa kahle ngalokho kwagxekwa nje njalo. Enye oyirayizayo umhlonishwa ilena ekhuluma ngokuntshontshwa kwezinkomo. Yes, sizoba sinehlelo esinalo esizama ukuthi silokhuze silihlanganise ngokuntshontshwa kwenkomo. Mhlambe awuzophela nje inyanga singalokhuzanga singalichazanga lelo hlelo nawe uyoluzwa mase silichaza ngoba liyinkinga liyiconcern kakhulu. Kodwa enye sizama ukuthi siyenze ukuthi i-department isebenze namaphoyisa ekutheni kube nezivimbamgwaqo. Okwesibili ukuthi kwenziwe ukuthi sibe ne-branding ezoba ngokwe-district so that kuzokwaziwa ukuthi misuka kwi-district yaseZululand iya othukela iyaphi le nkomo ngoba i-branding yakhona yaseZululand so that sikwazi ukuzi-identifya inkomo so that sizozibonitha ukuhamba kwazo. So that I think sobe sidile kahle nale yomntshontsho ngenkomo uma senze njalo. Esibili oyirayizayo umhlonishwa wami ile ye-support ma-females, youth and people with disability. Go 2021-22 financial year. I-youth yakithi esayikwazi ukuyisiza yaba senza ama-project awu 166. That was 2021-22. Abesifazane esabasiza u-328. Then people with disability about 62. These are figures. Then go 2022. Females go 396. Got youth 214. People with disabilities about 47. My figures clear. Ube wabuze portfolio committee besokunikeza leyo. Kodwa usisizile khona nabantu bonke bezokwazi ukuthi nayo into esiyenzayo si department. Then ukhona la umhlonishwa ezidokhuza khona. Kwi-issue load shedding. Angazi ukuthi umuthi awungizwe ukuthi ngithini. Usho ukuthini. I-report clear. Ithi report sizosebenzisana nomhlonishwa uThokodidiza. Endene ayishoyo ukuthi bonke abalimi abakhahlanyezwe ilento load shedding babe exempted ku load shedding. I-report ikhona lapho kwena. So angazi ukuthi ngoba ama-stakeholders ayakwazi lokho sixoxile nawo baya-appreciate lokho ayazi ukuthi lana ama-initiatives esiwenzayo siwu-government. Yes, angizungena kakhulu bengithi mhlawumbe uzothi ungena kakhulu kwipolitiki hayi bengizongena nami ngizokureserve-ke ngoba awureservile nawe ubungize nje le mbuzo ngiphendula le mbuzo ibuziwe. Umhlonishwa uGumbi mhlonishwa uGumbi sifuna ukuqala ngokureport ukuthi ukhale nge-issue ye-vaccination. Now kune structure esikhona esa government kunabantu abadila nama vaccination is association NCEO yakhona uma ungabona le ncwadi mina enginayo from that CEO ngeke uyikhulume lento okhuluma ngayo kodwa sizokulekelela sikusize sikunikeze leyo ncwadi so that ungomthinta nje CEO akutshela ukuthi I government uprogress kanjani inteni ye vaccination ngizoyishiya nje lapho ngingakhulumi kakhulu kuyona. Now kwenye oyiraisayo umhlonishwa uGumbi ile issue yase Intingwe asizuyithatha nje noma kanjani leyo issue because sidila nabasebenzi lapha and uma ubuka uyilalele kahle i-report esho ukuthi sebe nemarket engakanani if sithi makuqala uMay sizokwazi ukuthi itiyele lesilenzayo lapha eNtingwe sisupply izibhedlela ezu27 la KwaZulu-Natal. Enye into leyo uma ucabanga indaba employment ucabanga ispace ezongena kuyona in terms of economic growth linama challenges but isolithatha step by step ukuze likwazi ukuthi libe sustainable lifane netiye lase eGhana banetiye labo be government eGhana even ne coffee labo so if bekwazi ukwenza why singezukwazi thina ukwenza siKwaZulu-Natal sinemhlaba good nomhlabathi good for that but Kumbi enye okhuluma ngayo sengizokuhlanganisa nje ngoba isikhathi sizongihlupha ilena ukuthi wake wakhuluma no-MEC nifuna ukuthi nimnikeze iplan enizosiza ngayo la kwezo agriculture wanqaba u-MEC nami futhi bengizonqaba you know why uma nihluleke udevelopa iplan ekwazi ukuminisa ama-election nihluleke ni-DA bese nizodivelopela iplan sokuthi sigovernishe thina ngingakwazi kanjani ukwenza lokho ngoba kusho ukuthi iplan eniyefaila if infail isho ukuthi mina ama-elections so nisandofuna ukugovernisha from the back door but let me assist you because with yonke into ethinto ANC iyafaila you know inkinga esinayo ukuthi awazi mhlambe uyongitshela ngenla ukuthi uyazini ngesivumelwano salenhlangano okuyona abayenza bebamhlophe bodwa ngo1902 ukuvumelana bona bodwa ukuthi okokuqala bazokwabelana nomnotho wale South Africa okwesibili bazokubana libalana ngomhlaba wale South Africa okwesithathu ukuthi umuntu omnyama kangeni kulesivumelwano kodwa ukhona wena la sivumelwano sikhiphela ngaphandle kusona angazi nobuyazi yini ukuthi ngo1910 babe sebesimplementa sabasemthethweni lesivumelwano bakha uhulumeni wabo wabamhlophe bodwa bakhiphela ngaphandle wena njengoGumbi angazi nobuyazi ngo1912 ukuthi lokho okwenzayo manje ukuthi ube kulo le DA okuyona is because of laba bantu abathi angeke sivumele abelungu baphathe bodwa sifuna umhlaba wethu sifuna umnotho wethu sifuna ilungelo lokuvota bakwenza ukuthi ube neoption ukuthi nobungezile kuANC kodwa uye enhlanganeni oyithandayo yilo ANC namhlanje okukhuluma ukuthi ayikho ekwazi ukuyenza kodwa ukwesizile wena ukuthi ubile DA okuyona namhlanje no ANC othi ayikho into akwazi ukuyenza ukusizile ukuthi ube nelibhizinisi onayo namhlanje ngoba umuntu omnyane wengekazi abe nebusiness no ANC othi akakazenze lutho ukusizile ukuthi uhlale kulendlu ohlala kuyona uhlale even nakule area ohlala kuyona ngoba umuntu omnyama engakwazi ukuhlala kuleyo area ngaleso sikhathi instead of ubongele u-ANC because usudla nawo amakhofi uyakhohlwa ukuthi
Chairperson. Hayi. Uma phela sisereleni ka-ANC ishoneni isikhulu.
Imake Msimang, Honorable Msimang. Honorable Msimang. Honorable Msimang. Honorable Msimang, on what rule are you standing? Honorable Msimang. Honorable Msimang.
linjani iqiniso livusa ushukela.
Honorable Msimang, please. Please proceed, Honorable Msholes.
Kahle wena ngathi ku-19
Honorable members, let's allow our Honorable MEC to conclude. Thank you.
So ke angazi ukuthi isandla sikusizile usikhahlelelana. Mhlambe ufuna sikukhumbuze bakukhumbuzile abanye ukuthi ababenza njenganawe asibazi bakuphi namhlanje. Uma zibuka asibazi bakuphi namhlanje. Ombungu asibazi bakuphi namhlanje. Baba grandstander njengo grandstander nje. Ombala intuli asibazi bakuphi namhlanje. Kuyokusiza ngoba usemncane ukuthi usheshe ulibone uma usuzika umkhumbi. Ngoba labo abaphumayo bephuma ngobelendelana abamnyama bayabona ukuthi lesivela sisenziwe ngo1902 asibafakanga bona ingakho nje bephumile ngiyabonga.
Ngamala. Thank you, honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable Dube, please take your seat. Thank you, honorable members. Thank you, honorable members. We have now come to the end of our debate on vote 3. Thank you. You have behaved very well, including Honorable De Boer. I think we have done very well today. Honorable members, we will go for lunch and back at 12:50 for our next vote, vote 12, budget debate on transport. I thank you.
allow me to rise and table this budget vote 12, which is the budget policy speech for KwaZulu-Natal Department of Transport. We're tabling this budget speech under the theme, leaving no one behind. 29 years of solid service delivery and still committed to doing more. This theme, Mr. Chair, takes into consequence the journey we have traveled with the people of KwaZulu-Natal over the past 29 years of freedom and democracy. The reality is that as we're approaching 30 years of freedom, there is no corner of the province that has not touched by the Department of Transport. Mr. Chairperson, it is important that we reaffirm to not leaving anyone behind as we continue rolling out massive infrastructure delivery to the people of KwaZulu-Natal. We commit not to leave anyone behind as we roll out an improved public transport system. We will not leave anyone behind as we create jobs and continue with radical socio-economic transformation. This budget policy statement seek to forward some of the commitments and intervention announced by the Premier of this province, Premier Dube Ngcobo, during her State of the Province address. Equally, Mr. Chair, we are giving progress on the implementation of the Provincial Growth and Development Plan, as well as the National Development Plan. Indeed, Mr. Chair, we have a good story to tell, and we are striving to leave no one behind. Iyashosholoza inqola yentuthuko emasonto-sonto. Our people can attest to the reality and tangible changes they see in their communities. The record of achievement in the past 29 years is solid. Isukela kobaba uNdebele, iye kobaba uBheki ucele, iye kobaba ubaba uWillis Mchunu, may his soul rest in peace. Ubaba uBheki uNtuli, umfowethu uKhawunda, nomama uNkonyeni. We are taking from them. Benze umsebenzi omuhle kakhulu begijima eKwaZulu-Natal benze isiqiniseko sokuthi abantu bakithi bawuthola umgwaqo. The African National Congress is the only organization with a clear track record of changing the people's life for the better. We must also acknowledge the experience of the past 29 years in government has been very testing, but working with the people of this country and of this province, we've made progress. We are the only liberation movement on the continent that have delivered such a political, a comprehensive social program and economic stabilization program. Mr. Chairperson, the majority of those who criticize this government today are the one who are the one way or other beneficiary of this achievement of the past 29 years. Some of them are grandstanding on the weaknesses which were aware and were addressing. Aliko Isoga Elinganasi, Mr. Chairperson. In the past 29 years has also been a serious learning curve for the ANC government. And we do acknowledge some of the failures where we could have done things differently, but people must not, because of some of the challenges discussed and the good track record and the good work we have done together with the people of KwaZulu-Natal. Hence, we are working flat out to improve on those areas. Mr. Chairperson, one good thing about experience is that we now know the areas where there is service delivery challenges, and we know the best solution and necessary development in those communities in KwaZulu-Natal. I want Mr. Chair to quote the former president of this country, former President Mbeki, who once said, open quote, gloomy and despondence have never defeated adversity. Trying times need courage and resilience. Our strength as a people is not tested during the best of time. As we said before, we should never become despondent because the weather is bad. No, we should turn tribalistic because of the sunshine. Close quote. The achievement of the 6th administration, Chairperson, as we account to the people of KwaZulu-Natal of what we have done in this 6th administration. We want to outline the priorities, and these are in line with the PGDP and the NDP as already indicated above. At the Department of Transport, we've made progress in several areas since the 2019-2020 financial year to date. We have upgraded more than 57 kilometers of road from the gravel to blacktop. We have built more than 11 vehicle bridges across the province. We have 14 well-seasoned a bridge that we have completed. And I'm just mentioning few, Mr. Chairperson, because of time, but we do have a detailed report. More than 3,900,000 square meters of road infrastructure have been repaired, and 14 a million square meters have been resealed, and 72 learners provided with transport every day in this province. We completed even the construction of the Umzimkhulu public transport facilities. On the progress on the flood damage project, Mr. Chair, as we are aware that this province is one of the provinces that have been really affected by the floods. The challenges brought about the global weather warming are now the reality. Over the past constant years, the province has experienced unprecedented floods, which have undermined the progress we have made in rolling out the massive infrastructure in the province. The torrential rain left devastating damage to our infrastructure and resulted in the most project collapsing before the expected lifespan. From June 2008 floods to the massive April 2020 floods and the recent February 2023 rains, the damage is amounting to $1 billion of rands. This is also delaying the service delivery because we have had to reprioritize, because even on the national government release some funds, there are always delays. Some projects have experienced a wash away damage to structures, sinkholes, and collapse of pipes. And we must indicate, Mr. Chairperson, that we've done our work to try by all means to repair those roads. From April 2022 floods, the department has had prioritized the repairs of 730 projects at a value of 2.9 billion. It is important, Mr. Chairperson and all members, to inform that the department is currently working with the agencies to fast-track the remaining project. Through the South African National Road Agency, Sandra, we have signed the Memorandum of Understanding, which then include those projects are M4 Tongati Bridge and R102. We have also signed the MOU with Independent Development Trust, which is known as IDT, which is another state-owned institution, to assist through their panel of engineers and constructors. Mr. Chairperson, as part of mitigation factors, the department has started conducting an assessment of low-level bridge across the province. This will assist in prioritizing and planning. We have also taken the decision to do away of causeway, but we rather invest on the proper structures. Chairperson, it is also important to give a progress on the pothole patching program, as we are aware that it was launched by the minister, Minister Mbalula. We have mentioned before that the impact of the flood is causing excessive potholes, but the situation is further worsened by the fact that some of the infrastructure has already reached its lifespan. Another challenge, which is adding strain to our infrastructure, is the trucks that are using our road instead of using the national road. Then the Prim of this province, in her state of the province address, that he said he must develop a clear plan to attend these challenges. We have already engaged with national government to try and deal with the issues of track in this province. To this end, we have allocated more than 2.9 billion to prioritize the rehabilitation and reseal of the existing road network. By doing so, Mr. Chairperson, we will revive the road back. We'll revive the road back to life and simultaneously eliminate potholes. We're also planning to rehabilitate more than 1,386,810,000 square meters of urgent road, and projects such as P242 and P19, P395, and many more other projects that were planning to repair. As part of the national government program, Operation Valazonke has already indicated, that was announced by the minister, by then Minister Mbalula. The province is also working with Sandra as a regional level. That's why even the regional director, who's the director for the province, coming from national, is part of the guests who are present here. Pothole war room will comprise of the province, Sandra, and strategic local municipalities. Province to assist municipalities to develop maintenance and pothole patching plans. to ensure that the full expenditure of the road maintenance grant, finalize the appointment of pothole patching contract, and make sure that we place a Department of Transport regional dedicated team to attend potholes, everything, and to ensure that the demand purchase a high-tech truck equipped with pothole patching equipment, and this will be deployed in all districts to ensure that we fast-track the issue of repairing our road across the province in all districts. And we have five programs within the department. The program only deals with administration support. It's important to indicate that, Mr. Chairperson, we have allocated 656 million in this program, which is program 1, skills development. This budget will also spend ensuring that the demand is able to meet the strategic objective of building the capacity of the state to deliver the service to the people. In the past 4 years, Mr. Chairperson, departments through the various capacity building initiative trained a total of 3,329 employees. Further than that, to this more than 237 bursaries were awarded to employees. As part of developing the next layer of engineers and the youth, the total of 87 students were awarded bursaries since 2019 through the adult education training program. 12 employees completed the program. Nalabadala sihlalo sithi abafunde ngoba imfundo ayikhulelwa. Even abasebenza ngaphakathi sithi asibanikeze i-skills ukuze baphume bebe ne-certificate. Ngayi program le eka-government esibizwa ukuthi adult education training program. In bricklaying appreciated program, 50 young people are being empowered and benefiting from this program. Mr. Chairperson, as part of building internal capacity and eliminating the over-reliance on consulting, the department has for the first time 78 registered professional technicians with Engineering Council of South Africa, and 9 professional registered technologists, and 14 professional engineers. We have also achieved a milestone of having 9 appointed chief engineers in the department for the first time, Mr. Chairperson. Something that has never happened before. Among us here, Chairperson, that's why I want to indicate that one of our special guests, with Miss Ntego, who is acting as the chief engineer, and Mr. Gumet, who is acting as the chief engineer as well. The two were supported by the department as bursary beneficiary, are now employed by the department. That shows that we are indeed creating job opportunities for our people to ensure that we deal with the issue of employment. Nalaba awathola umsebenzi, uhulumeni kaKhongolose ukhona uyawakhanda amathuba omsebenzi. On the graduate internship program, this program aims to address the youth unemployment and build the skills reserve. It also seeks to bridge the gap between academic theoretical studies and the practical work experience. A total of 712 graduates have been placed in the department since 2019. Further than this, Mr. Chairperson, additional of 348 have been added and have commenced in the 1st of March 2023. In addition to the internship program, Mr. Chair, department has, through the work integrated learning, placed 254 students in the past 4 years on the current administration. Through the program funded by the Transport Education and Training Authority, a total of 88 learnership were completed and awarded with certificate. Finalization of the organogram and filling of posts. The Chairperson, department is continuing to filling the approved funded post since the 2019-2020 financial year. About 1,941 posts were approved for filling. More than 736 vacancies have been filled. 1,178 have already been advertised. Abantu bayabona post amaningi ephumile. Last one sasifuna ngisho nabantu abano standard 8. Ngoba lo hulumeni kaKhongolose awufuni kuphela abantu abafundile. Sinako ukuqonda ukuthi bakhona zange balithola ithuba lokuthi baye esikolweni. Yingakho ke sikhipha nama-post ukuthi nabo bakwazi ukuthi bathole ithuba ukuthi baqhashwe kuhulumeni lo khona kaKhongolose. Currently the department has 49.14% of women in its workforce and 50% in the senior management services. Digital transformation strategy, Mr. Chair, the department is currently rolling out the implementation of its digital strategy. The digital strategy focuses on the transforming, not only on transforming the sector, but also internal in the department. The department will launch the contact center where citizens can engage the department via the toll-free number or on WhatsApp, on web service that will allow the citizen to engage with the department, to touch on the bottom and have a view where the reported issues are not dealt with and the ability to escalate those issues. Because siyafisa ukuthi sihlalo la khona esingenzi kahle kwezamaphutha abantu bakithi KwaZulu-Natal bakwazi ukuthi basifonele mahhala, bakwazi ukuthi basiwhatsappe basho ukuthi kunenkinga emgwaqeni endaweni ethize, ngoba siyazi ukuthi abantu bakithi bangamehlo bayizinyawo ngoba uhulumeni kakhongolose uhulumeni wabantu, ngaphandle kwabantu awukho uhulumeni lo khona kakhongolose. Yingakho-ke sifisa ukuthi sisebenze nabantu bakithi. On fighting fraud and corruption, Mr. Chairperson, work is being done in rooting out crime and corruption in driver's license testing centers and monitoring the behavior of traffic officers in their line of duty. In the past years, there are 15 suspected arrested and 150 learners cancelled, 265 driver license cancelled, and 7 professional driving permit cancelled. Operations are being conducted by the department, working with the police to arrest the more jokers and who are acting on behalf of the applicants in our testing centers. On program 2, Mr. Chairperson, we deal with infrastructure and district services. The department has started working with the development of the infrastructure master plan, because it's important that we must understand ukuthi imiphi imigwaqo esinayo, imiphi imigwaqo enenkinga, imiphi imigwaqo province, imiphi imigwaqo district ne-local. Then whatever must plan, sazi ukuthi plan based on the plan esikwaziyo ukuthi is approved by the department. And this plan will assist in prioritizing and provide analytical data and need assessment for construction and maintenance. It will also outline the key areas of intervention for bold provincial infrastructure priorities, identify important corridors, unlock some of the challenges working with the other infrastructure role players. The department is spending about 72% of its budget on this program. In this financial year, the department will spend 9.2 billion. The allocation of 4.4 billion is allocated to the construction of the new project, which is road and bridges. And then the allocation of 3.9 billion is allocated to the maintenance of existing projects. The rest is for the other support program within the infrastructure. Kusho ukuthi sizohamba nje yonke KwaZulu-Natal sifaka imigwaqo emisha itiyela, sinishe emakhaya sisuke from kwi-gravel siye etiyeleni ngoba nasemakhaya bayadeserve ukuthi babe netiyela. Asisho itiyela libe khona emadolobheni kuphela. Mr. Chairperson, in the next 3 years, we are going to invest more than 23 billion in the construction and maintenance of infrastructure projects. This will definitely change the infrastructure landscape of the province, empower emerging contractors, create more job opportunities for our people in KwaZulu-Natal. The infrastructure project completed in the past 4 years. We are just going to mention few projects, Mr. Chair, that have been completed in the past 4 years. Allow me to report some of the achievements on the 6th administration. There are some of these projects that were completed during this period, and the list is not exhaustive as already indicated. But I must indicate some of those projects, which is P362 and P415 and P318 and P197. And the main P11 and number of district roads like 1886. I just mentioned a few, Mr. Chairman, because of time. If I had time, I was going to mention yonke imigwaqo eyenziwe uhulumeni for the past 19 years or 20 years. Kungaze kuphela usuku sisho nje izinto ezinhle ezenziwa uhulumeni kaKhongolose ikhanda umgwaqo. The other completed projects include UD1252 under Inkosilanga Libalele, which costed 48 million, and Moy River Bridge, and which costed 32 million, and other projects, Mr. Chairperson, including Msinga, naseNquthu nasejozini ayikho indawo chairperson esingafiki kuyona futhi asibheki ukuthi ubani ophethe kulo mkhandlu loyo ngoba abantu bangabantu bahulumeni kaKhongolose nakulo masipala uhulumeni akho songaphethe khona sithi nabayideserve intuthuko ngoba intuthuko ingabantu futhi asifuni bakhiphe sifuna babone ukuthi uhulumeni kaKhongolose usebenza kangakanani ukwazi ukuthi usize abantu bethu bakaZulu-Natal. Priority projects for the current 2023-2024 financial year, Mr. Chairperson. These are some of the strategic projects to be constructed in the financial year. These are the not only projects that are going to be constructed this financial year, but we're just mentioning the few among many projects that we are going to to construct in this financial year. P443 located at Mampanini to Ingwavuma. Under ijozini no P90 lapha enkandla obhizi nakhona King Cetshwayo uP16 lapha osuka eKranskop uye eQhudeni uP16 uzokwazi ukulinka abantu base eKranskop bakwazi basheshe bafike enkandla basheshe bafike naseNquthu okuyi project eyaqalwa siqhubeka nayo ngoba yaqalwa uyena uhulumeni lo khona kaKhongolose kube D77 kube uP91 kube uP191 olapha eAlfred Duma miningi kakhulu Mr. Chairperson angeke ngikwazi ukuthi ngiqede kodwa kuyakhombisa ukuthi siyenza imigwaqo endaweni ezihlukahlukene ngaphansi kwaZulu-Natal but we want to indicate ukuthi ikhona Mr. Chairperson some of the following projects that will prioritize to rehabilitation and resealing. This will improve the condition of the road and the response of the pothole patching strategy as we already alluded above. Oku reseal ka P601 osemzimkhulu kube reseal uP17 osemsinga kube uP17 part of wayo bese kuba uP5772 o la ePinetown kandengezi sasikhulu kaDabeka I'm sorry sasikhulume ngawuthi sizothula nje in the months to come no P19 lo ofaka ohlanganisa iMoyi River nelanga libalenge and other project amanye that we have not mentioned siyafisa ukusho somlomo ukuthi siyeza kuyo yonke imiphakathi and we will leave no one behind kulezi zinyanga ezizayo sihambela imiphakathi eyahlukahlukene sizothula izinhlelo imisebenzi okuqala okwakhiwa kwama-bridge endaweni ehlukahlukene lapha eBuffalo ehlanganisa iNquthu nomsinga ibridge elibalekile kufanele silakhe khona abantu baseNquthu nasemsinga bazokwazi ukuthi bangasadry uma bezefuna ukuvakashelana elizodla imali engango-126 million icabane bridge emzimkhulu nalezodla u-34 million neminye-ke ama-bridge nemigwaqo esingeke siyibale yonke la ngenxa yesikhathi but there are projects that are undertaken in partnership with Sanral as I already indicated that we have signed an MOU with Sanral. Some of those projects that we have agreed that Sanral will do I've already indicated to go to M4 but Sanral will be investing well over 80 billion in the strategic project over the next 8 years in this province. And this morning, it's important that indicated that there is a team from the department that they have inspected the N3 njengakusubona uN3 kuba khona itraffic ngoba uyalungiswa njengoba kune traffic kusho kona ukuthi umsebenzi uba khona kuyasetshenzwa and uminister next week uyeza futhi uzolontsha enye umgwaqo ozowakhiwa khona la ku-N3 na ku-N2 okhombisa kona ukuthi uhulumeni waKwaZulu-Natal uyakwazi ukuxhumana nohulumeni kaNational yingakho abantu baKwaZulu-Natal fanele bangalenzi iphutha ngo-2024 ukuthi bangakwazi ukuthi bavotele abantu abangazazi ukuthi benzani ngoba thina sesine-experience sesine-track record sesiyazi ukuthi abantu bakithi bafunani and sobasiza kanjani. We have a program, Mr. Chairperson, esibiza ukuthi iWelisizwe Bailer Bridge program, and this program, Mr. Chairperson, was announced by the president of this country, President Cyril Ramaphosa, in his SONA, and also the premier of the province. He also announced with SOPA in this financial year. We have started contracting 22 of this bridge in rural areas where there is no access at all. La khona abantu bengakwazi ukuthi bawele baye kwamanye ama-areas. Then this government of the ANC uyikhandile lawo ma-bridge lawo futhi sazoqhubeka ukuthi siwakhane. And all these bridges, Mr. Chairperson, we've already transferred the Provincial Department of Transport 410 million for this project. Last month, Mr. Chairperson, we went to Vugupansi village, Mvoti, lapho Ward 6. Lapho khona kade siyobona siwenza usiyahlola safike salibona ama-bridge amabili asephelile. Lama bridge lawa akhandwa uhulumeni lewe province usebenzisana nohulumeni national public works oholwa ubaba uZikalala esimazwe kade undunankulu la KwaZulu-Natal. Siphinde sisebenze namasotsha sikhombisa yona bese siqhasha abantu abaningi basendaweni ukuze bakwazi ukuthi babenefite bakwazi ukuthi bathola amathuba omsebenzi. Mr. Chairperson, we have a program esibizwa ukuthi Operation Siyazenzela. In this program, Mr. Chairperson, the department will continue to invest in its capacity to maintain the road and construct the rural areas. Operation Siyazenzela is a program that seeks to integrate internal resources for the maximum impact. As part of improving this program, the department will continue to increase its equipment and is planning to spend more than 760 million to purchase new equipment. The work of the filling of 337 vacancies for great operators is underway and will continue to ensure that we have enough operators. Sifuna ukuba nemishini eminingi, igugule eningi, amathraga amaningi. Khona ngeke kube khona inkinga uma kunenkinga kwi-district ethize kumasipala othize. Sikwazi ukutshela abakuloyo omasipala ukuthi abahambe bolungisa umgwaqo ngoba asifisi kube khona abantu abangeke bakwazi ukuthi bahambe endaweni yakithi eKwaZulu-Natal. There's a new jersey bearers, Mr. Chairperson, which is one of the issues that have been raised, especially under Umkhanyakude. The issue of a cross-border crime remains a serious challenge facing the people of Umkhanyakude district. The Provincial Executive Council, led by Honorable Prim, has instructed that this project must continue and cap across border crime between South Africa and Mozambique. You know, Chairperson, we are one of those who have been affected. Sifisa ukuthi siqolise kakhulu ngenxa yecrime eyenzeke laphana between eMangozi nase-Mozambique, but we want to commit in this August House that we are planning ukuthi le project ukuthi kwakhiwe indonga laphana khona imoto zabantu bakithi zingakwazi ukuthi ziwele ziye ngaphambili. And we have projected that this project will take at least 271 million. And the provincial government, working with the national government, is trying to ensure that we source this budget. Under Program 3, Mr. Chairperson, this program, Mr. Chairperson, we are allocating 1.8 billion, and part of the program that under this program 3 is subsidized of bus operations. Government remain committed in providing an affordable and reliable and effective public transport system. Abantu bakithi njengoba begibela amabhasi fanele bazi ukuthi lo hulumeni kaKhongolose uyabanikeza imali ukuthi angaduri ukugibela amabhasi. Ngaphandle kwawo uKhongolose, uhulumeni kaKhongolose, ngaba kukho konke lokho abantu bakithi ngabe bayasafarisha. According to the 2023-2024 plans, the department remained committed to cover 1,196 trips on the 2070 roads. The budget used is estimated at 1.3 billion per annum. Honorable members, regarding the provision of the subsidized services to the two remaining districts, which is Herikwala and Umzinyati, a lot of progress has been made. The estimate cost for this project is 30 million. The department is busy finalizing this program, and sooner we are going to render services to those two districts. Transformation in the subsidized public transport. Honorable members, the department is moving ahead with the transforming agenda in subsidized public transport. There's a general consensus from all role players that we should all work together in this regard. Recently, as part of our stakeholders engagement, we had an engagement with the South African bus operators. which is dominated by the main operators, and there's also expressed the support for the urgent need for transformation. We are trying all that we can to resolve the court challenges and have this contract advertised to allow previous disadvantaged operators to participate. Siyafisa ukuthi abantu abakithi kakhulukazi abamnyama nabo babe ibona abangena kakhulu kulento yamamabhasi kungawukuthi i-public transport kakhulukazi amabhasi mainstreaming kungabe eyabantu abamhlophe kuphela or abantu laba bakama ngezandla kodwa abantu bakithi nabadeserve ukuthi bakwazi ukuthi bayithole i-opportunity ukuthi si-transforme le sector kungene nabantu bakithi kungene nabantu besifazane kungene i-youth kungene nabantu abadala ngoba everyone deserve ukuthi athole i-opportunity especially laba aba-privacy disadvantage. Over the past 4 years, Mr. Chairperson, in the 12th negotiated transformation contract, the department has invested well over 1.3 billion to African operators. This is an important step towards the redistribution of the economy. Again, Mr. Chair, it is in this financial year we will be spending 404 million in this program in this financial year. The learner transport services in this financial year, Mr. Chairperson, 7,333 learners will be provided with transport. This will benefit 402 schools in the province. Ingane zakithi is the only government where ANC owaqala uku-introduce ukuthi ingane azithole i-public transport. Babekhona ohulumeni kodwa ingane zakithi zazingakwazi ukuthi ziyithole lonto leyo. Then the Department of Transport working with the Department of Education, we're going to identify more other schools ezokwazi ukuthi to benefit kule program. Then we're going to allocate 459 million to deal nalolu hlelo. Njengoba sengishilo ukuthi kunesinye isikolo esilapha ekuthiwa i-Middle City Combine eseBergville ingane yakhona eyashawa yizulu. Uhulumeni lo wakhona siwabona ukuthi kubalekile ukuthi lesikolo noma siseplazini kodwa kube khona indlela yokuthi isikolo sithole iskola transport. Sikhuluma nje namhlanje ingane lezo efunda esikolo lezo zihamba ngayo i-public transport le project ohulumeni lo kaKhongolose. In addition, Mr. Chair, the department will continue to provide non-motorized transport. Part of our contribution to a better education as shared responsibility. The department will provide 5,000 new bicycles as part of Shova ngokulula program. La khona ingane ezinye ezikwazi ukushova amabhayisikili sizinikeza amabhayisikili mahala ukuthi bahambe ngazo ngohulumeni kaKhongolose okuwona ukuthi banikeze. Bahluleka abanye ukuthi baneze ibhayisikili ngangazi ukuthi ngangiliphiwe nje mahala kuthiwa ngihambe ngalo ngiye esikolweni. Then, Mr. Chairperson, it is important that to indicate in public transport stability, as part of building a stability in this industry, we have issued 45,812 operating licenses in the past 5 years, including beginning of 2023, which include a total of 1,172. Being issued to scholar transport operators to acquire legal operating license. The department is going to work with the Department of Education in assisting legal operators to improve compliance. Mr. Chairperson, in addition, the 6 provincial regulatory entity offices in the province have now opened and the new pre-office in the office, and this will improve the compliance in the taxi industry and eliminate illegal operators. Ngoba bekuthiwa etimabili kuphela ama-office atekhona ukuthi okudile nento yama-license. Manje asevulwe endaweni eningi la sekulula khona ukuthi bakwazi abantu abafuna uku-apply ama-license ukuthi bawathole khona. Last year, we also launched a provincial public transport day in Ulundi, which is a resounding success. This campaign is aimed at making the use of public transport fashionable. We will continue to sustain this campaign because kubalulekile ukuthi thina singabaholi siba encourage abantu bakithi ukuthi kubalulekile ukusebenzisa public transport i-safe, kodwa sisho ukuthi laba driver abangaphathi kahle ama-passengers or abantu bakithi sibakwazi sibakhuze, kodwa sifisa ukuthi sizokusebenzisana kakhulu no-Santaco. There is a program yokutraina o-driver bakithi abadriver ama-taxi ukuthi baphathe kahle abantu bakithi, babehave uma bephethe abantu bakithi. Under Program 4, Chairperson, we allocated 1.1 billion. The road safety campaign in KwaZulu-Natal is one of the tourist destination area continues to attract volume of transport during the busy period and holiday. This was the spotlight the issue of safety on the road. The alarming level of crash and fatalities remain the cause for concern. The department is, however, encouraged by the decrease recorded during the festive season holiday, where fatalities dropped by 12.7. Okusho kona ukuthi umsebenzi owenziwa ama-law enforcement agencies ehlangene kakhulukazi ngoDisemba enza umsebenzi oncomekayo efanele ngabe sokushaya izandla ukuthi bazile ukuthi wehlise ukushona kwabantu bakithi. Ukuthi mningi umsebenzi omuhle owenziwa amaphoyisa is either SAPS officers or traffic officers, even no home affairs, ngoba kuma operation we have integrated forces akwazi ukuthi sidile nobugebengu KwaZulu-Natal. Mr. Chairperson, we are also proud to report that 18 employees from our road safety directorate recently graduated from the course offered by the Road Traffic Management Corporation on road safety. This will sharpen their skills and understanding on the changing trend in ensuring the road safety education and awareness and other intervention. We are also exploring the use of technology and other innovation. To this end, the department is piloting the use of safety roller bearer under our technology transfer unit to cap the fatal accident. Lolu uhlelo lokufaka izivimbelo ezishayisa engathi ziyizigubhu ezikhona endaweni ehlukahlukene esifakile lapha ku-R66 eShowe naku-P544 eLadysmith naku-R56 eRichmond nala ku-M3 eThekwini naku-R617 eUnderberg ezibonakala around ziyelo ezisize kakhulu ukuthi uma imoto ishayisa khona inciphise ukuthi imoto akithi zilimala abantu bakithi bashona. The traffic enforcement, Chairperson, we are moving with speed in stabilizing the road traffic inspectorate with a report commission on the challenge now completed and submitted to the department. We are studying it. We develop a clear implementation plan based on the recommendation made by the report. We want to revive our enforcement agencies and reclaim this province as a zero tolerance province. We are currently in the process in filling all RTI and public transport enforcement services, which is known as operational Chanela, vacant posts as part of the improving capacity. In Chanela, we have recently filled 26 principal provincial inspectors posts. We currently have 123 posts that are being filled. We are now in the different recruitment stages. In RTI, we have 220 posts that have been advertised. They are being filled, including 100 trainees. Eswakhiphile la sifuna khona abantu abasha abanosana 10 abane-license ukuthi ba-aplaye ngenhloso yoku-increase inumber ye-visibility yamaphoyisa omgwaqo ukuze sinciphise izingozi emgaqweni. We also requested the approval of additional 100 trainees posts to recruit more traffic officers because we understand that there are many young people who are unemployed in KwaZulu-Natal. As part of contributing in terms of employee recruitment or job creation, we want to recruit more traffic officers, and we will also tapping into a pool produced by the Road Traffic Management Corporation to feed all provinces with the recent cohort of graduates in NQF6
The issue of staff morale is being attended to, including the improvement of working condition in stations such as KwaNongoma and Greater. The uniform and the tools of trade are being delivered in various stations. Moving forward, we wish to commit that the supply of uniform and other tools will not be disrupted. On the motor license services, Chairperson, the estimated revenue to be collected in this financial year is 2 billion. In order to bring service closer to the people, the government has opened 75 registering authorities in this financial year. We will opening in additional Umsinga, Ejozini, Enquthu, Umsunduzi local municipality. Already have opened it Mtubatuba and Nkandla, irrespective of who run those municipalities. But we are assisting our people. Khona bengeba travel indawo ende bayofuna i-license or bayo-renew ama-license. Njengohulumeni kaKhongolose sibhekela wonke abantu bakithi ukuthi bakwazi ukuthi basizakale. Program 5, Mr. Chairperson, this program, we are allocating 46 million on job creation, Mr. Chairperson. Under this program, Mr. Chair, we want to seek to create jobs and empowerment of youth, women, people with disability, and military veterans. Under the Zibambele maintenance program, the department will create more than 41 job opportunities, and the annual job creation target for Ipitalupi is 5,254 job opportunities. The annual job creation is 4,769,160 employment days, which equate to 20,302 full-time equivalent. The demand retain and paid 45,878 participants to date. We want to indicate, Mr. Chairperson, that we are reviewing Uzibambele, we are still engaging with Treasurer because we want to increase the stipends that they are receiving. We are not going to announce now because we are still engaging with them. We want to recruit more bakithi abadala angekho umuntu osebenzayo ikakhulukazi emakhaya ukuze sizokwazi ukuthi sikhiphe ikati elilele eziko ngalo uhulumeni kaKhongolose sokwenza noma yini ukuthi abantu bakithi bathola amathuba omsebenzi ukuze bakwazi ukuthi baqede indlala. Sine program, Chairperson, esibiza ukuthi uvuka ibambe routine road maintenance, where we have 5,600 young people on National Youth Service 6, 1,750 opportunities, road safety ambassadors, program 34 young people, contractor development model, RTI Summon Server program, 120 participants, SCM graduate program, 79 employment opportunities, washing of government vehicle, 148 opportunities. Welisizwe Bela Bridge program sinabantu ngisho abasibaqashela ukuthi bageze imoto zohulumeni ngoba sifuni ukuthi abasebenzi bahulumeni esikoleni ngabasebenzi babhizi bageze imoto sifuna abafocus ukuthi basebenze bazokwazi bahambisa intuthuko kubantu bakithi. On conclusion, Mr. Chairperson, we want to present this budget speech. We are trying to capture the work we have delivered in the past 6 administration, but importantly, we recommit working for the people of KwaZulu-Natal. Even though Mr. Chairperson singazange sisithole isikhathi sokusho yonke izinto esizenzayo ngenxa yesikhathi esincane, kodwa abantu bakithi bawofakazi ukuthi sukela ko-MEC babekhona babeke uKhongolose siyagijima sihambisa intuthuko kubantu bakithi. Nalapho esingakafiki khona siqinisekisa nokuthi sizofika bonke abantu ukuthi siyabona bayazizwa izigi sokuthi siseduzane nabo sinyathela ngesivinini. Yingakho sifuna isifundazwe sonke sakithi sinuke itiyela sisuke from kwi-gravel sifake itiyela futhi la khona ngesinye isikhathi sifake khona silungise senze i-regraveling and betterment sifake ngisho usimende kwezinye zendawo ngenxa yokuthi imithetho yokwakha ihlukahlukene ama-program yokwakha ahlukahlukene. Then allow me, Mr. Chairperson, to pass my gratitude to the Honorable Premier, Honorable Dube Ncube, for the opportunity or the task that have given to me and the members of Provincial Executive Council for the support they have given to me. And the African National Congress inqola emasonto-sonto, the Liberation Movement, the only organization inhlangano yabantu ekwaziyo ukuthi kunikeze opportunity to serve the people of the people. Ngiyafisa ukusho ukuthi ngizokwenza yonke indlela ngikwazi ukuthi ngimele imithetho esinikezwe yona uhulumeni inhlangano ka-ANC. I also want to pass my regard to the Transport Portfolio Committee led by the Honorable Ubaba Umfundisi Dube for the support and the guidance that they've given to me. Ngoba ngiya-understand ukuthi there is no MEC ongenza ama-miracles without the support from the legislature portfolio committees. Mphephetho siyabonga ne-support enisinikeza yona. Siyafisa ukuthi sibonge the HOD of the department, Mr. Mpele, and the management as a whole. Now, bonke abasebenzi ebe-department who have tried their level best ukuthi bakwazi ukuthi basebenze nathi. Fisa ukubonga ifamily yami, ngibonge uma wami, ngibonge unkosikazi wami, ngibonge ingane ezikwazi ngivumele. Ngicela ukuthatha nje iminute esikhathini sami.
No problem. Ngeke ungambongi.
Angeke ngikwazi ungayibonga ifamily.
Ngeke ukwazi.
Ngeke ngikwazi ungayibonga ifamily. Ngiyafisa ukuthi ngibonge my family, ngibonge unkosikazi, ngibonga ama-comrades wonke abanye sebeyifamily, extended family, and wonke ama-structures e-MDM ngendlela abasikhulise ngayo that we must always respect people. Even if you differ with the people, you must differ with people with respect and understand ukuthi ekugcineni is important to work nalabo bantu labo. Konke lokho angizange sikwazi sisenzele kodwa sikwenze ngokuthi sifundiswe inhlangano ye-ANC inqola emasonto-sonto. We then, Mr. Chairperson, we want to ensure that we will not leave anyone behind as we bring service to our people. And allow me to table this budget of 12.9 billion for the consideration and approval by the provincial legislature. Thank you very much. Siyabonga.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC Slomuga. I wouldn't divide your family. That's why I want to give you the opportunity to thank the wife and the whole family, including your mom and children. Thank you very much, Bopela. Colleagues who are continuing with the items of our agenda, our program indicates that we have got the report that we must receive from the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee of Transport in KwaZulu-Natal, Honorable Bishop E.V. Dube. You are allocated, Mtwenkosi, 10 minutes.
Honorable Chairperson, honorable members of the House, executive members, Babu Shlomuga, MEC, the guests that are present here, Amakosi, Nabefundis. We are here to submit this report. The department submitted the 23-24 financial budget and APP in March 23. This gave the committee support team sufficient time to analyze documents for the portfolio committee. In line with the mandate to facilitate public participation, the Portfolio Committee of Transport held a stakeholders engagement in January 20th, 2023 in King Cetshwayo District, Escalent Township. During this engagement, the department presented its 23-24 draft budget and APP. The department's budget hearing with the Finance Portfolio Committee was held in March 23 and was followed by the Portfolio Committee budget meeting on the 30th of March 2023. The department tabled a total budget of 12.9 million billion, as the MEC has said. This was allocated across across 5 programs. Well, they are mentioned here: administration, transport infrastructure, transport operation, transport regulation, and for the community-based program. The committee noted with appreciation that 8.5% of the budget is allocated to transport infrastructure, of which 4.4 billion and 3.9 billion is for construction service delivery programs and maintenance service, respectively. The committee noted with concern the carry-through equitable share and conditional grant budget cut of 1.1 billion implemented against the department's budget. The committee was, however, pleased to learn that conditional grants receive additional funding allocated across all grants over the MTF period, particularly the 185 million relating to April 22 flood disaster repairs and 575 million from National Treasury to address the backlog in refurbishment of provincial roads and building of rural bridges. Honorable Chairperson, when the committee scrutinized the budget, it was satisfied that it is in line with NDP, medium-term strategic framework, and national and provincial priorities. The budget could be linked to national and provincial priorities, and it is directed in pursuit of overarching priorities such as economic growth and job creation, spatial integration, human settlement, local government and social cohesion, and safe communities. The concerns that were raised by the committee: in the previous years, the department has had challenges with spending its allocated budget and will only spend in the last quarter of the financial year. This has been resulting in the fiscal dumping and under expenditure by the department. Members express concern on the ongoing road infrastructure challenges, poor workmanship by contractors, non-performance by contractors resulting in termination of some other contracts, delay in finalization of department's organization structures. Concern was also expressed by the committee about 250 million which was surrendered by the department in 2023 budget allocation. Delay to complete the restructuring of the bridge on the M4 which was damaged in 2022, irregular expenditure. The committee, however, noted that in 2023 budget appears to be balanced. Therefore, if the department continues to apply adequate and proper measurements to spend this budget with efficacy, it should be able to conduct its business optimally while achieving all its output and outcomes. The recommendations and resolutions were as follows. When conducting its robust oversight, the committee will ensure that the department submit the following documents for further deliberation: a report specifying areas where the roads will be re-gravelled, a report with timelines on the finalization of the organizational structure, which is aligned to the DDM, the turnaround strategy to improve on the audit outcome. Noting that the department was conducting an internal audit, the committee recommended that a report in this regard be submitted. A comprehensive report on the 22-23 fourth quarter expenditure. Provincial Treasury shall be invited to the committee and appraise the meeting about 250 million, which was said to have been surrendered by the Department of Transport. Department must ensure that the roads and bridges which are damaged by floods are refurbished, including the M4. Noting that the department EPW grant for 22-23 has increased, and the department is encouraged to continue spending the budget on the EPWP incentives grant and ensure timers and compliance reporting on this grant. The department to submit the asset management register to the next meeting of the portfolio, and a quarterly report on potholes will be submitted. Then, as we came together, we agreed in adopting the budget 23-24, the budget annual performance, and the APP. Having considered the department's 2022-23 budget and APP, and informed by the considerable deliberations, the portfolio committee political parties voted for the budget as follows. African National Congress, ANC, fully supported the budget. Inkatha Freedom Party, IFP, supported the budget and APP. Economic Freedom Fighters supported the budget and APP. Minority parties supported the budget and APP. But Democratic Party reserve their right. Honorable Chairperson, we wish to assure this House that the Portfolio Committee will support the department to maximize the implementation of service delivery and ensure that the road safety issue receive the proper attention. We would like to thank MEC Bopela, Honorable Hlomuga, for his leadership. The committee also extends its words of gratitude to the entire management team led by Ibelel Kulu, the head of department, Mr. Mpele. Many thanks also go to Portfolio Committee members for positive contributions on transport issues. Lastly, my appreciation go to the committee support team for their valuable input and dedication to committee activities. Nami ngibonga umama wasekhaya. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. We are continuing with our program. The next speaker is coming from the African National Congress, and this honorable member is allocated 12 minutes to debate, and this is Honorable M.A. Kiliza.
Siyabonga Mkhwenyana. Sibonge ithuba. Ngiphathwa kamdluli lensizwa masefika mina iyawehlisa ilokoze le. Angazi ichaza ukuthini. Sihlalo ngithemba ukuthi ke namhlanje kuzoba khona ukukhuluma okuningi njengayizolo. Ukuthi yabona izolo bekunempikiswano uthi ukhongolose masuzigqaja ngale misebenzi yawo emihle bese kuvela abanye bathi hayi kwaqalwa yithina lokho. Kwakudalwa ke ilento ukuthi mhlambe eminye iminyango uthola ukuthi kuyaqala kwabanye yasifika la kakhongolose isukuma ke. Manje lo mnyango kade bala ke umphathiswa la uHlomuka ukuthi ewuqala nje emumva kuManzankosi weza nawo kwasala ukusisho ukuthi athi Manzankosi sitho wethu athi bheka icele sitho wethu njalo njalo kuzofika kumacingwana kuzofika kukhawunda njalo njalo kuzofika kuHlomuka. Akukho ukuphikisana ukuthi lento ezinhle zonke bezibalwa umphathiswa la hayi ezakhongolose nje akungatshazwa lokho. Amukho ongaphikisa lapho. Uyalimpela lo bekhala izolo. Sihlalo Ndonankulu, members, ladies and gentlemen, kuyihloniphe okukhulu kumina ukuthi ngime la kulendlu ngikhuluma egameni likaKhongolose inqole emasondosondo. Umnyango lona siyazi ukuthi sonke iwona ominye eminyango ethola umthamo ngathi uthe xaxa esabelweni sezimali salonyaka sasesishamthetho. Ngaleyo ndlela ke kuningi esikulindele ukuthi umnyango ukwenze nakulonyaka zimali njengoba wenzile kulo odlulile unyaka. Sithembele kuyo ke le department hayi kuphela nje ngokuthi enye department esifukulela umnotho wethu kodwa nangokuthi nje yilapho iwona mnyango ngenxa yokuhamba ngeenqole emgaqweni osithatha usiphephise kusuka la kuya lapha ya. Masihamba sidinga into zokuthutha ezingaphansi kwawo lo mnyango. Siyazi ukuthi kule minyaka emibili edlulile kuye kwanesimo esithanda ukuthi sibe yinselele enkulu kulesifundazwe sethu ngaphansi kwalo mnyango lapho bekuneyingqinamba ezinkulu ezisukela kakhulukazi enkingeni yokushintshashintsha kwesimo sezulu. Climate change is becoming an urgent focal area. We have experienced the devastation it has caused in KwaZulu-Natal, such as drought and floods, and the chaos that these disasters leave in their wake. As a coastal province, last year's major floods saw nearly 500 people lose their lives, destroying 4,000 houses and displaced about 40,000 residents. According to the Institution for Security Studies, flooding starting when a cut-off low pressure system delivered extremely high rainfall levels of 450 millimeter in some areas in just 48 hours. The frequency of these floods since 2008 has significantly hindered the progress of the Department of Transport to implement large-scale infrastructural projects. This, by all indications, point to the stark realities we will have to face frequently. That is why the African National Congress feel that it is imperative that we start preparing for harsher weather conditions in our province so that the lives of our people may be saved and their homes remain intact. We therefore call upon the provincial and local governments to begin including measures to combat climate change in their respective budgets, which will also protect the gains already made by the government. Chairperson, they say forewarned is forearmed. We have just come back from the Easter holidays. We appreciated the commitment shown by the members of law enforcement, health services, central and various other stakeholders. However, we still see a rise in the number of road accidents and fatalities. It is still concerning, despite the various strategies that have been employed that seek to ensure the safety of motorists, passengers, and pedestrians alike. We as ANC call upon government and agencies responsible for road safety to improve their approach by implementing better road safety campaigns and measures throughout the year, and not only during the Easter period. We also urge our people to be cautious on the road and considerate of others at all given times. Slalo, allow me on behalf of the ANC to send our heartfelt condolences to victims of the many road accidents we have seen this month, particularly the fatal multi-car pile-up on N3 near Hilton. Also, sifisa ukukhalisana kakhulu nomndeni wa dadewethu uNoxolo Khumalo obeneminyaka nje kuphela engama-26 obe uthisha, whose vehicle plunged off a bridge damaged by 2022 floods. This unfortunate accident robbed the Khumalo family, a daughter, a mother, to a 6-year-old child. We as the African National Congress call on the government to give this matter the serious and undivided attention it deserves. Madam Speaker, on the issue of flood damage projects, the department has experienced huge challenges due to the great extent of the damaged infrastructure. The majority of the damaged sections of the provincial road network experienced the following: gravel washaways, structural damage, sinkholes, mudslides, AMCO pipe collapses, overtopping, excess potholes. These projects are estimated to be about 730, as MEC has mentioned. He also mentioned the amount. Sithi nje sonke asisebenzeni ukubuyisa isithunzi salabantu abahlangabezana nembibizane kulesikhathi. We also appreciate the strengthening of relationships between the Department Central, the Independent Developmental Trust, and eThekwini Municipality. I'm of the view that the more capable hands we have in dealing with this serious matter, the quicker things will get done. Personally, Honorable Slalo, I would like to applaud the Department of Transport for initiating Operations Azenzela, a program where internal teams have been dispatched to remove debris and clear lanes and other lot of problems which came with floods. Siyabonga kakhulu emnyangweni waka DOT. Slalo, ANC would like to state that it wants to see the department make use of its conditional grants. These grants include public transport operation grant, public roads, HPWP, etc. We would like to warn the department to spend these funds wisely and to the maximum of their intended purposes. You can rest assured that the portfolio committees of the KZN legislature will be closely monitoring this expenditure. However, Slalo, I'm sure that you will agree with me that when I say this applies to all departments, not only umnyango wezokuthutha. Honorable Speaker, Noma Slalo, now more than ever in our province, we need efficiency, we need accountability, we need transparency, and we need capable talent. We as the ANC believe that we are on the right track to achieving this, and we will be there to exercise our constitutional duty over the departments with the aim of fulfilling our promise to our people, which we will see through. Sithi-ke masisebenzeni siyawahalalisela kakhulu umnyango ekwenzeni kwawo, siyakalalisela kakhulu mphathiswa Tomuka ngokuthi ukwazi ukuthi egameni le-ANC ulethe ukuhlonipheka kwabantu bakithi okwakungekho esikhathini esingaphambilini before 94. Inhlanhla yabawabanayo lo mnyango ile kade ngiyichaza ukuthi waba nenhlanhla nje ukuthi kuqala ngo-94 ubuwele ezaneni zakhongolose. Manje ingako ubona ukuthi intuthuko ihambe kakhulu kuwona lo mnyango ukudlula le eminye iminyango yaqala kwezinye izandla. Ngiyabonga Sihlalo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Can we continue with our speakers list? We are now inviting a speaker from the IFP, allocated 10 minutes. This is Honorable S. Mutli, Babumfundis.
Honorable Chairperson, Honorable MECs present, Honorable members, invited guests on the gallery. Honorable Chairperson, Honorable MEC, Honorable members, the budget allocated to the Department of Transport for the 23-24 financial year, which is 12.9 billion, is welcome, as during the 2022-23 financial year, the department was allocated 12.474 billion. As the IFP, we would like to caution the Honorable MEC that this budget is not for campaigning for the 2024 general elections, but it is for the provision of services to the people of our province. Further, this is not the budget for incompetent contractors who are awarded tenders to build roads and thereafter abandon them without completing the job as per tender specifications. This budget is not for wasteful, unauthorized, and irregular expenditure either. The IFP will closely monitor the spending patterns of the department when it comes to service delivery. Honorable MEC, this money is taxpayers' money, nor it is the ANC's government's money, but the taxpayers' money. You must spend it prudently with a clear conscience for the intended purpose. Honorable Chairperson, it is mind-boggling that the KZN Transport Department during 2021-2022 financial year had an employee who was on suspension for 520 days. This was revealed in the Public Service Commission PSC quarterly report released last month. We want to know how much has been spent by the department on this employee alone. What measures are in place to ensure that disciplinary processes are expedited? This is a clear indication that the inept attitude and incompetence by those in charge in the KZN Department of Transport cannot be ruled out. This is a shame. The 23-24 budget allocation, the Department of Transport needs to get its house in order. As we speak, this department will surrender 200 million towards the provisional reprioritization exercise. The funds are available for surrender due to current slow spending on various road rehabilitation projects related to the April 2022 floods, for which the department had undertaken internal reprioritization. Many roads are in a shocking bad state, but the department was allocated 780 million to build roads that were flooded during 2019-2020 and again in 2022. Last year, the same department lost 47.691 million, which had to be reallocated to other provinces as the department has failed spectacularly to spend its grant money. This is an insult to the people of our province, as there are many people who are still crossing rivers due to lack of bridges or having no roads at all. And many roads are in a bad state If the department fails to spend its budget, the MEC and the HOD must be held accountable because it will prove that they have failed dismally in their allotted duties. Further, we are concerned about the failure by the department to address the elephant in the room, which is unauthorized expenditures, as in the financial years 2020-2021. The unauthorized expenditure was 1.530 million and 2021-2022 was 1.646 million. We are concerned about the 266.430 million for the 2023-2024 financial year towards scholar transfer compared to the 459.143 million for the 2022-23 financial year. We have noted that there are 402 schools that will benefit from scholar transport during the 2023-24 financial year compared to 397 during the 2022-23 financial year. But this is not enough, as there are many schools that are still without scholar transport, and those with scholar transport are faced with overloading. The issue of overloading must be addressed before the innocent lives are lost. We implore the Department of Transport to address the elephant in the room, the unending challenges with regards to the suspension of the Vuku Zaka Emerging Contractor Development Program. Contractors experiencing financial difficulties, 2 contracts being declared irregular by the AG, meaning that the department could not use these contracts to implement projects, challenges with access to quarries due to stoppage of work by local Amakosi, etc. We seek answers as to how the department intends to address these challenges. Honorable MEC, this budget is not for incompetent contractors who are awarded tenders to build roads but fail to deliver on time. Incompetent contractors must be blacklisted, and officials who are in cahoots with those contractors must face the full wrath of the law. Further, this budget is not for irregular expenditure. It is shocking that the KZN Department of Transport will spend 25 million on a service provider, Open Water Advanced Risk Solutions, to investigate 17 billion irregular expenditure that occurred over a 7-year period. The department cites the shortage of staff as a contributing factor to their dismal performance. This makes no sense. This amount of irregular expenditure has been increasing over the years, indicating a complete disregard of SCM policies and irregular within the transport department. Road infrastructure. During the 2021-2022 budget speech, former MEC for Transport, Honorable Peggy Nkonyeni, stated that the Department of Transport planned to build an additional 50 kilometers of gravel road and construct 9 vehicle bridges and build 4 pedestrian bridges and maintain 1,800 square meters of current existing infrastructure. This in addition to the already existing 8,602 kilometers of paved provincial road network and 25,000 kilometers of gravel road network throughout the province. Again, in a 2022-23 budget speech, she stated that they plan to build 50 kilometers of gravel road and build 10 vehicle bridges and 2 pedestrian bridges and maintain 1.8 million square meters of the current existing infrastructure. This is in addition to the already existing 8,668 kilometers of the paved provincial road network and 25,404 kilometers of gravel road network throughout the province. This was a copy and paste from previous speeches, and nothing has happened on the ground. The ANC is in trouble. The department has no plan to address road infrastructure challenges, but it spends more time on lip service without any tangible solutions. The Department of Transport is known for starting projects and leaving them incomplete. Nothing has been said about road projects implemented by the Department of Transport in Ibuluzwe local municipality, which has been characterized by challenges and slow progress. This includes the P73, P112, and P113, which has been in construction for some years, but not completed. Construction of road P73 in Shlokozi area started in 2010, but only 7.7 kilometers have been constructed instead of 22.7 kilometers. Again, road P112 as Nomokele, which is 14 kilometers, was budgeted for 10.724 million, but now the budget has increased to 202.38 million. The project duration plan was 6 years. Nothing has been said about dilapidated bridges in Mzumbe that were affected by floods in 2008, which are Kokoloshe, Mashlabasani, and Dadabeni. Nothing has been said about bad roads and bridges in Msinga, which are in Kuba Bridge in Wa13, R33, Main Road Tugala Ferry, Town to Kwakopi, and D1274, road which need to be rehabilitated from gravel road to tar road. Delivering a State of the Province address, Premier Honorable Nomsa Dube said, we are targeting through the Department of Transport to set aside 2.5 billion to fix this problem, potholes, through our potholes patching and road rehabilitation program. The province has a 34,200 kilometer declared road network, including both blacktop and gravel roads, and as a direct response to the challenge of potholes and aging infrastructure. Over the next 3 years, government is going to prioritize the maintenance of infrastructure. Thank you, Chair. I'll be back.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. The next speaker is coming from the DA. This is Honorable S. Hussein, and she is allocated 8 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. I dedicate the speech in the House today to the hundreds of people who have lost their lives on our roads in KZN. About 10 days ago, yet another massive accident claimed another 5 lives in a 40 vehicle pileup, a few kilometers away from here. It appears that poor weather conditions and mist were one of the main contributors to the accident, but not a single RTI vehicle was in sight to warn motorists of the dangers that lay ahead. This is another accident that could have been avoided, and we could have saved 5 lives that we lost. Under normal situations, where people enjoy the benefits of a decent and responsive traffic department, they would take proactive measures and increase visibility in high-risk areas, especially when weather patterns change for the worse, because weather patterns are known in advance, but not here in KZN. Here, we send up cleanup teams afterwards, and the MEC flies around in a helicopter afterwards to catch a news headline. I want to recognize the sterling efforts of the Mayor of the Mgeni Municipality, Councillor Chris Papas, who immediately sprung into action, visited the scene of the crash, and assembled a team of municipal officials to assist. He set up an emergency care center for victims of the crash and a relief center where people could be assisted. He provided hot meals for the victims and a place where they could rest for the night, or where family members could have come to assist them. Now, this is how the DA rolls. On the other hand, our own MEC flew in only the following day, closed an entire freeway so that the helicopter he hired could land. That was his contribution to the incident. No consideration whatsoever for the inconvenience that he caused. Now, this is how the ANC rolls. Chair, the issue of the accidents on our provincial roads is a massive problem, and this is now at unprecedented levels. There are thousands of people who are dying on our roads, and over the Easter period this year, there was another 225 people who lost their lives in our province. This is a remarkable increase from the previous year. We do not know the full extent and the seriousness of the situation because the department does not want to reveal the information. They hide the reports because they know it's going to expose the incompetence. Chairperson, driver behavior on our roads is also a huge contributing factor to the number of accidents and fatalities. But it is the duty and obligation of the state to regulate and enforce the laws, to control driver behavior. If these proactive measures that would curb and reduce the high number of fatalities on our roads, this is why we have the Road Traffic Act and we have the road traffic department. But they are not as effective as we would like them to see because they are not being implemented in an effective manner. There are also a massive shortage of traffic officials and proper resources to RTI. And this is one of the main contributors to the large number of accidents. We hardly ever see the RTI officers patrolling our streets, especially in high accident zones. Motorists can also behave as they wish on our roads, drive at excessive speeds, and there is no speed enforcement by RTI. Last year, I raised this concern in the House with the prospect of positive strides to be taken to rectify the issues within the Road Traffic Inspectorate to ensure that critical vacancies are addressed, thereby increasing patrols on our roads, making it safer for our road users, and enforcing reckless drivers to comply with the rules of the road. But once again, little has changed. The Road Traffic Inspectorate are still struggling with critical vacancies. They cannot operate effectively when inspectors are seconded to oversee 2 to 3 stations at a time. RTI officers are not being monitored by supervisors, and there are no proper management of staff. Their offices are in a state of disrepair, and conditions under which RTI officers have to work are absolutely deplorable. When are we going to start seeing decent buildings and offices that are provided for RTI officers to operate professionally? They have been living out of park homes with pigeon poo and feathers for decades now, and these are terrible conditions to work in. Over the recent festive season, the one time of the year that RTI should be most visible, they didn't. Even to have any speed timing devices available to control speed driving on our roads. All the speed timing devices were sent in for repairs and not a single one was available. Chair, it took the department more than 4 years to finally resolve the issue of uniforms for officers. And this only happened after continuous pressure from the portfolio committee members. But our useless government thinks it's more important to hold imbizos and loot state funds for political programs. It is a toxic work environment and the staff are demotivated. But listen up, RTI, change is coming. Once the DA is in charge, your working conditions will improve, just as we improved the Western Cape when we kicked out the ANC. This is why the Western Cape is the top performer when it comes to reducing road fatalities. KZN is second last on the list. Chairperson, in April last year, our province experienced massive flooding, and as a result, many of our roads and bridges were either washed away or completely damaged as a result of heavy rains. Emergency spending had to be prioritized to begin the process of repairs in order to return the situation to normality. It is now a year later, and there are still roads and bridges that have not been repaired. What kind of useless government is this? Just a week ago, a lady lost her life when the vehicle plunged into a ditch caused by a washaway of a bridge during the floods. If this department acted with speed, this would have been another life saved. It took the department months to assess the damage and many more months to start the repairs, and a year later, for the people of KZN are still waiting for repairs to be finished, while the Department of Transport is still busy with supply chain management to finalize contracts. Take an example of the R603 in our province, a large section of the road on the south coast that has been closed for repairs since November 2021. This is a major route used by industries in our province to transport goods, but the closure of this road is having a huge impact on the business operations. I was contacted recently by the owner of a multi-billion rand company who complained that unless this route is repaired in the near future, it is going to have an impact on business operations, and he would have no other choice but to start retrenching some of the staff. Businesses who rely on tourism along that route are also being negatively affected, and this will also result in more job losses. Notwithstanding the seriousness of the situation, there is still no sense of urgency from this department. With the exception of the ANC, none of us have any hope whatsoever that the provincial government will act with speed in reacting to disasters. When the going gets tough, the ANC organizes imbizos. I thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is supposed to be GF Mchali from the EFF. We received her apology, and we are now inviting the next speaker who is coming. coming from the ANC and is allocated 12 minutes. And this is Honorable MPP Zungu.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable members of the Executive Council, distinguished guests. Honorable members, we are gathered here just a few days before Freedom Day, which presents us all an opportunity to take stock and meaningful reflection on the gains of our democratic dispensation, and also underscore the milestone that we have reached in our socio-political dispensation of just almost 3 decades of freedom and democracy. Ngiyafisa-ke hlalo ukuthi ngisho ukuthi sizothula nje siyilalele this chicken psychology elokhu ifakwa la engazuthi mangabe sibheke okhethweni sekufanele ingabe bikho service delivery. Angifuni nje ucomment kakhulu ngakho. Kutshengisa ukuthi abanye abantu ingqondo zabo icabanga kangakanani. And as the ANC, we can't stoop that low. Indeed, what still begets most of current socio-economic challenges are those evil systems of colonialism and apartheid that saw the greater majority of Africans in particular and Black in general being subjected to untold oppression of white minority for over 3 centuries, lest we forget. Honorable members, although over the past 3 years we have faced unprecedented trials and tribulations, this significant also serves to remind us, as the President correctly captured it in his State of the Nation address on the 9th of February, that we are indeed a nation that rises above adversity. As led by this glorious liberation movement, no matter the odds, our people remain hopeful and alive to our country's endless possibilities. Honorable MEC Hlomuga, we want to agree with you that indeed province is still reeling from the inclement of weather conditions, most notably last year's floods. These floods caused major devastation as most of our roads, bridges, and other infrastructural projects were severely damaged, and with big strategic roads such as N2 Lapa Mkababa that was forced to close. We had more than 1,369 projects at an estimated value of 5.6 billion that needed to be repaired. Out of this, the department prioritized 770, which needed urgent flood repairs, and working with all spheres of government, we are certainly pleased that the department has fixed the damaged road infrastructure and got our economy back to functioning again. Honorable members, this department has continued with the implementation of repairs where it reprocessed the budget of 2.9 billion. The department had further received an allocation of about 580 million from the national government, which will also go towards the floods damages. Furthermore, in line with the character of our caring government of putting our people first, we have also prioritized our response to an outcry in many parts of the province where, due to these heavy rains, water floods above the bridge level. In many communities, this has resulted in many people losing their lives, connection being cut off completely in communities, and motorists having to be stuck for hours waiting for water to subside before moving across. This solution-driven department thus continues to have robust engagement with environmentalists and the Department of Environmental Affairs. With team of engineers, the department will finalize the assessment and classify them per district. This will then be followed by the prioritization model. The intention will be to look at a long-term solution where the safety of our people is prioritized above everything else. Honorable Chair, allow me to speak and focus on transport infrastructure. And I must say the department has a massive responsibility with limited resources. However, continues to deliver to the people of KwaZulu-Natal, whether you talk about public transport, on freight and logistics, road campaigns, traffic enforcement, and land transport. Honorable Chair, I'm now going to reflect some of the transport which I've mentioned. Equally, the MEC has articulated at length on them. MEC, sifisa ukunqoma umsebenzi emnenzayo omuhle. It is indeed in line with what the African National Congress always talk about, which is one message that the people need services and the test department. for its continued commitment once again in ensuring the learner transport program, which is close to my heart as it is still prioritized. Ngike ngaba nje kwezinye indawo ezisemakhaya la ngangacabangi khona abanye abakwazi indawo ethiwa iZulu. La kwangakho ngisho umgwaqo ongaphuphuthi koba nomgwaqo. Indawo ethiwa iseZulu uhamba ungene ngaphakathi engazuthi ubheke eshowe. Kodwa ugcina ulahleka phakathi nendawo. Kunabantu lapho lezo ndawo izingane ezifunda lezo izikole sezakwazi nazo ukuthi zihlomule. Imiphakathi eyayinganakiwe futhi kulo uhulumeni obandlululo into abangaka-exista kwa-exista lezo ndawo ey'njalo. Ngingabala ziphi indawo ngoba ngisho ngaya koMumbe niyokogcotsheni uyothola into efanayo engikhuluma ngayo. So sishayela kakhulu ihlombe umsebenzi wenziwe u-African National Congress ukunakekela labo ebebethwele kanzima ey'khathini ey'phambili. The most marginalized rural areas, indeed, Honorable MC, again, we note the public transport stability matters and areas of concerns we have raised, which we have also discussed in our portfolio committee meeting, speaking to the violence and the association thereof, which really is problematic for us all. We want to appreciate your department in terms of how it has been handling these sensitive matters. Salo, I love the department's slogan, which says, road safety is our collective responsibility. Indeed, each and every life is important. We have lost number of people on roads, the mass truck accidents. Abanye-ke sebethatha sengazuthi kwakwindlela yokucampaigna kubo engabe bazolana nabantu benze indlela yokusiza. Ngiyafisa nje ukwazi ukuthi yiphi indlela ongafika ngayo lapho. Umuntu ongathothi ukhuluma kanjalo umuntu yena owayehleli kwakhe ongakaze abe abambeke kuleya ngozi. Uma ngabe u-MEC kwakufanele ukuthi athathe i-chopper ukuze afike lapho, yini ayi-wrong lapho? Wezofika kanjani? Ngoba ayengekho amanye amamenzi ayengenza ngawo. Ngisho ngabe kuthiwa wayeyisebenzisa kwakufanele ayisebenzise-ke. Kwakufanele ayisebenzise ngoba ayingekho indlela yokuthi ufike khona. Ngoba kwakuqala ngaye nani umtshali wayehamba yedwa naye yaze abeyoqhoma ebheke e-ofisini lakhe. Khuluma-ke ngesikhathi sakudala isikhathi samanje la izinto seziphuquzeke khona. Honorable Chairperson, I stand with pride as a member of the ANC that our department is very firm in fighting crime and corruption. It is the African National Congress which has been saying crime and corruption should be dealt with head on when it shows its ugly head. It's an African National Congress of Solomon Mahlangu that on its 111 years anniversary in Mangaung this year clearly reaffirmed the position of fighting crime and corruption. Honorable members, allow me to reflect a bit on the program 5, particularly on IGULA, ERT, esithathelwe ngokuthi isiza laba abasafufusa abangaba abantu abasha, abantu abanokukhubazeka kanjalo nama-military veterans, ama-program amahlela a-addressa wona ama-imbalances of the past. Sifuna sihlale ukusho ukuthi we fully agree and support the targeted key areas focus of IGULA, especially when it speaks to the enforcement of a mandatory consent subcontracts where feasible to SMEs owned by designated groups in all contractors from a minimum value of 10 million, which is implemented on both infrastructure and non-infrastructure contracts. Honorable members, I think that when we are called honorable members, we must act in an honorable manner. Respect and remember the oath that we took individually. The oath we took must talk to our conscience. It means we must be individualistic interest and put our interests aside and put the interest of the electorate first. The very same people who had confidence in us through our political parties babe nokwethemba ngoba bayathina sizithunywa nje into esizele la esikhona. Ngiyafisa ukuthi uma ngisakhuluma noNembeza ngiphakamise noma ngixwayise abahlonishwa abangaqhamuka kunhlangano ukuthi they must stop ignoring all the good things that we have done as the ANC. If bekukhona indlela ontaba bayikhonja, they would be raising beautiful story of transforming KwaZulu-Natal for the better. Unfortunately, they can't, as facts speak for themselves. Therefore, we call all parties, they must support in ANC in implementing these programs. Hence, it is people-centered plan and focus on accelerating service delivery to the people with the limited resources they have. I just felt I had to share this honorable chairperson as a member of African National Congress, who was told to speak the truth is a revolutionary act, again as a Christian under the 12th Apostolic Church in Trinity. Honorable honorable members, it's crucial that I remind this House to this House of the ANC priorities for 2023, which amongst others, we must improve and deliver the basic service delivery and maintenance of infrastructure, which is a backbone of what the MEC has presented to us today. Siyabonga kakhulu. Mhlonishwa Uhlomuka sifisa ukuthi sisho ukuthi umsebenzi owenzayo siyawuthakasela futhi njengesithunywa senhlangano kaKhongolose ayidekanga ukuthi kuthuni. We are talking about ANC success stories or rather achievement in regards wami ngale budget speech, ikakhulukazi ungqongqoshe uma ethi there are identified additional projects which will start constructing in 2023 and 4 financial year. Ngiyazi ukuthi nale mgwaqo engihlale ngikhala ngayo engaphelile OD 883 owashiwa uMacingwane uyobusaqhubeka-ke uzongena ohlelweni ngoba ufanele uphela. Kanjalo nalena engakasurface uzoyithola the blacktop. Nginesiqiniseko ngiyathemba ngoba usenza ngokuzimisela uhambe ngesikhulu ngisivinini lesi esizenza ukuthi njengenhlangano sizigqaje kakhulu umsebenzi owenzayo. Honorable Chairperson, the African National Congress fully supports the tabled budget of 12,966,000,000 as tabled by our hardworking MEC for Transport, Community Safety and Liaison. Certainly the department will continue to deliver with renewed vigor on all the practical, tangible, and essential commitments in order to effectively grow our provincial economy and accelerate infrastructure delivery to the people of KwaZulu-Natal, and making sure that the presented plan of the department uyabonga uKhongolose.
Thank you very much, Honorable Zungu. We are supposed to be having CM Shinga, the Honorable Esther Kurashbansi. Both of them apologized. We received their apologies. We are now moving on with our order paper. We are now inviting the Speaker from the ATM, Honorable Reverend MP Pagati, and he is allocated 3 minutes.
Sihlalo sibonge kakhulu. Kuyasihlupha ukukholwa sihlalo. Asikwazi into mase sivumile siphinde futhi silwe nayo. Sibanjwa nje ukukholwa kuleyo ndawo ngoba sesihlalile ekomidini sayibuka le budget nje bade chaza umfundisi ukuthi sayibuka sazi-raise into esingazithandi. Asikwazi ke siphinde siqale phansi kodwa nginikhumbuze nje okubili nokuthathu engqongqoshe. Oqala ngifuna sikhumbuzane ukuthi lemigaqo ebulela abantu bakithi kangaka sayi-inherita eminingi yayo. Sayi-inherita ke kubantu abengakholelwa nje ukuthi umuntu omnyama engayishayela nje imoto. Engakholelwa ukuthi umuntu omnyama nje akwazi ukuthi ahambe ngemoto. Sayi-inherita lemigaqo manje lezi ingozi ngoba umuntu omnyama uphethe futhi nje base kukhona umuntu omnyama sekunenkinga ukuthi manje kuthiwe umuntu omnyama akabhekelelekile. Cha, siqaleni phansi ukuthi kwakwenzekeni emgaqweni eqaleni kwakhelele nje abantu abathize babezobhebhenya ngey'moto bona bodwa thina kuthiwa hayi asigibele amahashi nezinye zezinto. Asivumelane-ke MEC ukuthi si-ATM siyayisapotha ibudget yakho futhi siyazeseka izinto okukhulume ngazo kodwa okubalulekile kunakho konke asivumelane ukuthi abantu bakithi abamnyama ey'ndaweni zasemakhaya basenazo iy'nkinga as long sekhona ingane ehamba iye esikoleni ihambe imuke nomfula kusafonele kungalalo, as long as kusekhona umnotho wasemakhaya ongakaphakami namanje kusho ukuthi akufanele kulala. Siphinde sivumelane ukuthi-ke kuyasithinta ukuthi kube khona iy'khondla zama-companies angenayo la KwaZulu-Natal singenazo ezethu iy'khondla sizakhele zona. Asakheni izikhondla zenkontraki sakhe abantu bakithi imisebenzi bekhona uqhubekela phambili. We'll always support an initiative that says abantu bakithi abamnyama abaqhubekele phambili ney'mpilo zabo zenziwe ngcono usuku nosuku. Asivumelane-ke MEC ukuthi umnyango
wakho umnyango ophethe yonke iminyango ngoba ngaphandle komnyango wakho abantu ngeke bakwazi ukuthola umnotho, ngaphandle komnyango wakho abantu ngeke bakwazi ukuthola impilo, ngaphandle komnyango wakho abantu bakithi ngeke bakwazi ukufinyelela ezikolweni. Siyasupporta ke si-ATM le ndawo, siyabonga.
Thank you very much, Honorable Reverend Phakathi. We are now continuing with our list of the speakers. We're inviting a member from the ANC, and this honorable member is allocated 12 minutes. And this is Honorable HGS Mavimbela. Wangakithi le phesheya kothuke.
Ngiyabonga, Honorable Nkosi, the chairperson of the House. Ugcobo kusho ukuthi khona nje ngivamisile ukulandela abefundisi, kusho ukuthi ugcobo luyangilandela. Ngifisa ke ukubingelela ubuholi bonke obukhona la ngaphakathi endlini nabo bonke abasilandelayo einkundleni zobuxhakaxhaka. Honorable Chairperson, let me take this opportunity to applaud MEC Hlomuga for delivering a comprehensive service delivery budget under the theme Leaving No One Behind. 29 years of solid service delivery and still committed to doing more. As we reflect on the past 29 years, we must appreciate the remarkable progress that has been made, particularly in infrastructure development. The roads and bridges that our democratic government has built are a testament to the African National Congress commitment to improving our province's infrastructure. I am certain that many of you gathered here today have at some point experienced the frustration of being stuck in roadworks on the N3 between Pietermaritzburg and Durban. Through the work of the ANC, we can take the prize in the ongoing construction work that is improving the freeways in KwaZulu-Natal. The upgrade of N3 and N2 is progressing well, and once completed, they will make an economic difference in the lives of many who use these roads. These highways plays a vital role in KwaZulu-Natal economy as they serve as a gateway to neighboring countries and economic hubs such as Johannesburg. Honorable members, the challenges brought about by the global climate change are now a harsh reality, as evidenced by the consecutive years of unprecedented floods experienced by our province. These floods have significantly hindered our progress in rolling out large-scale infrastructure projects, with many collapsing before their intended lifespan. As the African National Congress, we welcome the work done so far to repair and upgrade our province's roads network and bridges. Moreover, the assessment of lower level structures will ensure that safety of those who live in these areas is prioritized. Honorable Chairperson, we also recognize the pressure that repairs and upgrades related to floods damage place on the department budget. I would like to express my appreciation to the partnership that the department has formed to fast-track some of these projects. As the African National Congress, we welcome the MOU signed with SANRAL and the Independent Development Trust, which will ensure that the M4 Tongati Bridge and the R102 projects are fast-tracked. All of these projects is in line with the ANC Vision 2030 of improving our road infrastructure to better the lives of our communities and help to build our economy as the province. Honorable Chairperson, as the President Ramaphosa once stated that, and I quote, "We see a country that has embraced the benefits of technology for economic growth, social development, and for more effective governance. We are producers of the knowledge and drivers of technology progress, close quote. In this regard, the African National Congress welcomed the rollout of the digital strategy by the Department of Transport. The launch of the contact center will make it easier for people to engage with the department with just a touch of a button. And the best part is that it will be toll-free. We also welcome the introduction of personal operation devices, also known as police officers' devices, which will assist traffic officers in digitizing the issuing of traffic fines. This will enhance the fines collection system and improve efficiency in the traffic law enforcement. The introduction of a smart way of paying for public transport will revolutionize the way of public transport operators. The introduction of an electronic subsidized bus motoring system will also enhance the efficiency of our public transport on our roads. Honorable Chairperson, one of the challenges facing our country is the rise in unemployment, particularly among the youth. Creating job opportunities for our youth, women, and persons with disabilities is one of the key goals of the African National Congress. The National Development Plan focuses on the developing every sector of our economy and creating employment opportunities to address these issues. As the African National Congress, we welcome the Vugaibambe Routine Initiative, which has created opportunities for 5,600 youth. This road maintenance program provide routine road maintenance of provincial and district roads while creating employment opportunities focusing on safety maintenance for youth in all districts. We would also like to applaud the department for the National Youth Services, which will create 1,650 opportunities across all districts. This program will empower and assist in building skills capacity for youth in our province. The majority of our road infrastructure is reaching its lifespan, which has led to an ongoing challenges of potholes in the province. We welcome the allocation of 2,800,000 billion to prioritize the rehabilitation and realizing of the existing road networks. I think you were going to clap for this one. This will help to revive our roads and simultaneously eliminate potholes in the province, because all of us standing here keep on crying of the potholes. So when the department is coming with a clear plan in terms of how are they going to deal with the potholes, I think we really welcome that. We are also welcoming the rehabilitation of more than 1,386,810 square meters of urgent roads as part of district development model, which was launched in KwaZulu-Natal by our President Cyril Matamela Ramaphosa. The Department of Transport will also be joining Operation Valazonke and working with SANRAL to assess our roads with potholes and developed a maintenance and pothole plan, which will be done in all municipalities across our province. I would also like to commend our MEC, the deployee of the African National Congress in the Department of Transport, Honorable Shlomuga, for the purchase of the high-tech truck equipped with pothole patching equipment. This investment is crucial in addressing the issue of potholes in our province, and it comes at a critical point where the world is shifting to the fourth industrial revolution. So we are not behind as the leadership of the African National Congress in this province in terms of the technology. As I conclude, I am reminded of the words of the former president, Utata Nelson Mandela, when he said, "What counts and I quote, "What counts in life is not the mere fact that we have lived. It is what difference we have made to the lives of others that will determine the significance of the life we lead." Close quote. Honorable Chairperson, this budget is the true reflection of the ANC-led government hard at work, which focuses on Vision 2030 to improve the lives of our communities. It also echoes Mrs. Hlomuga's sentiments of ensuring that no one is left behind in advancing service delivery. So-ke sebengakhuluma abanye abangaqondi ukuthi sisho ukuthini when we talk about the service delivery, but the African National Congress is hard at work, and the deployees that are there in the department are making sure that we deliver in terms of making better the lives of our people. Ngoba asikwazi ukuhlala sijabule abantu bakithi behamba emgwaqeni engekho esimeni esifanelekile. Uyabona ke ufakazi walokho, le department ingumabizwa sabele. Ngibuze uma uya lapha ya ku P451 umgwaqo osuka kwaHlabisa ohlanganisa uHlabisa neHluhluwe noNongoma, besinengxaki ye-bridge. U-MEC olalelayo okhethwe ngabantu liyalungiswa lelo bridge. Ngiyakholwa-ke ukuthi i-department it's going also to prioritize ukuqedela loya mgwaqo. We understand the terrain yey'ndawo zakithi ngoba indawo esuke ibhajethelwe u-10 million igcina isifuna u-20 million because of iy'ntaba namatshe. Ngenxa yabantu abantshontsha umhlaba wethu sagcina sesihleli ey'ndaweni engafanele ngabe kuhlala kuzo abantu, engabe kuhlala kuzo iy'nyamazane, kodwa uhulumeni wabantu is putting infrastructure everywhere. We must be proud, Honorable MEC, and don't be shy uma abantu bekhuluma ukuthi umgwaqo unama potholes. Ngoba today we are talking about potholes, but before 1994 sasingawazi ama potholes thina, sasihamba obhukwini, sasingakwazi nalaba babe nezimoto abambalwa ukuthi ahambe njengemoto iqede iminyaka ibe mbili. Namhlanje we are crying about potholes because the government of the ANC have delivered in terms of abantu basemakhaya le ekuhlaleni emgwaqeni yobhuku, imigwaqo yetiyela yiyo lesithi nama potholes namhlanje. Ngiyabonga sihlalo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member.
Okay.
According to our list, we are supposed to be having Honorable Bishop S.A. Manele. He tendered his apology, and we are moving on with the next speaker, which is coming from the DA, and this is Honorable S. Hussein, and she has got only 4 minutes, ma'am.
Thank you, Chair. The Department of Transport in KZN is a serial poor performer. It is like a child with learning disabilities. And unless there is going to be a meaningful intervention by political leadership of this province, the situation is simply will keep getting worse. The DA has consistently been raising these issues of poor performance for years now, but there has been no political will to address the seriousness of the situation. Yet another year passes and hundreds of millions of rands in irregular expenditure continues and hundreds of unfilled posts. Part of the problem is that the Transport Department has a revolving door at the MEC's office. Over the last 4 years, we have had 4 different MECs in this department, and there is no clear and consistent political direction for this department. With every new MEC, new plans and promises are implemented, but none of them actually survive the test of time because just before it is implemented, a new sheriff comes into town. The 12 billion rand budget that this department has is not being used adequately to address the real challenges in our province. We also surrendered 200 million rand to Treasury because of unspent funds, which could have been used to even build decent facilities for our TI officers. Chairperson, in the last financial year, this department employed 6,000 young people at the cost of 250 million rand to maintain our roads, verges, drainage systems. But where wherever you travel in our province, the provincial roads are in a terrible condition and there are no proper maintenance that's being conducted. So where is this money going? When we request for information about this program from the department, they refuse to give any details. Our suspicions are that the ANC is using the state funds for political purposes. Chairperson, we are giving notice today that the DA will be writing to the Auditor General to probe this project. We want to know where the money is going, who is it benefiting, do the 6,000 people actually exist, and is the public actually getting value for money? Chairperson, as we sit here today, there are still thousands of children who walk long distances to school every day in rural communities because there is not enough money for learner transport. These are the children, MEC, that you are leaving behind. This year, the department has been allocated 4.5 million rand to provide transport. In this financial year, there's only an increase of 5 additional schools from last year. We've got 6,000 schools in the province. Surely by now, the department would have come up with a better alternative to reprioritize funds towards the important initiative. But this is not a priority for the ANC. They will only pay lip service to rural communities and hand out food parcels during the election time. In reality, they don't care. And the manner in which this budget is structured is proof of that. We have all become victims of ANC incompetence. But the people of KZN are fast waking up to the reality that this ANC is on its way out. It is really only a matter of time. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. The next Honorable Member is coming from Inkatha Freedom Party, is Honorable Esmut Lee, and is allocated to 5 minutes, the holy man.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Chair, I just want to find out the Honorable Premier has spoken about some monies. I just want to find out where is the money going to come from? What has been done by a joint task team comprising the Department of Transport, Treasury, and COCTA to assess the extent of the work that needs to be done in addressing potholes announced by former MEC for Transport, Honorable Peggy Nkonyeni, during 2021-2022 budget speech. Further, Honorable Nkonyeni told us about 615 million, which forms part of the MOU between the Department of Transport and IDT to improve service delivery. But one wonders, where is the 615 million spent, as roads are in a bad state even today? Again, in 2022-23 financial year, 34 million was allocated for the implementation of a pothole patching cooperative model in Msunduzi municipality. What happened to this money, as we are still driving on roads full of potholes? The MEC must account for all these millions that were announced by his predecessor. We welcome the increase in the provincial road maintenance grant. The PRMG sees an increase of 760.1 million over the 2022-23 MTEF, but we are concerned about the failure of the department to spend this grant. In 2019-20, the department underspent of transport infrastructure by 1.64 billion. And again, in the previous year, the department underspent the budget of 265.94 million on transport infrastructure. Due to delays in infrastructure projects, yet we have witnessed many violent protests around the province by communities demanding road infrastructure. When the former KZN MEC of Transport, Peggy Nkonyeni, tabled the department's 12.4 billion budget for the 2023 financial year in the legislature on 5th May 2022, she said, during the State of the Province address, the Premier gave us marching orders and important tasks to be undertaken. Amongst those is to conduct investigations of all the lower level structures to assess their safety. This is in response to an outcry in many parts of the province where people were affected due to heavy rains, water, floods above the bridge level. We want to know what progress has been made in this regard, as we have witnessed an incident in Peace Valley in Pietermaritzburg, where a girl was swept away when trying to cross a low-lying bridge. Vacant post. We welcome the appointment of a new CFO. Mr. Tabani Nkosi, the failure by the department to fill vacant posts is a sad state of affairs in the KZN Department of Transport. Vacant posts must be filled without any further delay. We have observed that the department is failing to finalize the organogram and structure of the department to finalize critical posts in the department. RTI. We are concerned about the failure by the department to provide RTI officers with uniform. Further, we reiterate our call for the deployment of traffic police 24/7 on our roads to address road accidents. We must relieve RTI officers from being clerks and messengers, as there are many unemployed people sitting at home who can perform these duties. SIU on New Jersey barriers. The IFP demands the action must be taken against those involved on the 85 million New Jersey barrier wall project, which is being implemented to curb cross-border crime between South Africa and Mozambique, which was awarded to a joint venture ISF Construction and Shula Construction in August 2018. We challenge the Honorable MEC to provide clarity on what progress has been made on this matter. Expanded Public Works Program, EPWP and APP, we want to caution the Honorable MEC that poverty alleviation programs such as EPWP, Vukeyabamba, routine maintenance, etc., are not only for ANC volunteers. The ANC has a tendency of using EPWP as its tool to garner votes during elections, as 2024 general election is upon us. The IFP will be all ears, and with our eyes wide open, we will monitor the implementation of all alleviation programs. Having voiced our concerns, the IFP supports the budget. I thank you.
Fundis. We are now inviting the last speaker to the debate before the MEC responds to the debate. This speaker is coming from the African National Congress, and he is allocated 6 minutes. And this is Honorable Bishop E.V. Dube.
Angibonge kakhulu uhlalo. Honorable Motley ngiyabona ngempela umfundisi ngoba uyayifunda incwadi ekuthiwa incwadi yesililo, Lamentations. Uyabona uyafika la uzolila ngezinto vele esikhulume ngazo ngoba kufanele ukuthi alile. Kodwa ke ayikho inkinga. Uke wabuza umbuzo ukuthi this budget, what is this budget for? Mina nginiqondi opposition ngempela ukuthi kanti abantu banivotelelani. Uma ngabe nifika la sifike issue ibudget kuthiwa izosebenza u1 no2 no3 bese nisukuma nina nithi le budget izokwenzani. Nikhombe nezinto esingazange sizisho thina. Enye izinto okufanele ifunde njenge opposition ukulalela. That is the reason why abantu bakwaZulu-Natal bevotela iANC ngoba iANC iyabalalela. I'm very disappointed uma ngizwa uHonorable Hussein ekhuluma ngama rural communities. Angidunyazo ukuthi ukhulume ngama rural communities. Ngidunyazo ukuthi ukhuluma ngento angayazi. Angikaze ngiyibone iDA inika isikhathi ukuyosebenza nama rural communities. Ngaphandle mangabe kuthiwa kunento ukuthi sisuke sihambile njengeshamthetho. Into abafike bayenze benze drive through bese behlangana eBNB ethize badle wine. Manje ke ngoba kubona nje it's part of tourism in KwaZulu-Natal. And I still ask myself, why would be a sane person vote for the DA? Ehlula ukunderstand ukuthi KwaZulu-Natal sinemgaqo link more than 26,000 abaqondwa wona lokuthi umsebenzi osibhekile ungakanani with such limited resources. And every time we start to do something, they have a problem. Mhlambe ke kufanele umuntu anibuze ukuthi kahle kahle nifundile noma niyafunda na. And okunye okubalekile ukuthi when the budget is given to you, you must not stick to the notes that were written for you. You must make sure ukuthi ubheke ibudget and begin to interrogate the budget as it was given to you. ngiyabona ukuthi lento ekuthiwa ukudebate anikaze nivele kuneqala leParliament kodwa ke sonifundisa thina ngoba sila sikhona namhlanje ngoba umphakathi uyazi ukuthi siyasebenza iyangixaka ke le yokuthi njalo nizositshela ngo purpose angifuni nje ukuthi ngiyikhulume leyo ngoba kwasho ukuthi mangabe kwenzeka izinto kwi-area la ekhona kufanele uhlale entabeni athi uzolinda iANC kanti usebenza lo muphi uhulumeni ngoba uhola la phansi kohulumeni weANC njani igqaja kangaka usebenzela thina lokho akwenzayo sisazontshela ukuthi uthunywe yithina ukuthi akwenze akasebenzeli eyodwa futhi labantu abasizayo abantu abavotela neANC njengoba nizosibona nje ngo2024 but I do want also ukubonga kakhulu babhlomuka ngokusebenzisana nomnyango wezenkolo. You know, I do believe ukuthi ukube imthandazo ayenziwa ngabe okwenzeka emgaqweni wethu kuWest ingakho ngibabonga befundisi ikakhulukazi ababamba iqhaza ekutheni bakhuleke ukuze iprovince yethu ibone ukuphepha noma ingozi zenzeka kungabi lesimo uyabona kuPeter Brown ngendlela imoto ezaziningi ngayo okwenzeka ingozi ngangilindele impela ukuthi baningi abantu abazolimala khona kodwa ngiyambonga uNkulunkulu ukuthi ngenxa yemthandazo eyenziwa kule ndawo kwaba khona umehluko owenzeka ezinye zezinto ke engazihambeli lezo uma ngabe senza i-interfaith meeting eqondene no transport angikaze ngiyibone iDA inikeza isikhathi sokuthi izoba nathi angikhathali ukuthi mhlambe ngoba anikholwa njengathi kodwa ke kufanele ukuthi ngesinye isikhathi nibalule ukuthi abantu kunezinto ezithize abakholelwa kuzo engenza ukuthi imigaqo yethu KwaZulu-Natal ibe safe kodwa futhi umuntu akadlule nje kule yokuthi Honorable Hussein, you have repeatedly said this thing. I wish people of KwaZulu-Natal could hear you when you are saying izimbizo are useless. It's because you lack understanding of how we interact with our people. That is why when we are about to vote, you send us rubbish SMSs and then rubbish SMSs and you put your poster your whatever in our post box on our post boxes. I wish you could see what I do to that paper every time you put it in my post box. I call my neighbors and we are still going to do that. Continue to steal in numbers to this phone. We are going to take you seriously. Ukuthi you are thieves ezitshontsha inamba zethu bese nilona isifonela nisibuze ngale mbhudane yena enibiza ngeDA aniyazi ukuthi lento iqalaphi ayipheli indawo ayinambono but you have audacity ukuthi abantu abanivotele if a person ophila emqondweni ohlala KwaZulu-Natal would vote DA in 2024 what would that person be voting for? You know, one of the last things that we have done is to chase everybody of our color in the organization. Nasala nje Nkosi yami nalanda uGumbe Cape Town no Gumbe isebenzela la esebenza khona nasala nentokazi uMabatho indawo yakhe kulindele ngala when time is right ukuthi uze ngala uzohlala kweANC because I want to tell you DA is dying. It's not dying slowly. It's dying very quick. So that is why you have nothing engayisho about the safety of the people. You do not care about the people. Nipatile ipapalasi. Le budget sayipasisa njenge
time is up for the holy man. Honorable members and guests, Honorable Dube was the last to debate. We now invite the Honorable MEC, Honorable Slomuga, to respond to the debate.
No, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Let me start by, Chair, appreciating the input from those who contributed in enriching our budget policy speech, because we really want to appreciate that those who wanted to make more input. Usenzele ukuthi abantu bakithi KwaZulu-Natal bakwazi ukuthi bathole intuthuko. Ngizobabonga nje bonke ke noma ke singeke sibasho one by one. Kodwa ngicabanga ukuthi kunento yokuqala that I want to clarify. Maybe there was a mispresentation in the portfolio. The 250 million that is called was surrendered to treasurer is not true. The Provincial Executive Council took a decision, actually requested departments to say we have education and health and social development that have challenges in terms of budget. Can department assist those department? We then said, because we are one government, we have a responsibility if there are challenges education ukuthi ingane zinenkinga or othisha fanele baqashwe, fanele sikwazi ukuthi we contribute as a provincial government. That's why I'm saying maybe there was a misunderstanding. There is even a decision or minutes and decision in the Provincial Executive Council. We then raised our hand. We said, no, we are going to assist those departments. Equally so, the same Provincial Executive Council took a decision to say, as part of dealing with the crime in KwaZulu-Natal, the Provincial Executive Council took a decision to say each and every department must at least contribute 10 million to support Department of Community Safety and Liaising in ensuring that the Department of Community Safety and Liaising will able to buy more cars for police and put CCTV cameras and also assist the CPF and other community structures. So I wanted to clarify that so that other members will understand that there was no surrender of any money from the Department of Transport, but we assisted our sister department because we have a responsibility to make sure that we work together as one government, because this government is led by one organization called the African National Congress. So we must by any time assist each other when times or when needs arise. Then we are going to provide quarterly report on the pothole issues, because we agree ukuthi yes, the issue of potholes is a serious challenge. And even in our report, because as we presented our budget policy speech, we started by accounting what have we done with the budget that were given the previous financial year. Because it's important that to account to our people of KwaZulu-Natal to say the money that was given to us, these are the things that we have done, these are the achievements that we have done, these are the challenges, and how are we going to deal with those challenges. And we are also appealing to say, working together to make sure that we fast track service delivery to our people. Those who don't see any positive things, for sure, amahlabo avalekile. We can sibavule what is singabacela nje singabathandazela ukuthi ngoba ukuthi bathandazele bavuleke amehlo bezokwazi ukuthi ebabona. But the people of KwaZulu-Natal bayabona, even in the areas enhlala kuzona esilungwini siyasiza nakhona, we fix those roads abakhona. Mawusuhlala nokubona-ke la uhlala ngakhona kusho ukuthi inkinga ikuwena akuyikho kwabanye abantu. It's not true. I don't understand an honorable member, Mr. Chair, come here and lie. I never used any helicopter. I never used a chopper during the accident. It's lies, blue lies. They mean no. Wait, let me tell you, because maybe you are used to lie. The minister that day before the accident, she was working with me at Moy River. She then drove to Gauteng. Then when the accident happened, he then took a job because he was supposed to go back to Gauteng. He's a minister who came with a helicopter from Gauteng to here in N3. So it's very important when you speak, you must do your research, because we are misleading the people of this country. So don't lie. Anyway, understand, Vele EDA is used on propaganda. must go and do your research because next time we will give you a question and a paper to write, and you will fail dismally because you don't do research. I think we are sizoqhubeka with the budget that we have presented. If it's approved by the legislature, was going all over the province. If you call it is a campaign, I'm sorry, kuzobe kuwena. Kodwa sizohambela wonke umphakathi wakithi siyothula imisebenzi esiyenzayo, sithula imigwaqo, futhi sibachazela abantu ukuthi le delivery yenziwa uhulumeni kaKhongolose. Ngoba uma singabatshela abantu, ngoba kulula ukuthi nisho ukuthi umntu kaKhongolose awenzi lutho, kodwa uma wenza into enhle anisho ukuthi wenza into enhle. Ingakho sishilo la ukuthi kwi-budget speech, abanye benu, almost all of you benefited from this ANC government, especially Department of Transport, because kunemigwaqo ekhandiwe endlula ngakwakho ekhanda wona lo humena kaKhongolose, kodwa besuthi awuyiboni intuthuko, kodwa uhamba kuyona intuthuko. Futhi ngabe uhamba kumgwaqweni owenziwa uhulumeni usho ukuthi yazi yamnandi intuthuko kaKhongolose, bese kuyasho ukuthi ke why ongayithani. Kodwa hayi ukuthi sithi akukho esikubonayo, ngoba nala uqhamuka khona uzofike la ufike ngawo umgwaqo okhanda ohulumeni kaKhongolose. It is not correct to say i-accident le eyenzeka la eHilton ku-N3. Firstly, kwakona is wrong ukuthi sidlale because there are people who lost their lives there. And afanele sikhulume as if we don't care about that. May their soul rest in peace, because as a caring government, we have a responsibility to protect the families and make sure that we send condolences to those families. DA, I understand, because akekho umuntu omhlophe oshonile laphaya. Kushona abantu bakithi abamnyama ezulana nabo, yingakho njengoba uPapaso umeya wasemngeni waya khona, yingoba uMEC wakaKhokja she called yena ukuthi wayelele, futhi ngemali enikezwa ngokwebudget le ka disaster enikezwa uKhokja enikeza omasipala, wasebenzisa yona ukuthi ahamba yosiza abantu laphana. Yingakho no meya we district wasemgungundlovu uNcamalala uyena wayegijima laphana esiza abantu bakithi. Even ibhedlela abafaka kuzona, OCO no-nurse u-MEC uyena wayesiza u-MEC uSimelane ukuthi abantu bakithi abakwazi basize bangabambi ulayini ngoba kade besengozini serious. So you must not come here and lie about that small boy wasemngeni. Look, the unauthorized expenditure, this is why, unless you are talking about the other previous financial year, for this past financial year, current financial year, there was no unauthorized expenditure in the of transport. It's just an incurring for those projects that were declared at that time as irregular. So, but for this financial year, there is no authorized. We've developed the systems to make sure that at least we comply with the policies that we have. That's why we are hoping that we might not get a clean audit, but we're able to deal with all issues that have been raised by Auditor General, because we have a responsibility to account for the budget or the monies that have been allocated to us. So these men and women led by the HOD and the CFO, they are doing their level best to try that they fast-track service delivery hours to make sure that we support them and make sure ukuthi benza umsebenzi. Bese ukuthi laba abangawenza umsebenzi asinayo enye choice ukuthi babhekane nomthetho, bahambe bayohlala ekhaya abangafuni ukusebenza, ngoba lapha umuntu ongafuni ukusebenza kufanele akwazi ukubona ukuthi akafanele abe khona. I-issue of ama-vacant post, I think in the I understand khona bafikile bezo debate, kodwa azange bayifunde i-budget speech. The budget speech indicate the number of funded vacant posts and the process and how many have been filled and how many were in the process of filling them. We even spoke about the RTI, how many posts that have already filled from Chanel, how many were anticipating to fill, and another additional 100 that were requesting provincial government to consider as to ukuthi swafini. So siyaqhuba siya phambili. Lo honorable Mutli, lo 6 not Mutli, I'm sorry, Hossein, 6,000 wabantu abasha, those are young people who were recruited. That's why go and read 10.1, then you will understand that program. We've employed 6,000. Those 6,000 young people, they are distributed or allocated across the province. And that's what you are saying, when actually they are under PESAL. They are paid through PESAL. They are not paid like Obona, IFP, Mekashe, also Omekashe, ama-artist babanikeza imali ngocash. Washo ungizwe phela sezwa ngongizwe ukuthi namqasha namnikeza cash. Akushongo thina. Ungizwe wathi namqasha and kodwa mafika akaholi ngelokho. Uhola ngelokho. So these young people bakhokhelwa through PESAL. We welcome audit. We have all processes. There are documents in our office. We will give everything because we know that as an ANC government, we want clean. We don't want fraud, any corruption. So we are welcome ukuthi uzokwenza njalo. For sure, you know ukuthi DA kunalamadoda awu5 ayenza corruption lapha seqoshiwe lapha eDA kwi-city of Cape Town. And iDA ayazi fanele iyenzeni even in the provincial government. So ungatshela abantu into engayilona iqiniso. iDA ayisoze yaphatha la. Abona ngezwe nje ukuthi ufuna ukuba uMEC. Manje nibanga ne-IFP naye niyaphupha nje into engeke nizithole leyo. Abantu bakwaZulu-Natal angeke bayivume lona. Bakhathela abantu bakwaZulu bayaphathwa abantu be-apartheid abafuna ukubuyela kwi-apartheid. Yingakho nabanye umasipala bathe bangabona ukuthi onto abayikhonjwa bahlangene nabantu abamhlophe e-apartheid baba-rejecta manje bathi abafuni. So-ke ungalinge ucabanga ukuthi ikhona into ezokwenzeka. I think kule mali, Mr. Honorable Mutla, ka 600 million. Yes, indeed, there was money that was transferred to IDT, as I already indicated in the budget speech, to say there are government agencies that will transfer money, which is Central and IDT. As I spoke about P90 from Inkandla and P50 from Inkandla, is IDT who's assisting us. Already consultants have been appointed. They are busy with design. That means there is that 600,000 IDT uyawusebenzisa and we are getting report on the monthly basis. Equally so no Sandra kanjalo we are getting report. So there is a report mafanele sinikeze. Some of them SIU ama-Jersey bearer lawa asemkhanyakude, we have not yet received a report. As soon as the department receive the report, remember that project is a joint program. It's a project that is done by provincial government through agent of transport and National Public Works. It's National Public Works who said let's put investigation, and we welcome that, and we are waiting for that SIU report. But we said we are not going to wait for that report because our people at Mkhanyakude, they are robbed on every day. That's why we said we want to continue with that project. I think it's correct that schools in KwaZulu-Natal, Honorable Hossein, there might be 6,000. There might be 6,000, but it's not all of them that qualify to get scholar transport. Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. You must always do your research. Don't just come here without your research. You miss the people of KwaZulu-Natal. The 405 that we've allocated, those are the critical prioritized school that really need scholar transport. We are still assessing through Director of Education other schools that will also allocate budget so that will also get scholar transport. Our people, they know about that. Okwakho ngoba wena ubazi abantu yingakho uthi awufuni imbizo vele abafuna awukazi uhlangane nabantu into okwenzayo nje ukuthi nithatha ama-phone numbers ethu nisendele ama-message engazathi khona into esihlangane nani ngathi akuhleka ne-dating singabantu bombutho kwakhongolose esiwona ophethe abantu bakithi. Sabonga kakhulu Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Slomuga, the MEC for Transport and Community Safety and Liaison in KZN. We also want to thank all those colleagues of ours who debated. It was a bit smooth debate. Yeah. No, don't intimidate the MEC. He will come back because he has got 4 remaining minutes. He will come back because he has got 4 remaining minutes. Colleagues, we want to thank all of you, including our well-behaved guests in the gallery. Sinibonga kakhulu ngokuyiphatha kwenu ukuthi nizolalela le nkulumo mpikiswano. Honorable members, we want to declare that we have come to the end of this debate on vote number 12. And I am told that the next vote in the very same house will be vote number 8. So that one will be spearheaded by Honorable Zungu. Honorable Zungu, I don't want to leave this chair. Otherwise, other people who are not chosen by the speaker to chair might take it. Can you come to this place so that you will be ready? I know sabona mshana wami ngazozofukela uzopreside la. Saba wena. But I was told that that debate will start at 15:45. That's what I was told. But I don't want to get into that one. But I want to see this chair protected. Otherwise, umshana wami umsimango will come and then take it over. I not you, Mfundisi.
Honorable members, kuthiwa akakalungi. Khona ama-members angakaphumi akwamanye akwenye house. So sizolinda kancane. Kodwa uzoshaya manje ukora 2. Mhlawumbe ningastretcha nje sisalindele ababanye. Yeah, you can have and grab your tea.
call to the podium our Honorable MEC. But before I do that, I would like to report to honorable members that and confirm that the budget reports 2023 and 24 of the Human Settlements Portfolio Committee has been tabled in terms of the virtual roles. Honorable MEC, I think you are ready. The report will be tabled by the MEC for Human Settlements and Public Works on human settlements. Honorable NNG Mahlaba. His report is gonna be for 45 minutes. Honorable MEC.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Greetings to our Chief Whip, Chair of Chairs. Oh, the Speaker is there as well. Oh, Deputy Chief Whip. Anbonakali phela and all the honorable members present in this august house, officials, HOD, Manzini, and the CFO, members of the public in the gallery, and other officials present. Maybe before I proceed, must say, sometimes when you sit here listening, you think you are somewhere else when you hear people commenting. I like the challenge which Honorable Shomuga posed, that maybe some members sometimes they must just traverse the province and leave their comfort zone, because I don't think some of them know what is a rural area. They only read about it. I remember when I was at medical school, people used to talk about poverty, but they'd never experienced poverty. But nonetheless, we proceed under the theme which says that leave no one behind. Madam Chair, honorable members, the Honorable Premier tabled a roadmap to this very house during the State of the Province address, where we can fulfill the national pronouncement not to leave anyone behind. We as Human Settlements remains committed to setting the foundations and laying the bricks towards rebuilding a better, prosperous and resilient KwaZulu-Natal. Let us not forget this very day, 59 years ago, our late former president and international icon, Dr. Nelson Mandela, during his Rivonia trial, where he remained resolute despite what was happening. We all know the conclusion of the trial. But what we can learn from him is that he showed selflessness and an unwavering commitment to the liberation struggle. It is this type of total dedication and resilience that we, in a human settlement delivery chain, seek to emulate and restore the dignity to the people we serve. It is indeed humbling experience for me to present my inaugural budget policy speech as a MEC Human Settlements and Public Works. One feels privileged in getting an opportunity to convert the ideals of freedom for which millions of men and women of this fearlessly of this country fearlessly fought for into tangible programs and deliverables. That is why in every village, in every township, in every town, government has built houses. There are clear deliverables. Housing and provisioning of human settlements is an emotive subject given the wanton need and landlessness legacy of the pre-1994 era, where majority, especially Africans, were sidelined. However, the democratic government that I'm part of made a covenant in its 1994 Ready to Govern document called Reconstruction Development Program, RDP, that the ideals as exposed in our freedom blueprint, Freedom Charter, as adopted in Cape Town in 1955, will be realized. Therefore, it is no sheer coincidence of history or incidental design that acronym RDP is associated with democratic government free issue housing intervention together with departmental payoff line, houses, security, and comfort for all, as so eloquently captured in the Freedom Charter clause. There shall be houses, security, and comfort for all. Because as African National Congress, we believe that there shall be no security or comfort without housing. It is only this government of the African National Congress that has comprehended that, which has committed itself in making sure that we restore the dignity of our people, we restore their security and comfort. The people of Upuzane, Ndumu, Mzumbe, Kwanzimakwe, Kwandwalane, Empendle, Phongolo, eMadundube, eKudlicingo, eBaqulusini, Newcastle, eMakhabeleni, eMaye, KwaDabhasa, eMsinga, Danhausa, Wembezi, are living testimony of our commitment to restoring their dignity. Even la kwakuthiwa khona KwaNdlwane namhlanje kuyahlaleka. It's because of the African National Congress. Asinamona, asinanzondo, sisebenzela umphakathi. One thing that I'm happy about is that anyone can go and witness this. Not like a person who talk about an MEC who came with a chopper, but did not see the MEC coming out of that chopper. We are not here to tell a fairy tale. Inganekwane, yabona inganekwane. Kube besazi besophatha ney'nkuni siy'fake la. Sisihlengile, khona singezukumilwa izimpondo. Whilst it will be politically convenient to bask in one's glory, but the task that lies ahead for our department is challenging one. This is correctly so because expectations of the masses out there are huge and immense. The overwhelming majority of our people want tangible changes now and in their lifetime. They don't want to hear about it, that there will be this in the future. They want to see it now. That is why, as this government of the African National Congress, we said we must work with agility and speed to make sure that we deliver services to our people. The challenges of the last 3 years had a debilitating impact within the human settlement environment, as there was severe disruption to service delivery cycle and construction value chain. This led to department having to revise its service delivery business plans in accordance with milestones that had to be adhered to as part of post-COVID-19 recovery plan, as well as we're, rolling our sleeves to arrest the backlog of the 2 financial years caused by COVID-19 were hit by July unrest, and after that, the floods that caused serious disasters, in particular at eThekwini. This destruction of shelter, both formal and informal, for many communities obligated the human settlements to be at the center of rebuilding process. A further 1,751 temporary residential units have been built in response to April and May 22 flood disaster. There is no government other than the African National Congress which we can work with such speed, because this is a government which cares. This is a caring government. We have also established 11 transitional emergency accommodations, TEAs, to decant homeless people from 135 mass care centers where they were living in very inhumane conditions in halls. When you visit them now, some of them don't want to move from CBD near eThekwini. They will tell you, no, we don't want to move from here. But I must mention this in passing. Some, especially those who are privileged, refused the department to build in their backyard. They said, not in my backyard. Where land was available. And the reason is because most people who were affected were black people. They wanted to keep them away as per as they were doing during apartheid era, where our people were kept away from economic activity. That is what they wanted to do. I can safely say that from that, I think the first place where we are going to move people in is here in Umgungundlovu. We've started building for flood victims. The progress is very good. Then we'll go to Verulem, we'll go to other areas. The progress is very good. We are building for our people because we want to make sure that they have security and comfort. The department has financed the acquisition of Transnet Moncler Lodge, situated within the jurisdiction of eThekwini. This we want to use as a department as one of those TAs that we'll use whenever there are disasters. Now it belongs to us. We'll be using it as and when it's needed, whilst we are preparing to build permanent structures for our people. The department will be spearheading the recovery and rebuilding process with the construction of 2,224 permanent housing solutions in this financial year, 2023-2024, in the identified 15 land parcel mentioned by the Honorable Premier. Asikhuluma imfeketho, sikhuluma into ezokwenzeka. Sikhuluma ngeendawo esesiyitholile. We are busy. The only thing in Mkhatshwa that has been a stumbling block is the issue of Pluma. We would have long started. But we are working very well with the affected municipalities to make sure that we fast track that. Because we want to restore the dignity of our people. Even in the midst of challenges mentioned above, government always intervenes swiftly to assist communities affected by disasters. Such is the case with families affected by the fire this past weekend in Dakota informal settlement. On Sunday, they were affected. On Tuesday, we were there with building material because we are the government which works with agility and speed to make sure that our people are not kept in mass care centers because we understand their pain. It is only a caring and responsive government that can intervene with such haste and provide tangible assistance in the provision of material to address the most urgent needs of our people. We are not only focused on that, but also job opportunities for youth women is one of our priorities. Both His Excellency President Matamela Ramaphosa and Honorable Premier in the State of the Nation and the State of the Province respectively have called for a decisive action of mass employment. The KwaZulu-Natal Department of Human Settlement viewed this as key economic recovery and places youth and women and persons with disability at the core of its programs. As we said, no one will be left behind. Make sure that you empower youth, our women, our brothers and sisters with disability. So far, 56 youth will be appointed in the department this year through internship, 28 work integrated learnership, and candidacy development support program. With respect to job creation, the department has reported 5,852 work opportunities and 1,488 full-time equivalent through 106 projects, particularly with skills and transfer. The department has set its sight on creating 11,900 work opportunities and 3,500 full-time equivalent within the next 2 years. The department created 368 targeted persons days of work last year alone, 368,000. This shows that we are a government at work. We are not sleeping on duty. Towards creating an enabling environment to support women entrepreneurs, 25 million of construction work is to be allocated 25 women-owned companies to 25 women-owned companies. Training will be extended to 90 women-owned businesses because we believe that if you empower a woman, you empower a nation. In terms of accelerating economic recovery, reconstruction, and transformation, to realize the strategic objectives of Operation Vula as an overarching program to drive radical economic transformation program, the department has established the Siaka incubation program. In the 2022-2023 financial year, a total of 150 companies have been trained on business planning, management, health and safety, financial management and tax systems. An amount of about 7.5 million was used for business training of the companies. Because we don't want to just take our people and say, no, here is a job, because they will take it and sell it to someone else. They are not going to grow. For them to grow, they need proper training. That is what we've put emphasis on. A budget of about 12.2 million has been set aside for business training of 200 companies in year 23-24. The department is currently liaising with National Skills Fund to source funds totaling 118 million for training and capacity building of about 2,500 beneficiaries for the next 3 years. The move will ensure that we have sufficient content to temp on in the implementation of 30% in our construction projects, even in remote parts of this province, because it's part of the policy of this government that we need to eradicate even mud houses. Wonke umuntu sifuna abe nendlu yesitini, akhelwe indlu ezokwazi ukumelana nesimo semvula esinzima. Hayi abantu bakithi bahlale endlini zodaka. Lo uhulumeni kaKhongolose. In terms of work allocation, the department continues to implement compulsory subcontracting. A total of 23 companies have been allocated work amounting to 29.5 million. This year, we are intensifying compulsory subcontracting and mentorship by identifying specific construction projects. The department has heeded a call to intensify efforts towards job creation. To this end, the department has targeted the creation of 7,465 jobs throughout various subsidy instruments, including rural housing, integrated residential development, social housing, community residential unit programs. A total of about 3.2 billion will be utilized in creation of jobs as follows. Not going to go through the numbers, but it will cover Majuba, eThekwini, eRigwala, iLembe, King Qetshwayo, Zululand, Mgungundlovu, uMkhanyakude, uMzinyathi, uThukela. As I said, we will move from Manguzi to Port Edward. There is no area which will be left behind. Every area will feel the presence of the government of the African National Congress. Because we are the government of the people, by the people. We've also made sure that we have designated groups in terms of women, youth, people with disability, and obviously our military veterans who fought for the liberation of this country. They fought even for Honorable Hussein. That is why she's sitting here today. These are the military veterans who even fought even for your father and your mother. The project to be completed this financial year will realize the creation of jobs to support 50 families. Through its projects, the department is not only transferring practical skills to communities, but creating livelihoods as well. Despite the budget cuts and rising cost of building material, will continue to utilize local labor and material supplied by SMMEs and cooperatives without compromising the quality of the end product. We've commenced the work in the material supply space and have finalized a material supply strategy in an effort to address challenges that continue to persist and are faced by contractors. Our multi-pronged approach to leave no one behind and no project behind. We are determined to focus on the streams of housing needs before they flow into this ocean of housing backlog, which currently stands at 742,000. We eagerly await the launch of the digitalized National Housing Needs Register so that we can better serve the public by being more accessible and transparent in the allocation. Madam Chair, our program of action to respond to housing needs does not only include the provision of BNG houses. It must be understood that BNG houses are only for the most needy, and indigent as per our constitutional obligation. We have multi-pronged approach which also includes the provision of service sites where those who can afford they can build for themselves, but they'll find the service sites, rental stock to enable people to live close to where they work, because the apartheid regime moved our people away from economic activity. But now we have come with this one of rental stock to enable them to be closer to where they work. This is evident in prompt response by Umsunduzi local municipality, where the department has started providing necessary support to the community of Copsville. As provinces, we can now set aside 30% of human settlement development grant to install bulk services, such as sewer lines and wastewater treatment plants to support our housing projects. We don't need to wait for anyone who can utilize 30% of our budget. This will go a long way to ensure that completion of block projects is fast-tracked. Stalled projects such as Tulabetu, Tubaletu, H39, Mbulwane, Mkolombe will be brought back to life to deliver houses with proper bulk services to the waiting needy. Municipalities play a key role in the initial development spadework in human settlement service delivery basket value chain, owing to their developer status role. Honorable members, it is precisely to what I have alluded to above, that during the month of May, the Department of Human Settlement will be signing implementation protocols with the 7 accredited municipalities. I will not mention them, they are there. Further to the signing of the new 3-year implementation protocols with all accredited municipalities, an invitation will be extended to honorable members to attend the ceremony and be part of this historical intergovernmental program. Using nature towards resolving energy crisis and creation of sustainable livelihoods. Guided by the National Department of Human Settlements, we are reviewing building standards to ensure that we can fit all new houses with energy-saving equipment and introduce a standard for all PNGs houses to be fitted with solar energy harvesting rooftops. So there will be no problem even in the deepest rural area for our people to access electricity, because it will be part of the package. The House will recall that it is now 12 years since as KZN initiated the harvesting solution in the form of water harvesting tanks for rural households. We have also received marching orders from Honorable Premier to work closer with other departments and ensure the revival of one home, one garden. We will further work with the Department of Agriculture to extend this program to include the planting of fruit trees, as was done in Ilembe district in 2020. Abantu bakithi mabevuka amapentshisi abawakhe khona la. Angahamba afuna ukuyothenga amapentshisi akuyisizini yamapentshisi abawakhe khona la. So tshala izihlahla, sakhe izindlu, sisebenze no department waka agriculture, sakhe izihlahla abantu bakithi, ama fruits bawakhe ebaleni labo la abahlala khona. Madam Chair, in proudly noting that the department has spent its full budget for 2022-2023 financial year, I'm honored to share with my fellow citizens of KwaZulu-Natal the budget that we are presenting today of 4.3 billion allocation to the KwaZulu-Natal Department of Human Settlements, which is meant to service them, not anything else. Contrary to what the doomsayers were saying, that is for campaign. We need to work hard, go corner to corner, tell people that ANC government has given you this 4.3 billion. We are here to deliver services with it, whether you call it campaigning or not, but we'll be delivering services that the government of the ANC has sent us to deliver. In terms of budget allocation, in terms of human settlement development grant, we have 3.1 billion. Expanded public works, we put 7.6 thousand. Informal settlement upgrade partnership grant, 790,000. Equitable share, 412,000, which will give us the 4.3 billion, which belongs to the people of KwaZulu-Natal. It does not belong to any one of us here, but the entire population of KwaZulu-Natal, to make sure that we improve their lives. There is a decreasing trend on HSDG grant allocation due to additional allocation received for disaster funding, which is ring-fenced within the HSDG grant allocation. These funds relate to disasters that occurred during 2019 and 2020. An additional allocation amounting to 474,000 in 2023-2024. The budget planning for new projects is therefore limited. Conditional grant allocation per housing intervention The conditional grant is allocated as per housing intervention as follows. I'm not going to go through all the figures, but the figures are there. All of us will be able to read. Madam Chair, again, the table below demonstrates the conditional grant that has been allocated as per district, which amounts to about 309 million. I'm not going to through each district, but every district from Mangus to Port Edward will be covered. Equitable share allocation per program. Equitable share is allocated per program as follows. Administration, 236 million. Housing needs research and planning, 22 million. Housing development, 109 million. Housing development, housing assets management, property management, 44 million. The total budget is 412 million. As we said that we are leaving no one behind. Leaving no one behind by leaving no program behind. If you look at the table below, it shows the footprint across the province since 2019. To date, the ANC from 2019-2020, there are about 1,650 units that were built in Amajuba alone. eThekwini, 9,000 units were built in 2019-2020 alone. Herikwala, 3,400 units were built. Ilembe, 4,400 units were built. King Kechwayo, 2,900 units were built. Uku district, 7,000 units were built. Mkungundlovu, 5,000 units were built. Panyakude, 3,500. Umzinyathi, 3,100. Uthukela, 3,300. Zululand, 4,500. In terms of service sites, Amajuba, 8,549 sites that have been serviced. That is the government of the African National Congress.
Honorable MEC, you have like 10 minutes left.
I'm about to finish, Honorable Chair. Those are units that have been built. I'm not going to go through each and every one. I will go straight to catalytic projects. Even there, I will mention the name of the catalytic project, but I'm not going to go to explain what it is. You can read. I'm sure all of us here can read the language. There is also a Zulu version at the back. Those of us who cannot. There is one Amaoti Greater Housing Project, which is a catalytic project here at eThekwini. Umlazi Urban Regeneration, which is here at eThekwini. Empangeni Mega Housing Project. Which is at Usito. And we also will be embarking on upgrading of informal settlements. We are not alone in the resolve to upgrade informal settlements. We remain totally committed to following global action plan framework on informal settlements and slums, which was launched in October last year. As this government by a government at work. We'll also be making sure that we decommission transit camps. We provide our people with service sites. Also, there is a program of social and rental interventions. Go and also check at the revised housing scheme for the missing middle income group, because there is that missing group which they cannot, they are working, they're earning more than enough to get an RDP house, but they cannot afford to buy a house. This current government came with a scheme for them to make sure that they are covered. As I said, Madam Speaker, quoting from the state of the province addressed by the Honorable Premier, that we are leaving no one behind. When it comes to property ownership, the first home finance program, the first home finance program was unveiled to replace the finance-linked individual subsidy, which was known as FLISP. People who earn too much to qualify for fully subsidized government housing, BNG or RDP, and earn little to qualify for a bond, are now included in the human settlements delivery chain. Depending on the monthly household income, the government can fund a beneficiary up to 130,000 per household so that they can build their own house. Housing interventions in rural areas. In 2022-2023, a total of about 7,032 houses were built in rural areas. That is the government of the ANC. Even if you go to a village where I come from, there is no home without an RDP house and a water harvesting system. This is the government of the people by the people. Even in the most remote areas, we get there. On Operation Sukumasake, once forgotten souls and those affected by disasters assisted through the Operation Sukumasake. We delivered 420 houses to the vulnerable through the flagship program in 2022-2023. And further, 444 households will be assisted through this program come 2025. Priority programs will include our EPWP, where we'll be focusing on skills development, and also we'll be focusing on emergency housing assistance. And lastly, Madam Chair, as I'm about to conclude, we are not going to leave our military veterans. Those who are on the database that have been verified to about 200. By the end of this year, 100 of them will have received their houses. By the way, their spec is different from the normal RDP house, because these are liberation fighters who liberated us. We are standing here, we are standing on their shoulders. They sacrificed everything. We want to make sure that we restore their dignity. 100 of them by the end of this year will be in their houses. We'll also, Madam Chair, be embarking on consumer education to make sure that we strengthen partnership between government and the public. As I close, Madam Speaker, I want to thank, firstly, all the officials from the department led by Umanzini, the leadership of the ANC, my colleagues in the executive, my colleagues in the portfolio committee, all honorable members from different political parties. Also, want to thank the prayers, especially from my mother, my wife. She's always beautiful, she's there. Beautiful as ever. Having said that, Honorable Chair, I want to deliver this 4.3 budget for consideration and adoption by this House. Ngokubambisana sithuthukisa isifundazwe saKwaZulu-Natal. Umuntu ngekhaya phambili, ngomuntu nekhaya phambili. Siyabonga.
Thank you so much, Honorable MEC. Next, for 10 minutes, will be Honorable LXH Hlongwa-Madlala, whom I believe is connected visually.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
She's the Chair of Human Settlements. 10 minutes.
Thank you, Chairperson. I rise to table the report of the Human Settlements Portfolio Committee on the consideration of the 23-24 budget and APP. The Portfolio Committee on Human Settlements received presentations on the 23-24 budget and APP on the 16th of March. This was to be considered a final draft that should be approved and supported by the committee. The meeting resolved to deal with it at a later stage when all inputs from stakeholders were incorporated. Another meeting was convened whereby the committee met with the Department of Human Settlements on the 30th of March 2023. The DHS presented the final 23-24 budget and APP to the committee for engagement and approval. This report will therefore outline the views and comments of the committee in the meeting on the 30th of March 2023. Submission of information. The Portfolio on Human Settlements received the first draft 23-24 budget and APP on the 12th of January 2023 in preparation for the stakeholder engagement, which took place on 22nd of February 2023. The stakeholder engagement was held in eThekwini Metro. The inputs in the stakeholder on the departmental 2023-24 budget and APP are tabulated as follows. Disaster funding took a long time to be allocated, which left communities vulnerable as the province was prone to disasters. The department was unable to deliver adequately on this instrument. The APP 23-24 was not clear on the training of the youth as well as people living with disabilities. The communities were concerned that the renovations of the R293 houses were not mentioned in the presentation, whereas some of the houses were in a terrible state of disrepair. The allocation on Operation Sukumasake was not adequately considering that a lot more people needed houses under that program. Demarcation tended to leave out some RDP housing beneficiaries when they were moved from one ward where they were on the list to another, which had completed its project. Title deed programs was another area that seemed to be having delivery challenges. Honorable Chairperson, to consider the 23-24 budget and APP for the Department of Human Settlements, Vote 8, the committee embarked on the processes as follows: convened a stakeholder engagement session with communities of eThekwini Metro, held the budget hearing process with the department on the 30th of March to consider and adopt its APP and budget 23-24. Underneath Chairperson, I'm not going to be reading word for word, but Human Settlements budget summary is as follows. The Department of Human Settlements have been allocated a total budget of 4,342,000,000 for the year 2023-2024. The total budget decreased by an average 6% between 2023 and year 2025 to 26. Underneath Chairperson is the expenditure by program, which the MEC has already spoken to. Program 1, administration. The purpose of this program, Honorable Chair, was to identify and eliminate bottlenecks as well as continuously improve the flow of financial, administrative, and management information. The strategic objectives of this program were to strengthen governance and service delivery. The budget for this program had decreased from 257,217,000 to 236,172,000, or a decline of 9%. The decrease was due to funds reallocated for the Youth Directorate to cater for FLIP's communication strategy for a 3-year period ending in year 2022-2023 financial year. The increase in trend over the outer years was to cater for inflationary increases and also provided for the management of office accommodation, training and development, IT-related functions for the entire department. The department implemented a portion of the 23-24 MTF budget cuts of 4.125 million, 1.6 million, and 2.9 million under that program, under the compensation of employees. Program 2, Chairperson Housing Needs, Research and Planning. This program experienced a growth of 4% between the years 23 and year 23-24. And over the outer years as well. This program provided for platforms for various stakeholders for discussing, debating, draft, and informing human settlements policies, and provided for the identification of any skills gap in the major stakeholders that were an integral part of the housing delivery chain, including municipalities, traditional leaders and institutions, emerging contractors, people living with disabilities, youth and women. The program showed an increasing trend over the year 23-24. Program 2 was not affected by the current MTEF budget cuts. Program 3, Honorable Chair, is our main program, which is responsible for the implementation and monitoring of housing delivery within all districts, including the eThekwini Metro, through various subsidy mechanisms in terms of national and provincial policies. It is also expected to achieve certain key strategic objectives of the department through the implementation of programs using various subsidy instruments like individual project link, institutional consolidation, relocation, disaster management, social housing, rectification, social and economic facilities, and rural housing stock. The program has carried a budget of 3.9 billion for the department and will decrease slightly by 2% between years 22-23 and 22-23-24 respectively. This program will continue to decrease by 9% in the 24-25 financial year and will only start to grow by 4% in year 25-26. The shifting trend over the MTEF was due to disaster allocation of 397 million in 22-23 and 447 in year 23-24 in respect of the HSDG, hence the reduction in year 24-25. Those funds were related to disasters that occurred from 2019 to 22, where there were floods and storms which resulted to damaged houses. The program was not affected by the 23-24 MTEF budget cuts. The conditional grants for normal housing projects were gradually increasing over the MTEF. The reduction seen in the outer years was due to disaster funding be allocated up to the 23-24 financial year. Program 4, Housing Assets and Property Management. That program was responsible for the management of ex-Natal provincial admin and own affairs stock, including residential properties, vacant land, and a variety of other non-residential properties, all of which belong to the KZN Housing Fund. The KZN Housing Fund was in the process of being disestablished, and once finalized, all assets and liabilities will be transferred to the program, to the department. That program, Honorable Chair, will see a decrease of 3% between years 23-24, 22-23, and 23-24 financial years, and will grow by 1% in the outer years. The decrease in year 23-24 financial year was due to the department implementing a portion of the 23-24 MTEF budget cuts of 1.096 million 443,000 and 780,000 under the program against transfers and subsidies to departmental agencies and accounts to be cut against COE of the KZN Housing Fund. The 23-24 MTEF provided for the issuing of title deeds, maintenance and rent of rental units, as well as selling of rental units to beneficiaries, among the others. I'm not going to read the expenditure by economic classification. I'll quickly go to the remarks by the political parties. I'm going to go to building and other fixed structures, Honorable Chair. I'm leaving the above for members to read. Those funds were in respect.
Honorable Member, your time has lapsed, unfortunately.
Oh, thank you very much, Honorable Chair. That is the report presented, although not finally read into the report, to the record of the legislature. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
You're welcome. Thank you. Next, now we are going to start our debate from the ANC for 8 minutes. Going to have Honorable L.D. Gubane.
members of the Executive Council, honorable members of the House, distinguished guests, I greet you all. I stand before you representing the Revolutionary Liberation Movement of the People, ANC. The ANC has a social contract that seeks to transform the lives of the people by undoing the inequality brought on by the legacy of the pre-democratic dispensation. Part of the contract is for the ANC to provide the people with the suitable dwellings that they will fully own. Over the years, the ANC has kept its promises, and the Department of Human Settlement is ensuring that our people are housed in a dignified manner. ANC has no doubt that the budget for the financial year 2023-2024 intends to carry on the good work that it's done. Eqinisweni isidingo sokuhlaliswa kwabantu ezweni lethu silokhu sikhula futhi ijubane lethu lokulethwa kwezidingo lihamba kancane. Kunezinga lokunyuka kokuhlaliswa kwabantu. Lokhu kusungulwa ukwahlukaniswa kwezindawo zokuhlala. Ukwahlukaniswa kwezindawo zokuhlala okwasihlupha kulendlu, okusasihlupha namanje kulendlu la KwaZulu-Natal. Futhi ukulungiswa lomkhuba okukhona kuyinselelo enkulu. Iningi labanye bethu kulendlu kanye okhokho babo abayingxenye yokusihlukumeza ngalolu hlobo lokuthi sihlaliswe ngale ndlela esihlaliswe ngayo kulendlu. The Freedom Charter alludes, and I quote, "There shall be housing, security and comfort." And as a Human Settlement Committee, we anchor the word of the President Nelson Mandela in his presidential inauguration speech in May 1994, when he said, I quote, "Out of the experience of an extraordinary human disaster that lasted too long, must be born a society of which all humanity will be proud. The time for the healing of the wounds has come. The moment to bridge the chains that divide us has come. The time to build is upon us." Honorable Chairperson, in accordance with the presidential pronouncement on the government 7 priorities, this department has aligned itself with the following priorities, namely spatial integrated human settlement and local government, building a capable, ethical state and developmental state, economic transformation and job creation. In this regard, the department has delivered 42,800 houses and more than 19,224 services sites across the province since 2019. The financial year 2023-2024, the department budget allocates amount to 4.3 billion, of which 412.8 million is allocated to equitable share, 3.1 billion to HSDG, 790.2 million to ASUPG, and 7.6 million to EPWP integrated grant for provinces. Sizokwenza yonke imizamo yokuqinisekisa ukuthi sisebenzisa lezi zinsiza ngendlela esingakwazi ngayo ukuze sithole okuningi ngalokho okuncane sikutholile. While recognizing the effort made by the department entities to support MTSF objectives, as a result, there are still several areas that need to be improved. This includes government additional funds and the implementation of transformation objectives. Sikhuluma nje isifundazwe sethu sinama-informal settlement angu-937. U-77.9% wawo yukumasipala wethu. It must be noted that most of the informal settlement are on unsuitable land and often arise as a result of land invasion. Ngokuphawulekayo, ukwanda kwama-informal settlement emadolobheni amakhulu esifundazweni kuwumphumela oqondile okufudukela kwabantu emadolobheni ukuze kuthuthukiswe amathuba ezomnotho kanye nempilo engcono. Ngenxa yalokho, the vast majority of informal settlement are situated on inadequate terrain that frequently experience the housing shortage. However, the 2023-2024 budget allocation for the department in respect of the ISUPG illustration, the measures that are going to be implemented, it is estimated that about 5,693 sites will be provided with services such as water, sanitation, roads, and storm water services. Lokhu kubalulekile kakhulu emizameni yokuxhumanisa abampofu ababencishwe amathuba kanye nabasengozini namathuba angcono. Ikomiti lezokuhlaliswa kwabantu belilokhu lixoxisana nenqwaba yomphakathi ngesikhathi sokwengamela kwethu njengokugunyazwa yisishayamthetho ngenhloso yokunqanda ukudliwa komhlaba ngokungemthetho, futhi sicela nomasipala ukuthi benze isiqiniseko sokuthi lokho kungaqhubeki kwenzeka, njengoba lokhu kuvimba ithuba lokuthuthukisa kahle nokwenza uhlelo lokuhlaliswa kwabantu ngenxa yalokhu kudliwa komhlaba ngokungemthetho. Honorable Chairperson, poor urbanization management and land use controls linked to local government capacities further execute the situation. Yingakho kufanele kuqashelwe ukuhlakaniswa kokusetshenziswa komhlaba to minimize the negative acceleration of that socially advantageous. Okunye okubalulekile kunezinga elisheshayo lokufuduka kwabantu emadolobheni, lokufudukela kwabantu basuka emakhaya beya emadolobheni, njengokulinganiselwa ukuthi ngonyaka ka-2050 inani labantu abasemadolobheni lizokhuphuka kakhulu lize lifike lapha ku-80%. As I conclude, honorable members, siyayiqaphela le mizamo emihle eyenziwa yilo mnyango ikwenza ngemali encane eyitholayo, futhi siyakwazi ukuthi lo mnyango ngokungangabazeki unezithiyo eziningi ukuthi ukwazi ukuthuthukisa impilo yabantu ibe ngcono. Kodwa siyaqinisekisa ukuthi ngosizo lwezinhlaka nobuchwephesha umnyango elunawo ngaphakathi nangomgomo abazisungulele wona ukuthi basebenze kahle ukuze bakwazi ukwakha izindlu bakhele umphakathi wakithi, umkhakha uzoqhubeka nokuthuthuka noma singathola iy'ncwadi ezivelayo ezizovimba ukuthi kube khona intuthuko ezofika, kodwa umnyango uzokwazi ukuthi uphumelele uqhubeke wakhele abantu izindlu. Ngiyabonga kakhulu.
Thank you, Honorable Mbomvu. Next speaker is from the IFP, Honorable TJ Gumede for 10 minutes. Honorable TJ.
Hey. Thank you, Honorable Chair. Greetings to all the MECs present. Greetings to all the parties and the guests in the gallery. You know what? At some point, I was just discussing with my friend, and he told me that angazi ngoba ngu-grade 8, kodwa ngakubamba lokho. You learn nothing from life if you think you are right all the time. The Honorable MEC has come here with a very comprehensive budget speech. It's good. It's good only when it's not interrogated. It is good if it's not interrogated. But once you interrogate it, you see the punch holes. Well, I'll start where I want to start. The IFP supports the 4.3 billion for the 23-24 financial year. It was in this podium. I was standing here, and the Premier of KZN was standing here, and she told us that all people who are in the mess, what you call it, in the halls, will be accommodated accordingly before Christmas. I came back here to respond and say that I thank the Premier on behalf of those people. Guess what? I waited until February and I said, now let me go and check. Where are those people? Where are they? Still displaced, living in a flat in Point Road where they're living V Hall, Zwelisha, Ispingo. And they're living 4 to 5 families within one room. Wives are staying alone, husbands are not there. We are creating what type of a generation where parents could not stay together. Children do not live with their parents. One mother was complaining and said that when I find my daughter pregnant, I won't be able to say anything to her because she will say, Mother, you have abandoned me. One lady said to me, I'm living with 23-year-old twins, male twins. I can't bath, I can't clothe, I can't do anything. 23-year-old boys are men. They're not boys. How is she going to sleep in one room with those boys? If I'm lying now, we can close this session and go there. I've got evidence in my phone. I've got evidence with the SAPC. I've got evidence everywhere. You know what? You know what? Adequate housing is an important basic right. Right now, the MEC spoke about houses, security, and comfort. And I said, wow, what a good combination of words. But those people are in a secure and comfortable way where they are. Yesterday, Honorable CQ Madlopa honestly pointed out that it's almost a year since those floods happened. A year of what? A year of pain and suffering, a year of uncertainty, and a year of problems to the affected families. Asinainkinga ukuthi abantu bahlale emafletini. They deserve to be in the flats. But the problem is the condition in which they live. Hi guys, I think Eslal, you'll pass this message. Our honorable members, I'm sorry I withdraw that one. I think, Honorable Chair, you'll pass the message to the Honorable Speaker that at some point in this House, we'll have to have projectors so that when we speak here, we speak facts, not fiction. We go around, we look at these things. We don't just come out here and eat here and then go back and say home and then all it is. Learners from those people who are in those flats were promised that they will be placed in the nearby schools, but that never happened. Parents have moved away from their livelihood, where they were selling whatever they were selling. They moved to town, and children are supposed to travel from town to Umlazi or wherever. With what? There's no learner transport. They're starving. Their kids lack transport. What are we doing to the black child? What are we doing to the black woman and the black woman? What type of families are we creating? All this under the so-called caring government. Disaster backlogs are accumulating on top of another. October 2017, 2019, there were floods. 2019, 2020, there were floods. The latter had a budget allocation of 397 million that was underspent. Then the April 22 floods, now Dakota informal settlements. The disaster, the floods, had a budget. DORA allocated 1 billion in 2023. In 2022, there was a reprioritization. Uke washo omunye umhlonishwa la wathi safanele sifundiswe nge-reprioritization ukuthi akona ukudla imali. Cha impela siya-understanda akona ukudla imali. Ukuthi nje khona izinto fanele zenzeke kakhulu kuqala kunezinye. Those budgets were reprioritized. The former Minister of Public Works, Honorable MEC Patricia Delil, donated parcels of land for the same thing. But those people, even today, are still languishing in those squalor conditions. Those people are displaced, moved away from their families. Madam Speaker, perhaps it will be proper to remind this House that Section 26 of the Constitution mandates the state to achieve the progressive realization of the right to adequate housing. So these people are not begging for a favor. It's their constitutional right. Senfuna baze baye inkantolo, bayofuna ilungelo labo, nabakuthenjiswa okungakafezeki. I-IFP yakwenza nge-neverapine. We went to court. And we can still do it even now with these flood victims because monies were there and space is there. And why is it that they are not out of those cramped places into the adequate houses that they were promised? Akuqali-ke bafowethu ngokhongolose ukwakhiwa kwezindlu. Abanye benu bakhulele komasho. Uzwa nolimi abalukhulumayo ukuthi wakhulele esikomplazi. Abanye bakhulele emlazi. Abanye bakhulela kuphi nakuphi akuyona into entsha kodwa ke kuyilungelo. It is the duty of every ruling government to be innovative and improve on what they took over from previous governments, not to run it down. All we need from our government is to be timeous in executing its mandate. Be qualitative instead of being quantitative. I'm coming back. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
Value for money in pocket.
Thank you. Our next speaker is from the DA, Honorable Amne, for 8 minutes.
Chairperson, honorable members, and ladies and gentlemen in the gallery, greetings to you all. I'm reminded of one of my favorite quotes by the icon Nelson Mandela. He said, "If the ANC does to you what the evil apartheid regime did, then you must do to the ANC what the evil apartheid regime did. Remove them." Now hold that thought while I take you through KZN human settlements under a microscope. The estimated housing need in KZN in 2011 was approximately 745,000. And in 2016, the need for housing had increased to approximately 1 million. Now, during the 11-year period from 2011 to 2022, the department had delivered about 240,000 houses, which meant that about 750,000 houses were still needed. If one follows the growth trend and conservatively adds another 250,000 for the period 2016 to present. That will mean we have a backlog of approximately 1 million houses to deliver. Now allow me to share a little story with you. A young man was asked by his mother how he had done on his test, and he had replied that he had gotten 80. She excitedly congratulated him and ran to her friends to share the wonderful news of a son getting an A on his test. Later that day, she stumbled across his test paper and, to her disappointment, saw that he had scored 80 out of 400, a meager 20%. That's exactly the kind of insignificant number of houses this department continues to deliver against the enormous growing need, yet celebrates the achievement each year. Lower the targets, achieve them, and then celebrate. The reality is that millions will die never experiencing the dignity of having a proper house under the governance of the ANC. The people of KZN know this very well, and that is why they have stopped waiting and started building their own houses. The almost 1,000 informal settlements and 400,000 shacks across this province is evidence of the department's failure to deliver. 80% of those settlements are in the ANC-led eThekwini. Yet this municipality failed to utilize the grants to the tune of hundreds of millions of rands that National Treasury had reprioritized and made available to assist them. The budget is not the real problem. And as if the provincial emergency housing grant was not enough, National Treasury had also made 120 million rands available to municipalities in KZN that had been affected by the flood. Would you believe not a single municipality in our province applied for this grant? Not even eThekwini, which was the hardest hit ANC metro. This is the same municipality that allowed people to build shacks on floodplains and contributed to the rise of more than 700 informal settlements. And when disaster struck, you had no usable land available to build emergency TRUs. Then human settlements had to go and spend more money and rent temporary emergency accommodation for flood victims, with money that could have been used to deliver houses. Now, around 2016, the DA put forward a motion in the eThekwini Council to extend the capacity of the city's land invasion unit to better deal with land invasion. But the ANC slammed that proposal. Look where we are now. Now I hear that you have come up with a land invasion strategy. I really hope that works out. Same municipality, the multi-million rand Bambai housing project in Tangat that started in 2017 and was meant to benefit hundreds of needy families, now 6 years later lies in a state of disrepair, not having benefited a single person. It appears that the project was stalled because firstly, the municipality had appointed contractors that lacked the capacity, and secondly, the interference of business forums. It does not take a rocket scientist to know that with the rising cost of building materials and labor, allowing projects to stall for decades before completion is a costly decision that the people of this province will ultimately pay for. Time and time again, the DA have called for the eThekwini municipality to come before the Human Settlements Portfolio Committee to account. Yet you fail to deal with the problem child. Even though you are fully aware that every time this province must deal with a disaster, fire or flood, it means that our housing delivery budget is reduced. Why should the people suffer because of poor leadership? People are certainly fed up and exploring other avenues. Look at the Dakota Beach informal settlement that recently burnt down. Rumor has it that some of the informal dwellers set that fire. because they wanted to jump to the front of the queue to get a house. I wouldn't be surprised if there was some truth in that rumor. People are desperate. Little do these people know that there is no list. Well, if there is one, it certainly isn't a transparent one that is secure for manipulation. Ward boundaries change and beneficiaries lists change, like in Lamontville, where residents cried out to the DA for help when they were being sidelined. And then there's the Rocky Park housing project that made headlines. Incomplete since 2010. Confusion reigned over who the beneficiaries were. Apparently, the contractors had given keys to some people to get in and guard the place. This led to a march to the ANC Deputy Mayor's office for answers. How embarrassing. Now, even though it would require a significantly larger percentage of the equitable share to make a dent in the housing backlog, if we are honest with each other, we will admit that the problems are far greater than an inadequate budget. They are political problems that require long overdue political intervention. I'll be back.
Thank you. Honorable T. Nkosi of the EFF for 9 minutes. Honorable T. Nkosi of the EFF for 9 minutes. Ubukeka engathi akekho. Can we then move on? Our next member is Honorable H.S. Dlamini for 10 minutes of the ANC. Honorable Dlamini.
Thank you, Chairperson. Greetings to the MECs, greetings to the honorable members. Greetings to the MECs, greetings to the honorable members. Honorable members, I rise on this occasion of a debate of human settlements. The ANC government is proud to have given Black people dignity by ensuring that they have decent housing. Since the advent of a democracy, this government has enacted legislation that allow for new ways of planning for a democratic state. Our problems started with the passing of the Native Land Act of 1913, which among others prohibited Black people from purchasing land or set stringent conditions in areas where such transaction could take place. Writing in their journal, the Native Land Act of 1913 engineered the poverty of Black South Africans. A historic perspective academic Lipho Modise and Diko Mtiselwa captured it correctly when they say, I quote, created socio-economic injustice in terms of poverty and dispossession of land from Black South Africans. One would suspect that the legacy of socio-economic injustice, which was possible inherited from the Native Land Act of 1913, continues to haunt the majority of Black South Africans. As we know, people ended up being located in areas that are prone to flooding, posing serious dangers to their lives, as we witnessed during the 2019 floods and more recently last year. Some were pushed to rural areas that are hard to develop and some sabotage locations. ANC leaders at the time waged battle against land dispossession, which was key to impoverishing Black people. The Freedom Charter was one of the response to the draconian and repressive laws. Hence, it was boldly declared that I quote, all people shall have the right to live where they choose, be decently housed, and to bring up their families in comfort and security. Unused housing space to be made available to the people more than a decade into the democratic dispensation, the ANC in its 52nd elective Congress in Polokwane came up with a number of resolutions in respect of human settlement. The aim was to assist the democratic state in fast-tracking service delivery in respect, ensuring settlement of the population, particularly Black people, as they are the ones who were badly affected by apartheid planning, which never recognized them as human beings. Lest we forget that it was D.F. Malan who ushered the National Party into power back in 1948 by campaigning on an apartheid ticket, an albatross that even today remains around the necks of Black people. The 2007 Polokwane Conference resolved that we need keep the mushrooming of informal settlement. We adopt a central planning approach for directing resource allocation, distribution, and overall coordinating response to human settlements. Land acquisition be accelerated through a dedicated housing development agent. We need to inject resources to fast-track delivery of housing so that we can make meaningful dent on poverty ravaging the people. It is at this juncture that we are so proud in this province. We have seen determined MECs for housing and later human settlements, such as the late Dumisani Makhaya Ushombela, who worked tirelessly to provide houses to people even in the hinterlands of the province. Makhaya showed us that it was really possible to eradicate informal settlement, particularly in densely populated urban areas such as eThekwini. We have also seen another equally enthusiastic MEC in the form of Comrade Ntutuko Jomos Biya, who within a short space of time touched all corners of the province in eradicating service delivery backlogs. Currently, we have our able and dedicated Comrade Ntutuko Mahlabujunda, who is often seen interacting with poor people, mainly rural areas, who are yearning for the delivery of houses. It is encouraging to note that within the current term, the ANC-led government in KwaZulu-Natal has built 42,926 houses, handed over 13,274 title deeds, and provided 8,500 job opportunities. Abanye bena abakwazi ukuthi bangasigxeka ngoba nina nike naba nondunankulu okwakuthi uma kuthiwa kulethwe isidingo kubantu ngokushesha ezwakale ethi kujakwephi. Niyawuze niwuvume ukhongolose ukuthi uyasebenza. We are in line with the vision of espoused in National Development Plan, another visionary document that was produced during the presidency of Comrade Jacob Zuma Msholozi, which stipulates, among others, that I quote, where we live, work matters, apartheid planning consigned the majority of South Africans' places far away from work, where services could not be sustained and where it was difficult to access the benefits of society and participate in the economy, close quote. One must highlight that the reduced budgets are affecting us in carrying out this huge responsibility. However, we are steadfast and we will ensure that we bring about a better life for the people. We will use state resources to ensure that we reverse apartheid planning and improve the quality of lives of the people of KwaZulu-Natal and of the country. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Dlamini. Honorable members, allow me to go back to number 6, which was the EFF, Honorable T. Nkosi. I need to call his name 3 times just to make sure that he is not present. Honorable Nkosi, are you on visual platform? Honorable Nkosi. Honorable Nkosi. Engatiti akekho Honorable Nkosi, we can then move on. Thank you. And then our next honorable member will be Honorable M.E. Pagati. We have received the apology of Honorable C.M. Shinga and Honorable S. Takur Rashbansi. Thank you. Over to you, Honorable Pagati.
Sihlalo-ke sifuna ukuthatha leli thuba sibonge owaye ungqongqoshe walomnyango sikhathini esidlulile ngezindlu zesikhashana azakha noma ezokulindela lapha endaweni yaselembeni kwaDukuza. Izindlu-ke lezi zokulindela obonayo ukuthi abantu bakithi bahloniphekile abahlala kuzona. Asisezwa ukuthi kukhona insizwe-ke yayolala khona njengoba sekwakhiwe lezi zindlu ezithanda ukuthi zingabe sesimweni esihle. Asivumelaneni-ke ngento eyodwa ngqongqoshe baba Mahlaba ukuthi uma ngabe umhlaba ungakathathwa, we are still going to have a problem ukuthi sikwazi ukudeliver izindlu ebantwini bakithi abamnyama. Umhlaba awuthathwe. Amaseleni asingaloko siyishendeza lento umhlaba awuthathe. Mama la bakhulume ngezinto ezinkulu zokuthi azakhiwe izindlu, kodwa nje besikhuluma nje lapha kwaDukuza, into eyenzekile lapha kwaDukuza kuthengwe umhlaba. Lo mhlaba manje kuyiwa kuSipluma nje bazobona bazoma baphikisana nokuthi kwakhiwe ngoba bevikela indawo zabo ezinhle neindawo zabo ezinkulu. So umhlaba nje akuthathwe nje umhlaba. Manje umhlaba ungathathwa kudala uthathwe manje umhlaba. As long as umhlaba singenawo ngoba abantu bakithi bahlupheka nje ngenxa yomhlaba. Indawo zokuhlala abazidingayo sizozakhapha uma ngabe umhlaba ungathathiwe. Asiyenzeke lento isheshe ukuthi umhlaba uthathe. Honorable MEC, you spoke about our military veterans. It is true, our military veterans, they fought for this land, they fought for this country. Ibona abantu efuna sibabeke phambili, sibanikeza amathuba omsebenzi, sibakhele izindlu futhi ezibukekayo. Asikwazi ukuthi laba bantu bavimba bayeka abantu babo behleli ngaphakathi emasosheni ngoba abantu bengaqashekile nje abantu bethu ngoba kwasala abantu babo bavimbile iminyaka babeke 15 years ukuthi kukhona uGeneral Sibani ozohlala for 15 years. Manje abantu bethu bahleli lapha abanakiwe, abanakekelwa abantu bethu bakhelwe izindlu banikezwe imisebenzi. Siyabonga. Siyayisupport budget.
Thank you, Honorable Pagati. Our next speaker is from the African National Congress. That should be Honorable P.H. Mbatha for 11 minutes. Honorable Mbatha, you have 11 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chairperson, honorable members of the Executive Council, Deputy Chief Whip, honorable members of this House, officials, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I greet you all. Ngiyanibingelela egameni lika African National Congress. Chairperson, let me start with responding to Honorable Dlamini, we IFP. I mean, Honorable Gumede, ngiyaxolisa, we IFP. Honorable Gumede, uma ukhuluma kanje kukhona abantu abanjengathi sivele sivuka uhlevane. Uma uthi uvakashele leya ndawo wathola ukuthi kukhona abantu abahlezi ngobulili obungafani abesilisa nabesifazane kwase kuyakuthusa wena lokho. I want to remind you ukuthi kuhulumeni wobandlululo owawubambisene nohulumeni wakwaZulu uholwa i-IFP ukwakhela abantu izindlu u-one room la bekuhlala khona ifamily yonke, ubaba, umama, obhuti, osisi belala kuleyo ndlu, one room. Ngiyaku-invite woza le ngakithi uSizweni, khona indawo okuthiwa kuseveza unyawo, indlu yakhiwa uhulumeni wakwaZulu, u-one room, akusiyindlu ye-18 noma yama-blocks, uthayela wakhela abantu bakithi abamnyama kwathi abahlale kuleyo ndawo. Shame on you. I'm disappointed mangabe uzosho kanje uthi awuyazi leyo nto. But Honorable Gumede, lo hulumeni ka-ANC uba attendile abantu ababe vinjezelwe yikhukhula ama-floods. Ama-flood victims were allocated ama-flats ngokubhekelela igender yabo, i-age nangokwemindeni. Ngiyafuna nje ukwazi ukuthi mawufika wa-check-a yini ukuthi ingane ziphi zesikole, ngoba zonke ingane ezayirejistile za-allocate-wa zarejistwa ey'koleni zikahulumeni eseduzane. Kodwa ngoba waya lapho ufuna ukuyobona lokho awufuna ukukubona, wathatha kona kuphela. Shame on you, Honorable Gumede. Honorable Chairperson, the African National Congress rises in support of the budget vote 8 on human settlement. Ukunikeza abantu bakithi izindlu ezisezingeni elifanele kanye nendawo yokuhlala kube umsebenzi wombutho wabantu owadonsa isikhathi eside kusukela ngo-1994 i-ANC igxile kubantu abadonsa kanzima ibakhela izindlu zamahhala, bathuthukise izindlu kanye nezinsiza emijondolo futhi basebenzele ukubuyisa isithunzi nokwenza ngcono izimpilo zabantu bakithi, hayi zikahulumeni ezifana lokho kwakwenziwa uhulumeni wakwaZulu. Che, umqulu wenkululeko i-Freedom Charter uveza ukuzibophezela kwe-ANC ekuhlinzekeni ngezindlu, ukunethezeka nokuvikeleka kwabantu. Honorable Chairperson, as the African National Congress, we welcome the 474.9 million in 2023-24 in relations to the Human Settlement Development Grant allocation, whilst noting that this program was not affected by the 2023-24 budget cuts. The department delivered to our people in KwaZulu-Natal a total of 22,801 housing opportunities in the form of completed houses, service sites, title deeds, certification and maintenance of government-owned stock in the 2021-22 financial year alone. Ngakho-ke izindlu zihlala zibalulekile emgomeni wethu wokuhlinzeka ngokuvikeleka, ukuphepha kanye nobunikazi phakathi kwezinye izinto. Lokhu kukhombisa intuthuko enhle nenqubekela phambili esiyenziwe ekuthuthukiseni izinga lempilo. Nokho-ke kusekuningi okusamele kwenziwe njengoba isidingo sezindlu sisekhona, kanti kusilele emuva okunye kubhebhethekiswe ikakhulukazi nayizikhukhula zakamuva kanye nesongo lokuqhubeka olwenziwa abazibiza ngokuthi bangama-construction mafia, abanye bayibiza ngokuthi amadela kubona. Amadela kubona, labo bantu bayayivimba intuthuko ukuthi iye emphakathini. Siyafisa ukuxwayisa imiphakathi yangakithi, imiphakathi yethu ukuthi iziqhelelanise nalabo abavimba intuthuko yabantu bakithi abayilwela kanzima. Siyasho la siwukhongoloso ukuthi asinayo thina i-contract esayenza neyigelekeke, kodwa sine contract esayenza nabantu base South Africa. Ngakho-ke kubalulekile ukuthi umsebenzi wenziwe uhulumeni wethu uholwa ilomnyango uthuthukise futhi ulondoloza amalungelo nesithunzi sabantu bakithi. Kanjalo futhi undunankulu waKwaZulu-Natal usezigxeke kaningi igcawu zamabhizinisi eziphazamisa umsebenzi wokwakha nokuzama ukuqola izinkampani zokwakha ezisezindeni esifundazweni sonke. Ngenxa yalokho izikhungo zomthetho zicelwe ukuthi zibhekisise lolu daba. Kusukela ngo-2005 omasipala baqala ukuqaliswa kwemiklamo yokuhlaliswa kwabantu ngokudlulisela umsebenzi wabo kuma-agent okusebenzile kwezinye indawo kwangasebenza. Kwasayinwa izivumelwano sezingxenye ezintathu ukuze kucaciswe izindima zabo kanye nezibopho zabo bonke ababambi qhaza ohlelweni lokulethwa kwezindlu. It was also determined that housing delivery is a concurrent competency of the provincial and national sphere of government in the Republic of South Africa. Schedule 4A and 5A of the Constitution states that one of the duties of the provincial department is to act as a developer in cases where a municipality lacks the technical, financial, and managerial capacity. The ANC is, however, concerned that municipalities' inability to respond to emergencies and disaster has jeopardized many communities. As a result, we'll make sure that we closely monitor these funds to make a difference in the lives of our people who depend on the ANC-led government to improve their circumstances and efficiently use this budget to help our people. Honorable Chair, the committee is concerned about the impact of climate change with growing suburb business and industrial sector and more imperil areas over, as there is now a higher degree of formal urbanization than ever before, which leads to near direct and rapid surface runoff with higher peak discharges. It is also noted that complex spatial planning is a problem in cities like eThekwini, where there are conflicts between municipal and traditional governance and customary rules are frequently out of step with municipal strategic planning plans due to a lack of control over where, how, and what can be built. However, the impact has dire consequences, which has led to the increase in migration to cities like Durban from both within South Africa. As a result, people frequently build illegal homes on floodplains which are there due to prior flooding and will be flooded regularly, or on steep slopes with often unstable soil. Chairperson, with the deepening housing need and the entire context of growth, development, and quality of life means that Program 2 in this regard need to ensure that the department budget allocation of 3.150 million will assist with the growing challenges and complexities and will require a great deal of forward thinking and through planning, as planning is of immense importance and will contribute to the economic health productivity of our cities. Sengiphetha sihlalo. Sengiphetha sihlalo i-ANC ifisa ukunqoma u-MEC Dr. Mahlaba nabangaphambili kuyena nomnyango ngomsebenzi osuwenzekile kuze kube imanje nosazokwenzeka futhi wenzeke ngendlela eyiqiniso nangendlela eqinisekisile futhi ukuthi umnyango nekomiti bazosebenza ngokubambisana. Ngalawo mazi sithi phakama ANC ngokuletha intuthuko ebantwini bakwaZulu-Natal. Chairperson, ANC support the budget.
Thank you, Honorable Mbathaqele. We were supposed to have Honorable S. Emmanuel from ACDP. An apology was received and processed. So we are moving straight to the following, to the next speaker, who is from DA, Honorable M. Ne, for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. I just want to say to Honorable MEC, it's a wonderful idea to meet with the MEC of Agriculture. It's a good idea to have a garden in each home. But what's an even better idea is if you could urgently meet with the MEC of Kokta and discuss the problems with municipalities. Let me move on. The residents that live in the Lansdowne project in Wentworth have to live in unsafe buildings with water coming through the ceiling from flats upstairs because of leaking bathtubs. They have taps breaking daily, non-stop burst pipes and moving staircases. People fear for their lives, but they have nowhere to go. They are at the mercy of government. Pretty much all government housing projects in this area and many across the province are falling apart. Who are these contractors that get away with delivering poor workmanship and endangering the lives of people? Now, according to the Public Works Department, the database of defaulting contractors is no longer kept with them, but with Treasury. This means that if a contractor, for example, defaulted in a municipality, they would still get work in other municipalities or other spheres of government. This realization is intoxicating. It makes your head spin. We have lost the plot. Instead of focusing on the core mandate of housing delivery, we want to put greater focus on capacitating contractors and tolerating their failures. Why? And then we move on to military veterans. I believe that December 2022 was the deadline to move our military veterans out of Alla Ridge and into their own houses. What happened to that? Oh yes, I forget. MEC mentioned that it's moved to December 2023. It is costing government 800,000 per month in rental incurred to house the MK vets at Alla Ridge. And never mind that it's funded by National. It's still government money and it's the people's money that could be put to better use. Then there are the houses in Ilovo that were built for military veterans that you had paid security to guard instead of allocating them to military veterans. They were invaded, vandalized, and stoves and equipment were stolen. How could you allow this to happen? It's clear that the ANC has no influence over the MK vets and the business forums. It appears that business forums are leading the trajectory of this department rather than the department. Due process. In Mzinduzi, through proper oversight, the DA was able to stop a dangerous project at the Bakerville housing project, which was set to begin despite environmental and engineer reports that warned of the danger. This department was very upset with the DA for exposing the red flags. Yet again in Northdale, Mzinduzi, this department wanted to build for flood victims on land that was unsuitable for building. In addition to that, no application had been made with the land use department for consent. Here again, we raised the alarm and stopped it. And then this week, Honorable MEC, I wrote to you about the Bayview housing project, where houses were to be built on a park without the rezoning process having been completed or even initiated. And you went ahead and prejudged me on the basis of my race, assuming that I don't want Black people in my backyard. That is so wrong, absolutely wrong. This is about due process. And if government cannot follow due process, then how do we expect ordinary residents to do so? The budget is not the problem.
Your time is up. Thank you. Our next speaker is from the IFP. It's Honorable TJ Gumede for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Sal. The enemy of the mind is to listen, to respond, and not listen to learn. Ingake leyo. Honorable Mbat, well, two wrongs cannot do the right. If IFP built tin houses, you cannot be complacent. That's why I said, if you take a baton, you take a baton and run. You don't take a baton and stand. It doesn't happen that way anyway. Budget nje futhi ayingafani. Honorable MEC, I'm not going to engage you. I'm going to finish my speech. Honorable MEC Mahlaba, IFP will support you in any way. On one condition, we cannot judge you. Ngemsebenzi yabanye abantu. We are just starting out. And as I said, your document to me is precise. Only if the budget that is allocated is going to deal with incomplete housing projects. There are so many of them, I can't even start reading them, but there are those like Melmoth Housing Project, which started in 2021 with a cost of 168 million and only 270 houses that were completed out of 600, and they're still there and they're being vandalized. And the list goes on. And if we are going to find a new system of allocation to the beneficiaries, if today we can go door to door, the thing that we do most when we go for election campaigns, we can go door to door. In Konobia, in Oxford, 90% of the people who are in those houses are not the beneficiaries. There are police, there are nurses, and other sectors that do not belong to them. Lento izokwenza ukuthi kuthiwa niyasebenza kodwa anifiki la niya khona ngoba those people who are meant for those houses are still out there and they will never benefit again because the system ibhale igama lami kanti indlu ihlala Honorable Kaluza. So we need to get this system right. How do we identify and verify our beneficiaries? About incompetent contractors, ngikuzwile ushilo izolo wathi uyabaqeqesha bazoqeqesheka. Kodwa ke ubhekisise Mhlonishwa ukuthi ama-officials akangafuni imali ukudayisa amathenda ngoba bagcina besengesenayo imali yokwenza umsebenzi oyiquality ngoba imali eningi kuthiwa kickback. So ke yilokho kunye ofanele kulenda. Ekunye ke ofanele sikubheke sikulungise njenge human settlement, informal settlements. Kuyishwa ke lokhu. There are so many informal settlements in Durban, but ungqongqoshe ozokuhlaliswa kwabantu kuzwelonke ubhalele leli theku wathi uyawucela u100 million abangawusebenzisanga. Yishwa ke lelo ukuthi ithi imali sifikile ingabasebenza. Akona icala lakho Mhlonishwa, akulona icala lakho nawe ufice kwenzeka. And I trust you because I heard you saying you have got a scientific mind, and I trust your precision in doing whatever you're going to do and do it very well. In your speech, page 20, if you look at the bullets, it says that we will. But usihlalo khona manje we-human settlement was reading the budget, saying that the budget will be decreasing as the years go by. And in your speech says that there are 35 informal settlements that are going to be upgraded. In the human settlement APP, they say they've done 2 and they will be doing 2 in the outer years. In conclusion, siyacela baba, we know it's your prerogative. Ukuthi uyeza noma uzi kodwa awufike njengobaba
Your time is up, Honorable Member. Thank you. The last speaker to debate is ANC from ANC. It's Honorable VP Kaluza, allocated 13 minutes. That's the tempo.
Honorable Speaker Makgobela, who is joining us on the virtual platform. Slaloga Kongolose, Ubaba Mthombeni. Honorable MECs in the House, in particular MEC Mahlaba. Honorable members, ladies and gentlemen. Inkinga engibhekene nayo khona manje ukuthi I can't even say trust me without cringing, because the IFP has made a mockery of this once beautiful phrase. I'm saying so because Honorable Mphephethu and Honorable Rogers, the IFP le eshaya amafateni said ne-DA emkhandlwini wasothukela committed to fire the sex predator u-Abbas Warasali that targeted vulnerable women and used their plight of unemployment to satisfy his sexual cravings. That sex predator, who moonlights as a councillor, remains in the employment of the municipality over a month after the Mkhuleko said they have fired him. Shame on you, IFP, and shame on you, DA, for allowing it to happen. Honorable Mam TJ, I generally dislike elders who are disingenuous with the truth. I dislike elders who are grandstandist.
Honorable member, you are rising on which rule?
1A, point of order.
Kindly read it for us so that you understand that it's in line. What's 57.8? Okay. What is the order, ma'am? Your point of order?
We don't talk, we don't personalize, we don't cast aspersions. We talk about the matter in hand. If you go to individuals, you mean that we must also move.
Yeah,
we must also
Honorable Komete.
And then become individual.
Honorable Komete, which rule I pointed you on a point of order. Then I'm listening to the rule that you're raising a point of order on.
That is 57(1)(a).
It's a point of order. That's a point of order.
Exactly.
Then, based on which rule that which you are raising now?
Rule 74. Uyabona ke? Uyabona ke? Uma usuka kwi-topic bese uyo-attack-a umuntu ongekho la endlini, it's something else. And another thing that you must know.
Rule 74 says, 1, it's a member may not make an accusation or improper motives against another member. If you, pardon? I'm just checking which part.
For the sake of the time, you have heard what I said. Kodwa siyakwazi phela nathi
Siyabonga mawuthi uhlale phansi.
enyameni
Usuhlala phansi. Siyabonga.
emoyeni.
Kubeka Honorable Kaluza.
Siyakwazi nje ukusuka enyameni size emoyeni.
As I was saying, I dislike elders who are grandstandist. We were together agreeing on the challenges faced by the department when it came to land. We were together agreeing that the people can't live in halls anymore. We were together agreeing that the emergency housing unit should be used. Inkinga yakho-ke mawami engimthandayo ukuthi you don't want to accept that this government kept to its timelines and closed the flood camps. What should be a priority to all of us is monitoring that the 18 months commitment given to us by the department to give them permanent shelter is kept. You should have told your speechwriter, Mhlonishwa, ukuthi
Yino yaziyo, yino vumelana nayo, because clearly they did not consult you, Mawam. Kodwa ngoba kusanama camera namhlanje, we will wait and continue playing oversight on your behalf whilst you grandstand at the expense of the poor. Honorable Ne. Why are you not telling this house that you are part of the problem? Tell this house that you are part of those who signed the petition to stop all planning approvals. Tell this house that you eat, sleep, drink. They're not in my background syndrome. Tell this house, Honorable Ne. Tell this house, Honorable Ne, that you are part of the problem. I am glad that you have actually confessed that the DA refused for the Department of Human Settlement to build TRUs in Northdale. I'm happy that it was your own confession here now. I am happy that you have confessed that the DA is responsible for the delay of the poor people receiving shelters. I am happy that you said it through your own confession, through your own mouth, Honorable Ne, that the DA is responsible for hindering progress. Honorable Chair.
Honorable members, don't drum the
In
speaker.
April 2022, it was a very painful period in our country, in particular in KwaZulu-Natal. Till today, many families do not know what happened to their loved ones. And as correctly captured by the premier, singabantu abakholwayo kwisintu, kanti siyakholwa ukuthi kumele silikhombe ithambo lesihlobo sethu lalilele khona. Well, I know also the pain of not burying your loved one. Scientists have said the 2022 floods were the most catastrophic natural disasters we've had in the province. 459 people lost their lives and a number of them are still missing. Most of the damage happened in Ugu, Ilembe and eThekwini municipality. We must, however, indicate our dissatisfaction with the slow pace the municipality has taken, in particular the municipality of eThekwini, to avail land. This is evident in the failure of the department to fully spend the money allocated for the emergency housing program, which is the only thing that I agree with you on, Honorable Gumede, to say the 100 million being returned should not have happened, and something that honorable members must raise and raise sharply with eThekwini municipality. As much as we are dissatisfied with this, we are aware that it was as a result of the unavailability of suitable sites that are conducive for building. Whilst we understand that most land parcel, in particular within the metro, is sitting in privately owned hands, we must also deal decisively with what I have mentioned, the not in my background syndrome. The syndrome is also evident in a letter written by Honorable Nair to the MEC regarding the proposed housing project by the metro, by the way, Honorable Member, in Bayview, Chatsworth, not the Human Settlement. Iyaqala-ke lento bahlonishwa ukuthi sifike sikhale ngohulumeni sithi uhamba kancane kwakheni izindlu kodwa uhulumeni esezakha bese sithi hayi emva kakwami. I was happy to hear the MEC stating that his department will not be intimidated and will build where land has been made available and infrastructure installed. Ubeka mhlonishwa MEC. Honorable Chairperson, asikusho-ke ukuthi enye into ekhinyabeza ukwakhiwa kwezindlu indlela okucothoza ngayo ukufaka kwengqalasizinda. Chair, I'd like to rise on Rule 79.1.
And rule?
Rule 79.1, I've been misquoted and I'd like to explain to the House.
You were misquoted where, madam?
Can I proceed, Chair?
Where were you misquoted?
I've been misquoted and misunderstood and I'd like to clarify.
Want her to clarify? No. No, you can just relax. Allow her to proceed.
Chair, the rule allows me to explain myself.
It's not granted, Honorable Member. Can you take your seat? Proceed, Honorable Kaloza.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The delay in building bulk infrastructure results in the delay in bringing houses for our people.
You are not the presiding officer. You are not the presiding officer.
Excuse me, I want the DA. You want ownership with the DA?
Participating. Thank you. Can honorable members just okay, it's noted, honorable members. To Honorable Nair, who wanted to give clarity, can you please forward to me that which you wanted to make clarity on, so that we allow the honorable member in the podium to proceed? Just write it down and just forward it to me. No, I'm done. We can't be held at ransom by EDA. We can't. I have wrote on the
Madam
matter to say the honorable that has
Madam
raised.
Chairperson, I'm rising on a point of order.
The point of order on top of the point of order.
No, it's a separate point of order.
What is that? But I've ruled. What are you raising a point of order on?
Chairperson, I'm rising on Rule 57(1)(a), a point of order. And the point of order, you have a responsibility in this house to ensure fairness and the integrity of this house and to maintain the decorum of this house. You can't tell the member that she must sit down without allowing her to follow on the rule that she has raised.
I think
that is unfair to the member, and it is unfair to the point of order that she raised. And
Honorable
the honorable member has been misquoted, and the
Honorable
provides
Kweka,
for an explanation.
I've never disagreed with what you are saying, but I'm disagreeing with you when you said I asked her to sit down. Because I said I'm not granting, Honorable Kika, I said I'm not granting her the right to talk about it. Rather, let her write down and forward it to me so that we allow the honorable speaker on the podium to proceed. Kindly sit down, Honorable Kika. Honorable Saluza, proceed.
Honorable Chairperson.
No, Kika, kindly sit down.
Chairperson.
Yini manje Kika efuna?
It's possible to like someone is still infected in relation to that issue.
That's okay, angazi ukuthi umeleni. Kika, kindly sit down.
Chairperson, I'm rising on a point of order on your last comments.
Based on what?
Chairperson, your comment is allowing, or your ruling is allowing the member to get away with what she said without allowing the House to hear the explanation.
No,
So you are allowing on record the member to say what she wants to say, and then the member who has been misquoted not to hear what was misquoted.
Can I be allowed? Can I be allowed? Can I be allowed to preside? Because the reason why I'm saying that the honorable member must write is for me to see if there is that misquote that she claims that there was. No, we can't deter the meeting. Honorable Makalu, proceed.
Thank you.
As I wait for your written submission, Honorable.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and for the record, we. Basukuma bonke abelungu.
Honorable Francois.
Oh, Honorable Francois
Rogers.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I just really appeal to you that we need to follow the rules. To write down the misquote means by the time you read it, you make a decision, the speaker at the podium has already left. It's then after the fact. and it makes absolutely no
Honorable
sense.
Rogers, on which
Chair,
rule are you
just
rising on?
allow me to finish, Chair.
Honorable Rogers, on which rule are you
Chair,
rising
allow-
on?
I'm 57.
Honorable Rogers, on which rule are you rising
Hayi
on?
bo Thixo, wase George Goff.
On
I
which
said
rule are you rising on?
57, 1A.
On which rule are you rising on, Honorable Rogers? But honorable members, yeah, you can bang your head all you can. But honorable members, as we are rising on a point of order many times, I think by now we would have received that submission from Honorable Nen.
Chair, you didn't listen to a word I said. Here's what I'm going to say.
Can amanye ama-members sicela ukuthi athehlise umoya akethule.
May I finish, Chair?
No, give me the rule that you're rising on first.
57, 1A.
50?
57, 57, 1A. Shall I give it to you in writing?
That one is a point of order. Then on which rule?
It's a point of
You're
order.
raising a point of order
And
on.
I've explained to you what the point of order is. To have this in writing, and you shouldn't be talking to the person who's on the platform.
No, I'm just...
Yes, you are. I saw you. I'm not blind. So here's my decision as leader of the DA. If you don't allow us to put our case across as requested in terms of the standing rules, you're denying us our rights. In terms of the rules, we will be left with no choice but to leave the house.
You want to leave the house? Suit yourself.
The ball is in your court.
You want to leave the house to suit yourself because I've made a ruling on the matter that was raised by Honorable Net to say, kindly make a submission so that I see if that which you are raising a point of order on is indeed a misquote. Proceed, Honorable Kaloza.
I'm actually reminded ukuthi at some point we used to sing Mabawuyeke umhlaba wethu. Honorable Chairperson, we respect your ruling because we are guided by the rules of this house. We are not emotional. We will not turn pink on the face when they keep on disrupting us because we follow the rules of this house. Abahamba yososala siyincenge. The delay in building infrastructure results in the delay in bringing houses for our people. As such, we welcome the setting aside of the 30% of the human settlement grant. Equally, Honorable Chair, the non-performance by the implementing agents that are appointed by municipalities also contribute greatly in the delay of housing delivery. And we do request that municipality takes a closer look at this because we can't keep on blaming the department when the hindrance in service delivery is as a result of the slow pace of completing projects within municipalities. Honorable MEC, when they ask you ukuba wenzani, tell them about the 20 million rand OSS intervention program that will be rolled out in KwaNongoma local municipality. Ugudle njalo uyophongolo ku-Ward 3, where 300 units are being built with 300 more that are approved. That is in Zululand District Municipality alone. A further confirmation that the ANC government is a government of the people. Engachemile nganhlangano. If they still say, Honorable MEC awenzi lutho, tell them about the 50 million phase 2 project in Makhabeleni, Pa Emzinyathi, that will see 300 units being built on top of the ones that have already been built. Lokhu kusobala ukuthi umnyango uyaqhubeka nokushintsha impilo zabantu. If bengakholwa, move to Herikwala district and tell them about the Gudlucingo rural housing project in Buhlebeze local municipality that has been completed with 300 units in phase 1 alone and phase 2 to commence in the 2023-2024 financial year. Indeed, this is the ANC government at work. Honorable Chair, the decommissioning of the transit camps remains a great priority to the ANC. That is why we have not shied away from constantly asking the department to account on this matter. We are on record demanding clarity on the Kanku Road project, and we will not stop, Honorable MEC and the HOD, until the ECP Transit Camp, who are direct beneficiaries of this project, have full occupation of their homes. And we are happy to hear that soon it will be realized. We also welcome the commitment that has been made by the department to ensure that in ensuring that they will closely monitor that allocation will be done to beneficiaries that are indeed the direct beneficiaries of that particular project, and will also be keeping an eye. Honorable Chair, in line with the agenda to radically transform the economy, it is encouraging to note that the Department of Human Settlement will continue to honor the radical economic transformation agenda through having 25 million of construction work that will be allocated to 25 women-owned companies, as well as the training that would be extended to 90 women-owned businesses. This is one way that the department, through its budget, is contributing to the inclusion of African women, youth, and people with disability to participate in the economy. In this province of KwaZulu-Natal, when we identify opportunities that will contribute to the overall well-being, we are referring to genuine programs that are being implemented. Programs like the Consumer Education Program that has been pronounced by our MEC that intends to reach 10,000 consumers, which will create awareness and risk associated with the building of shelters, and programs that will emphasize the benefits of home ownership, which will further prevent our beneficiaries from selling and renting out their businesses, their houses. I am glad that Honorable Gumede actually made mention of this, because it was myself who raised this matter with the department in the last portfolio committee, where we said, Honorable MEC, kuzobaleka ukuthi siqinisekise ukuthi abantu abasuke behlala kuma-social housing houses, abantu that are genuine beneficiaries of these houses. We can't have amaphoyisa, honest, abantu who qualify for ukuthenga izindlu bebe be-occupy these houses of the less fortunate. So it's important ukuthi sikwazi ukumonitor ukuthi those who have applied are actually the residents that occupy these areas, because what we have witnessed is the fact that poor people go and apply, they get these houses, they get these rentals, only to rent them out at a higher price. So it's important that we monitor this and ensure that it is the genuine occupiers who are there. Ngoba enye into esesiqaphelile kakhulu ukuthi ubugebengu obuningi benzeka ngoba abantu abahlala kulezi zindawo, lama flat lawa arentwayo, mhlonishwa u-MEC, benziwa yilaba udepartment engakwazi ukuba accountela. I-department engakwazi ukuthi isho ukuthi umhlonishwa uMavimbela ohlala e-housing number bani, because umhlonishwa uMavimbela has actually rented that unit to uVuyiswa kaCaluza, who is not written anywhere. Hence umphakathi yakithi tend to say asifuni ukuthi uhulumeni wakhe la ngoba kuba nobugebengu, kanti it's because of systems that are not being monitored. So we are really requesting that the department closely work with municipalities to ensure that it is the right occupiers who are occupying these flats. Honorable Chair, we can't speak of human settlement without touching on the issue of land invasion. Siyanxusa ukuthi imphakathi yakithi iyeke ukuzithathela umhlaba ngokungemthetho, ngoba this hinders progress. La ekumele kwakhelwe abantu bakithi bangasakwazi ukwakhelwa ngoba sekunabantu abahlala ngokungemthetho. Indawo isuke imelelene ngokuthi kwakhiwe izindlu seyigrebwe abantu. Siyanxusa ukuthi umphakathi wakithi ungazithatheli umhlaba ongewona wabo, ngoba uma ngabe sebekhishwa kuba sengathi uhulumeni udlala ngabo. Siyabonga kakhulu Somlomo Hloniphekile.
Thank you so much, Honorable Aluza. We've come to the end of our debate. Now it's the time for the Honorable MEC to give responses. You are allocated 20 minutes, Honorable Mahlaba.
Sibingelele sihlalo. Kathi esela Honorable Kaluza ngobona isiphithiphithi ungikhumbuze into esasisho esikoleni uma sisesontweni kuthiwa it's nice to be here. Thabanye kumnandi ukuba la. Lord, I'm tempted ukuthi before I start I quote a verse from the Bible elithi my people are perishing because of lack of knowledge. You know, when you listen to some comments, you can see one thing that is lacking is knowledge. I will start ngicathi umama uGumede usuka ngisho ukuthi ngeke ngithi ubeqamba amanga ngiphambanisa iqiniso. Siyayivakashela lezi ndawo lezi abantu ngesikhathi be-allocate babe-allocate ngokwe-gender nangokwama-families. Sababona safika kubo bahlala kanjalo. Bona nje ubabe samfica eqimbile une-flat linama-bedroom awu-4. La amathathu ahlala iy'ngane lelinye lihlala yena nonkosikazi wakhe. Singahamba siye kuye, singaya nakhona. Into eyenzeka abanye emva kaDisemba babuya ney'hlobo zabo emakhaya ngoba bathi hey sihleli kamnandi la. Ngoba bahleli kamnandi ANC babeke ey'ndaweni ezinhle. Bafakelwe ama-flat screen TV, bafakelwe yonke leyo nto. Iy'ngane nangu-MEC waka-Education Honorable Fraser, uyazi iy'ngane zafakwa ezazirejistiwe zingena lapha zafakwa ey'koleni ey'seduze. Ayikho eyasala. Besikwenza konke lokhu ngokubambisana sonke. So akulona iqiniso ukuthi khona iy'ngane ezafike zabekwa zase kuthiwa ziye komlazi